cetera?
Well, our engineering team for the port has recently completed a sea level rise study, and they've released a report. And that report actually itemizes and details a 25, 50, and 100 year. So at 2030, 2050, and at year 2100, they have predicted impact to what the port will be based on sea level rise science data. And that includes not just our economics, but what will our policies be? How will that affect infrastructure? How are we going to continue our development through a variety of mitigation factors? And that includes both our communities, our port, our birds, and our natural habitat. We want to make sure that as we continue to develop, we take all of that into account and build and sustain in the safest way using the scientific and sea level rise data for the port's best interest.
So the port changes constantly in terms of its obviously the Terminal Island Bridge just got finished, et cetera, but you know, it's constantly being looked at, renovated, adjusted based on science and data.
Yes, and so with the development, as we can, we have to support the increased movement of the container ships and the economic, all of the different movement that happens in the port. It's a very complex area. And so when we budget for the future, we have an extensive engineering department that works with our planning department, that works with our trade development, to make sure that we have enough funds to mitigate the risk as well as do whatever expansion and then sustain what we have. So it's a never-ending budgetary planning process that those teams go through together.
When was the last time the port was actually affected by a tsunami type event?
Well, coincidentally, we had an event in New Zealand a couple weeks ago.
Right.
On March 3rd, actually just an hour after we concluded our exercise I mentioned. And so we had noticed that there was an earthquake that they were evaluating and assessing to see if there was going to be a risk. And so with that, you know, they collected the information, we notified all of our partners, and we maintained awareness of the data until we found out that it was not going to impact the West Coast. So we're always aware that it's a risk, that it could happen at any time. So we have to make sure that we're current and all of our communication forms are ready to go.
And this has been such an amazing education for me, because we were also talking about a tsunami is not a tidal wave.
It is not, and the scientists will tell you, it has nothing to do with the tides. It is a displacement of water. So as the water comes in and we rise, from the visuals that we saw in Japan many years ago, it was not a wave that came in. It was a rise in water that moved and took over the land in those inundation areas in Japan. So we want to make sure people don't look for a wave. And that's something that I really want to emphasize, is that if we hear of a tsunami, please don't go to the coast and take pictures. I mean, yes, it's interesting, it's, you know, the Instagram and the social media, but you're putting yourself in harm's way. You might be getting in the way of those public safety resources getting to where they need to be. And if you're impeding the ability of people to safely evacuate, you're in the way and you're not doing anybody any good. So please be aware of that.
All right, so if people want more information about tsunamis, tsunami studies, tsunami risks, tsunami, just a tsunami education, yes, and tsunami preparedness in particular, what's the best resource and what can they expect to find?
You know, Los Angeles has the best resources available. So through our partners at USC and the Southern California Earthquake Center, we've created tsunamizone.org. So if you go to that tsunamizone.org, you'll be able to find not only graphics if you wanted to create something for your own, to post it or to be aware, but there's information. There's the newly published maps that they have that will give you exactly where that inundation area is, so that we can find out where we are, what we should do, and how quickly we need to do it.
And very briefly, is the port, recovering from the last year of drama that we've all had to deal with?
Yes, we're working very hard to support not only regular testing of all of our employees as well as our tenants and our stakeholders, but now we're moving into the vaccines with the full support of the City of Los Angeles and our department, and we'll get there. We'll get there together, but it's going to take some time.
Well, we will indeed. Thank you so much, Anna. This has been such a great opportunity to learn so many things that I had no clue about, so I really appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity.
All right. And that's a wrap on this LA Currents.
Hello everyone, I'm Natalia Bilbao, and here's what's happening in LA this week. Mayor Eric Garcetti delivered his annual State of the City address this week, and as you would imagine, the event looked back at last year's challenges, the city's resounding spirit in response to those challenges, and the coming year's rich hopes of getting beyond the COVID-19 pandemic.
13 months ago, everything changed. On March 15th last year, I came to you with an unscheduled address on live television, asking you to stand apart and to pull together, to meet head on a new and potentially devastating threat. None of us could have foreseen what this year would hold. But through our pain and our trauma, we showed who we are. We learned our neighbors' names and what they needed from the store. We masked up to save lives. We ordered in to save jobs. And we saw how unfair the world still was. The pandemic hit us all, but it hit some of us worse, taking too many of our seniors, too many of our poor in too many communities of color. And it reminded us just how much work we still have left to do. And I know we all want to see and build a stronger, a more hopeful, a more resilient, and yes, a more just city. But if there's one thing I know from my 8 years of service as your mayor, it's that Los Angeles doesn't run from challenges, we rise to them. We find the reason to get to yes, to set the bar for justice and to clear it. And no one should ever bet against us, not against our spirit, our grit, or our people. Strength and love, LA. Good night.
With the arrival of the COVID-19 vaccine, communities of color are slowly responding to the message of getting their dose as soon as possible. And Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez is leading by example. She brought her own family to get the vaccine, and she invited Channel 35 to tag along. Check this out.
Today my family and I are taking the opportunity as a result of the April 15th eligibility for us to get our COVID-19 vaccine. I think it's really important that families come together to show solidarity and help give the example of how important it is for all of us to get this vaccine. You barely feel anything, but there's a great deal of relief knowing that we're already getting the access, and I'm just so grateful for our firefighters, for the nursing staff with CORE that has done an outstanding job since the beginning of the pandemic activating here at Hansen Dam. It's not just about protecting ourselves, it's about protecting our community. And the sooner everyone gets access to the vaccine, the sooner we can actually go to greater in-person activities. We're asking everyone to please just do their part and go take the vaccine. We've made it as available as we can possibly make it. And so just pick up the phone, call, whether it's our council office or the CORE site, so that everyone can get registered and get access to that vaccine. Ya me vacuné.
Over the past year, news has been inundated with death tolls as a result of the pandemic. But as we ease back into a new normal, we are reminded that the same real threats to health and safety still exist and need addressing. Councilmember Paul Koretz was on hand to introduce a new traffic signal that will make one community much safer.
February 17th, Monique was driving home from work at around 5 o'clock, heading east on Olympic, when a 17-year-old man driving a Lamborghini going around 120 miles an hour collided with her vehicle, totaling it and ultimately taking her life.
Monique era una muchacha linda. Ella tenía un corazón de oro. Ella hacía lo que podía por todos, sus amigos, la familia. Ella tenía un espíritu para ayudarles a todos. Y llena de amor para todos.
As a result of our close work and partnership with LADOT, we were able to expedite a protected left turn signal here at Olympic and Overland.
It's hard to be here. My son was killed 10 years ago in Sherman Oaks. He was a pedestrian killed by a speeding hit and run. While I want to applaud all the measures that have been taken for speed mitigation, I think I want to reach out to the public out there and ask them to do their part. They have to stop driving so fast. They have to stop driving recklessly and taking people's lives.
I don't believe that that 17-year-old left his house that day and meant to kill somebody. I think this is a terrible tragedy all around.
I'm working with the Department of Transportation to put several measures in place that should be helpful in curtailing speeding. For example, the department will be installing what is known by traffic engineers as rest on red for several traffic signals during peak hours at several key intersections. This will force drivers speeding ahead of other vehicles to come to a complete stop at an intersection before the signal turns green again. We'll also be installing several electronic feedback signs that tell you how fast you're going, that instinctively makes people assess their speed and slow down.
Councilmember Gil Cedillo and his team have once again joined forces with Cultiva LA to bring bags of fruits and vegetables to the surrounding communities in need. Channel 35 was there to catch the pop-up event at this thriving urban garden.
We are here building community. We're launching our food truck. We're promoting food giveaways. And we're laying the foundation for a community that will emerge from COVID-19 stronger, more united, more focused.
Este evento es muy importante para la comunidad porque estamos aliviando los alimentos que a veces las personas, las familias no tienen para ir a comprar a la tienda, especialmente cuando viene como frutas frescas y vegetales.
We actually grow produce here in the area. This is a 1/4 of an acre community garden here in downtown LA. Frescura es de calidad, aquí nos enfocamos mucho en la calidad del producto, entonces un valor promedio de una bolsa serían unos $30 a $35.
No, de nada. Gracias.
Sí, nosotros tenemos un programa actualmente con la oficina del concejal Gil Cedillo y esto va a durar por un año hasta mayo del 2022. So, vamos a seguir haciendo estos pop-up events. Tenemos 2 en el Distrito 1. Cada semana lo hacemos en diferentes lugares para poder ayudar a las familias en todo el distrito.
We have literally fed tens of thousands of families throughout this period through ongoing efforts with the Central City Neighborhood Partners and with Cultiva and our other partners throughout this district. And so this is one of something we do every single week.
Members of Team Cedillo were in Eagle Rock recently for the activation of a newly installed pedestrian crosswalk. The crosswalk was installed to increase driver and pedestrian safety. Check it out.
This is a rectangular flashing beacon system. It's to give pedestrians a safer access route across the street.
We have 4 of these safety crosswalks with the lights that have gone in the last week. And this is something that's extremely important, making sure that our constituents and everybody else in Los Angeles are safe when they're walking. And it's also, it makes cars safer when you are able to slow them down a little bit. When you come up and you turn it on, as you...
Yellow lights are flashing.
lights come up so you can see them, and it's really, really effective at night, but it also works well during the day. There have been accidents on this stretch on Eagle Rock Boulevard. It's right next to some freeway off-ramps and on-ramps, so you get some people that aren't from the neighborhood in this neighborhood. It's very important that bicyclists and pedestrians are aware of their surroundings, as well as our vehicle drivers as well. That's really what this is about, is to bring awareness to everyone so that they're focused on the fact that it's a crosswalk.
Check out a study counting walking and biking in LA. Councilmember O'Farrell brings tiny homes to Echo Park, and City Attorney Mike Feuer secures an injunction against a vaping manufacturer. These stories up next on City Beat.
The Los Angeles Department of Transportation has released a report of its findings from the 2019 walk and bike count. The report uncovered trends in active city travel broken down by demographic. The report suggests a 14% increase in women biking, particularly on roads with lanes dedicated to cyclists. The report also explores how transportation investments can make streets feel safer and more comfortable for people of all ages and abilities. To read the full report, visit ladot.lacity.org/walk-bike-count. Councilmember Mitch O'Farrell recently toured a new tiny homes village for people experiencing homelessness in the 13th District. These tiny homes, what Councilmember O'Farrell is calling safe sleep cabins, are designed by formerly homeless individuals and will include access to showers and other services. With construction ahead of schedule, it is expected that as many as 74 people will be moved in and off the streets by mid-May. City Attorney Mike Feuer has announced that his office has secured a court ruling in his 2018 lawsuit against Candy Pens. Candy Pens Incorporated is a California-based company that manufactures tobacco products, including vaping devices and e-liquids. Feuer alleged that Candy Pens targeted young consumers with social media marketing and did not restrict access to its social media ads for persons under 21. A city attorney investigator was able to purchase tobacco products from the Candy Pens website while posing as a teen customer, in direct violation of California's STAKE Act. Candy Pens will be required to pay a $1.2 million penalty for past violations.
Since the beginning of the pandemic, Councilmember John Lee has been helping small businesses in District 12 with recovery loans. And he has a philosophy that businesses like Los Toros Mexican Restaurant are happy to comply with. Basically, instead of paying loans back, Councilmember Lee asked that they pay it forward to the community. Take a look.
Los Toros, an iconic restaurant in my district, it was part of our business relief program. So we got them a $25,000 grant. We asked them, instead of paying it back, to give that money, pay it forward back to the community. And so we reached out to our community, asked them to nominate someone who was deserving of a free dinner. They nominated, we picked these families, and tonight, here's the result.
It's a special day. Today, we're doing this dinner on us. It's a way of giving back to our community and having them just come back, have dinner, relax, and try to get, over this pandemic fatigue. I hope you guys have a wonderful time. Enjoy your margaritas.
Yes.
Be patient. I'm in the kitchen, so, it takes a little bit, but hey, enjoy, okay?
Yes, enjoy. Thank you, guys.
Small businesses are the backbone of Los Angeles, of any city. And so we knew immediately when COVID hit that supporting those small businesses was going to keep people employed and keep restaurants like this stabilized throughout the pandemic. So again, we did this with hundreds of other businesses throughout Los Angeles to make sure that people stayed employed. Restaurants and salons and all sorts of businesses survived throughout the pandemic.
I love it. I love it. This is great. This is the greatest thing that John could pull off, and we're very appreciative. And living in this community, we love it, and it's the greatest thing.
Y dar a la comunidad han organizado esta cena esta noche gratuitamente para personas que están en necesidad o personas que han hecho algo especial durante el tiempo de COVID para ayudar a la comunidad.
Throughout this whole year, we're going to be doing little projects like this. We're going to go like to the police department, to the fire department, feed some teachers. We already fed nurses. We fed some of the homeless. It's just a way to just try to, you know, make people try to forget about this pandemic and just feel normal again.
Team Harris Dawson of the 8th District invited Channel 35 to the future site of a new pocket park at Destination Crenshaw. The park is one of many attractions that will promote cultural awareness when visitors ride the new Metro Crenshaw line. Here's a peek.
So we're here at the intersection of Crenshaw Boulevard and Lemert Boulevard at the future site of Sankofa Park. And Sankofa Park will be one of a series of pocket parks that are part of Destination Crenshaw and will populate the Crenshaw Boulevard adjacent to the Metro Crenshaw line. What this project is designed to do is ensure that people who are riding on this new Metro line, who are visiting Los Angeles and arriving through LAX, have no option but to understand the cultural contributions that African Americans have made to this area. It's designed to preserve this community, and it's all been designed with the feedback and engagement of South LA residents. So we worked with residents, we conducted surveys, we found out what their concerns were regarding this Metro line, and really we designed this project with those concerns in mind to proactively prevent the cultural erasure that many people fear. Right before the pandemic in 2020, we capped off Black History Month with the celebration right here, where we broke ground right here on this site, the future site of Sankofa Park. We had thousands of residents in attendance, we had live performances, and really the goal was to capture exactly what the feel and the look of the project would be once complete. And as you drive down Crenshaw, you can even see current artwork that we had commissioned from artists right here in the community to just start to give folks the sense of what the project is going to look and feel like once it's complete. So there's been a lot of community engagement at every point, and we have a lot of community support as well. So this project is really designed to preserve, celebrate, and cultivate the rich creative community that exists here in the heart of South LA.
The Los Angeles Football Club recently showed their appreciation for essential workers. The organization honored 700 essential workers with an invitation to Banc of California Stadium in recognition of all that they've done in the past year.
Today we are allowing 1,000 of our fans and supporters back in the building. We're taking this opportunity to honor 700 essential workers from various walks of life, to give them a chance to have a great day at Banc of California Stadium as a small way for us to say thank you for all they've done for us over the past year.
I think it's amazing. I think it's a blessing to truly recognize those people who have put their lives on the line this entire year just for people's safety and for people's comfort. So I think for having this game and having this game specifically for them, it's important. It's a blessing.
It was a tough year last year, and for us to be able to come back and be able to enjoy the outside again is amazing.
We've gone to a completely touchless, cashless environment. Digital tickets, social distancing, and masks are going to be enforced. Hand sanitizing stations, back of house, front of house, you name it. Whatever the county or the state government has suggested as protocol, we're going to follow it to keep people safe.
Well, as long as everyone does their part, stays vaccinated, but at the same time, they still promote safe social distancing and keeping your mask on, I feel like we can slowly return back to normalcy and hopefully watch more games here at Bank Stadium.
It's really good. It feels great for 90 minutes. It feels like you're having a normal life again.
The folks over at Keck Medicine of USC want to remind Angelenos that April is Autism Awareness Month. Dr. Stephanie Thompson zoomed by Channel 35 to give us a crash course on understanding this neurodevelopmental disorder.
Autism is a neurodevelopment disorder with a strong genetic component. The disorder causes social, communication, and behavioral challenges. It is actually very common, with more than 3 million cases per year in the US alone, and that number only represents those who have been diagnosed. And there are treatments available, but to date there is no prevention or cure. I think it's very important to recognize that the condition doesn't just go away. In fact, the majority of these individuals may struggle in one or more areas of life, but can go on to lead what society would consider normal lives, and for some, even extraordinary ones. It is not uncommon to recognize the condition in very successful individuals with high-performing careers such as medicine and science. My recommendation to individuals or significant others that think that they may have the condition themselves, or that maybe their significant other does, is to reach out to a licensed professional for evaluation and do some research on your own to determine whether you think that this is a possibility for you. For people who need more information about autism, I suggest that they go to autismspeaks.org, and there they can be linked to different resources and professionals that are familiar with this condition.
As Californians, we are trained to be prepared for a variety of emergencies: wildfires, flooding, earthquakes. In part 2 of our series, the Governor's Office of Emergency Services wants to remind us of another natural disaster we don't think much about: tsunami preparedness.
One of the most important parts of Los Angeles is, in fact, on our shores. It's the Port of Los Angeles. How will that be affected if a tsunami comes our way, and what should we do? Well, I'm delighted to be joined now by Anna Burton, who is the Emergency Management Coordinator for the Port of Los Angeles. So nice to have you here. And the port is a huge part of our coast.
It absolutely is. The Port of Los Angeles, which is a dual agency complex port between Los Angeles and Long Beach, is really one of the primary economic hubs. It's actually the largest container port for the past 20 years. So we're very proud of what we do.
So you're very keenly aware of what a tsunami could do to the Port of Los Angeles. So where are you in terms of preparedness, and what is done down there that might be different from just the average resident or tourist?
So I think because the port, we have connections around the world with various other ports who are very aware of the impact of a tsunami, have experienced it, and we plan and we train together. So one of the key things is to make sure we know who all our partners are. And the port, because of its location, its operations, we have a number of agencies that we work with on a daily basis. We're very lucky to have our Coast Guard as one of our key partners. And we work very closely with our Long Beach partners on how to prepare for a tsunami. And it's not just a tsunami as we would look for you and I, it's really operational. What would a tsunami do to the port?
Yes.
So what we do is, of course, the first thing is plan. And it's never just the plan, it's the planning process. Who do you bring in? What do you talk about? What plans do you have? When have you updated them? Who's involved? And most importantly, like we've talked about, is how do you get the messaging out? The correct message at the right time with the right information will help all of those individual agencies make their own individual decisions, which impacts how we respond together.
What's the economic impact of something happening down at the port? I mean, I know there's a lot of, because we're talking tsunamis, and there's a lot of buzz about tsunamis in this particular point in time because it's, tsunami awareness time. But there's an enormous economic impact if anything happens down at the port.
That's a huge impact, and we have a huge team at our highest executive level, Gene Soroka. We proudly put out we are open and operational on a daily basis. And if we're not, that has significant impact. But again, it depends on the month, the time, the day, and if there's damage, how quickly can we recover and get the ships moving. And it's an entire, it's that wheel of you have the ship, you have rail, you have transit, you have the truck lines, the roadways, the bridges, the thoroughfares. Everything has to be working in a very coordinated way to make sure that we get the commerce in and out as safely as possible.
Thank you so much, Anna. This has been such a great opportunity to learn so many things that I had no clue about, so I really appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity.
All right.
In our feature story this week, we'll learn about the Salvadoran American Leadership and Educational Fund, an organization that works to promote the civic participation and representation of the Salvadoran and other Latino communities in the U.S. Channel 35's Maria Hall-Brown spoke with the executive director, Jocelyn Duarte.
Well, we've all seen the stories of the crisis at the border, but there is so much more to learn, which is why I'm delighted to be joined today by the Executive Director of the Salvadoran American Leadership and Educational Fund, Jocelyn Duarte. Nice to have you with us.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
All right, as we were talking before we actually started rolling camera, this really is personal to you.
I am the daughter of immigrant parents. My father immigrated here fleeing civil war, as well as my mother from Guatemala and El Salvador. And so I've intentionally made my work to be within my Central American community here in Los Angeles.
Well, as I mentioned in the introduction, there is really a remarkable story with a lot of pathos and a lot of heart and a lot of tragedy taking place right now, but there's a lot of misconception about asylum seekers and why they're coming. And what is the true story about why someone would actually leave their country?
A lot of violence that is existing in those countries that are pushing people to flee. A lot of gender-based violence, a lot of gang violence, environmental refugees, people that are fleeing these conditions that are, happening in their countries. We need to understand these root causes in order to be able to change our immigration system.
Are you optimistic?
I am. I think that I took a deep breath in January when we had a new administration, because I knew that it was, for some of our families, it really was a life or death situation, but also of the span of decades of separations of family. And so there's real new hope with the new Citizenship Act and ensuring that people that have been here, that have been making meaningful contributions to our country, that are law-abiding citizens, that are here and have been here, have the opportunity for the first time to be able to, have the ability maybe to even go back to their country and have a pathway to a residency, a pathway to citizenship. This is their home, and I think that is why I'm optimistic, because I know that the change that needs to happen is going to happen, not only because of Salif, but because of all the organizations and the people in this wonderful city, in this country, that know the change that needs to happen and are making the change happen.
I'm sure your parents are very proud of you.
Thank you.
All right, so if people want information, salef.org. Well, it was lovely to meet you. Thank you for all of this incredibly important information, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much for having me and giving me the space.
LA Public Librarians put on a live Dia celebration. Explore the Readaptations exhibit by Angels Gate Cultural Center, or reimagine public art with some of LA's finest local artists. All this and more up next on Things to Do.
Join the Los Angeles Public Library for a fun Dia celebration. Featuring many cultures and traditions, LAPL's children's librarians from all over the city will unite to present special activities. This program offers something for everyone, including a cooking demonstration, storytelling, puppet shows, songs, poetry, and craft activities. The Dia celebration is online at the Los Angeles Public Library's Facebook and YouTube pages. Angels Gate Cultural Center wants you to check out Readaptations. The exhibition includes works by Angels Gate studio artists with the theme of connection with each other, our daily routines, and inner self in a post-pandemic world. Readaptations also aims to demonstrate the resilience of artists to adapt, understand, and ultimately reinvent themselves when faced with challenges. The reopening of Angels Gate Cultural Center is still pending, but you can explore the virtual gallery. Just visit angelsgateart.org. Join Mayor Eric Garcetti as he drafts LA artists into service for the Reimagined Public Art program. The program asks artists to explore themes and techniques of the new hybrid space in public art between the physical and the virtual. Some exhibition showcases already created include House and Home, Bridging the Digital Divide, and Community Care. So be sure to check out Reimagine Public Art exhibitions brought to you by the LA Department of Cultural Affairs. For more information, please visit culturela.org/reimagine. And that's a look at some virtual things to do.
That's it for this edition. I'm Natalia Bilbao, and from all of us here at LA This Week, thank you so much for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org, and we're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next time for more LA This Week.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Budget and Finance Committee's consideration of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2021-2022. Today is April 28th. This is the second day of our hearing, and I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the committee. I'm joined, it appears, by all of my colleagues who are with us virtually as I'm here in the council chambers. So let's go ahead and call the roll, if we can, and establish a quorum.
Krikorian.
Here.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield present.
De Leon.
Here.
Rodriguez. Here. Price.
Here.
5 members present and a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Thank you very much. Members, we will shortly be hearing the report of the CAO, and we'll have an opportunity to ask questions of the CAO's office, and then we will proceed following the CAO to take up a number of city departments, including the Office of Finance, the City Attorney, the City Controller, City Ethics Commission, Personnel, Emergency Management, Convention and Tourism, and then hopefully concluding this afternoon with transportation. But before we begin with the CAO, I just did want to kind of give an overview of our budget memo process. Because as we go into review of departmental budgets, we will have the experts on spending from each of those departments here with us and available to ask whatever questions any member of this committee wishes to ask. Sometimes those questions may not be able to be answered fully in the committee hearing, in which case we can go ahead and ask for a budget memo to be prepared by the CAO with the consultation of the department, to get further information back, to get options back to the committee that we may vote on later in this hearing. I would ask as we move forward, because it has been, it's been an annual struggle that our committee has had to try to keep budget memos focused on the budget itself and not extraneous policy issues that may or may not have to do with a budget or may only be tangentially related. Those reports back that involve dollars and cents, we will consider budget impact memos, and those that don't have a direct impact on this coming year's budget, we refer to as special study memos. Special study memos will all be deferred for later consideration by this committee after the completion of our budget hearing, because it's just a matter of workload and time. We won't be able to consider those within this hearing process. When it comes to budget memos, I would ask that we attempt as best we can to get our questions answered right here and now, because the same experts who will be responding to those memos will be here in front of us, and we should do the best we can to get the answers we need right now in order to reduce the CAO's workload going forward over the next week or so as well. And when we do ask for budget memos, I would ask that part of that request in each budget memo is not only, you know, how much will it cost to do X, Y, or Z, or what are our options for doing A, B, or C, but it should also include a request for a funding source for whatever we want to ask about, because this is a zero-sum game. There's only so big of a pie, and if we want to do more in one area, we have to do less in another. There's no two ways about that. So we want our budget memos to be reflective of that. So each day our staff will be compiling a list of the memos that have been requested. And you'll have an opportunity to verify that the description of the budget memo accurately includes the request that you made, the information that you actually want. and we'll be approving those each day as we go forward. We'll look at the list, make sure that it's comprehensive and accurate, and we'll approve that so that the CAO's office and the departments can get to work on those with the certainty and clarity that they're in fact responding to what we want to have responded to. So I think that about covers the budget process. And with that, we'll be ready to begin today with a report from the CAO's office. And we have with us our CAO, Mr. Rich Llewellyn, as well as Mr. Ben Ceja. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members. I'm Rich Llewellyn, the CAO, and with me, as the chair mentioned, is Assistant CAO Ben Ceja, who is our numbers guru inside the office. Matt, if we could start the slideshow. I guess it's not Matt at this year. Next slide, please. So I'm going to be brief today because I know you want to hear from our departments. We're going to talk a little bit about where we've been, then the American Rescue Plan, and then the proposed budget. Starting with next slide, please, where we've been, and this committee knows all too well, this has been a long year. The budget, as you know, as your residents know, is prepared in the spring for starting in July. So this time last year, we were trying to put a budget together when the pandemic had just started, and quite frankly, we had no idea what the year would look like. We developed a conservative budget, but it assumed we would be reopening in 3 months. Well, we were wrong. We were early and we were wrong. As a result, this year we were close to $600 million short in trying to balance our checkbook, just like the residents' home do. And so we had to look at ways under the leadership of this committee, what could we cut? And we were ready to make truly drastic spending cut decisions, drastic use of our reserve funds, our rainy day funds for our residents, deficit borrowing just to keep the lights on, all the kinds of things people shouldn't do in their own house to just keep going. We would have survived, and I thank the chair in this committee for leading that effort, but it would have been a sort of ugly year. Next slide. We may have been saved this time by Washington listening to its residents. And I appreciate the administration putting forth the American Rescue Plan. That plan has many components, but the one most relevant to our kind of discussion today is a direct funding of state and certain local governments to help them sort of survive through the pandemic, both their revenue loss and their increased costs in responding to the pandemic. The City of Los Angeles will be receiving about $1.3 billion in estimated revenue in 2 equal payments, one this fiscal year and one next fiscal year. This year's payment will allow us to avoid that sort of parade of horribles I just mentioned, and will restore our reserve fund to a respectable place to let us move ahead. Next year, the one we will be receiving next year will be programmed in the budget that is before you today, and that has enabled the mayor to at least present to you a general fund budget that is about 10% above last year's adopted budget, which increases city services and initiates new programs while boosting our reserve fund to historic levels. Next slide. Just a reminder, we focus mostly in this room on the council-controlled departments, our general funds and our special funds, but the council also oversees the proprietary departments. Together, our budget is over $32 billion, but if you'll proceed to the next slide, we'll be focusing mainly on the general and special fund budget, the council-controlled departments, which next year is set at just over $11 billion. This is, as I mentioned, almost a 10% growth from this year, and this year's budget was conservative. But without the American Rescue Plan, we would be down, and we are well below what we were projecting next year to be. As your members know, we do put forth a 4-year outlook each year, where we predict where we're going to be in years 2, 3, and 4. We should be more than 200 million, about 230 million ahead of where we are today, based on our outlook, the last outlook we did before the pandemic. Next slide. This is just a brief summary of some of our major revenue highlights. Again, we are seeing a substantial revenue increase of almost 650 million. But if you look at it without the 677 from the American Rescue Plan, our revenues are going down. Our sales tax receipts are only 4% above fiscal year 19 after 2 years declines in revenue. We have been lucky that this recession has not hit property tax as hard as other categories, but as your committee knows, things like hotel tax, most of our hotels were literally closed for much of the year, and the prediction is that it is going to be some number of years before we fully build back our tourism industry. We do see next year as a significant growth year because we will hope we'll sort of burst out of the pandemic, but that does assume we burst out of the pandemic and it doesn't show its face again. This is our sort of economically sensitive revenues, the ones that go up and down. I think the most important thing about this chart is they do go up and down. We can't, certainly in the Great Recession, which is one of the dips, this time was one of the dips, we're not guaranteed they're going to proceed as we would like to see. We are projecting from this very low base we are at, good growth for the next 3 fiscal years. But even then, we will not be back to what we expected to be before the pandemic. And there is downside risk to these economically sensitive revenues. If unemployment doesn't spring back, the recovery has been better for upper income people. We need the entire community to share in it. And certainly, if the pandemic comes back, if we face new closures, we will not be able to achieve these levels. Next slide. Our principal revenue concerns are, where's the pandemic going? Is it going to be in the rearview mirror or not? We predicted last year a 3-month slowdown. We predicted wrong. Just as Los Angeles is potentially moving towards the yellow tier in California, we're reading of other states going up, of other countries going up, countries that had been in good shape going to back shape. So that's a very serious concern. The American Rescue Plan is really our budget rescue plan. And I'm very grateful to Washington for the funds. Our budget assumes great flexibility in the use of those funds. We do not yet have guidance from Washington on that. If Washington issues rules or regulations about those monies that are more restrictive, they will still come to us. They're still going to be able to be used for important needs, but they may not be as flexible as they are currently programmed in the budget, and we have to rethink how the budget looks. And finally, this enormous infusion of one-time money, the American Rescue Plan ends after the 2 checks, we are spending a lot of money, much of it on one time, but some of it on ongoing things. And as we'll get into later with our financial policies, once something's a one-time thing, often we want to do it again because it's doing important work for our communities. So we are concerned about this infusion of one-time money and managing expectations and our budget. The next slide, please. Thank you. The budget actually has various really significant sort of expenditure increases. First, our just general city services are being taken care of. As the mayor's office noted yesterday, most departments are up around 10%. So we were back from, quite frankly, the starvation place we were in, the necessary starvation place, which I again thank the chair for being willing to tell the truth on that. It expands our commitment to addressing homelessness. There's money to actually address COVID in our communities, support for residences, small business. The proposed budget increases our spending on infrastructure. Just like our residents at home, we can only put off fixing that roof so long. And if we put it off too long, we have to replace the roof instead of fix it. That's very important. And the last two, liabilities and reserve fund, that's our sort of, are we paying all our bills? And are we putting together a rainy day fund that'll take us forward if things go south? Extremely important. Next slide, please. Expenditures, concerns. Again, much of the spending is one time. Much of our revenues are one time. We try to match one-time revenues with one-time spending. We haven't totally succeeded in that in this proposed budget. And many of the things that really are one-time, the council and mayor may want to continue. So that puts pressure on all of us to figure out a way to continue those important one-time programs. And as your committee knows, we did a separation incentive program, essentially an employee buyout program, intentionally to reduce our workforce. It worked. We have reduced our workforce. While it did not make a significant amount of money for the city in its first couple of years, it will pay for years. But it does mean our departments have fewer people. And the work out there and the need out there is great. Next slide. Our residents are very concerned. We hear often about whether we spend too much on pensions. That's a bit of a philosophical debate, but your committee and the city has worked very hard to manage its pension obligations. Our employees contribute more than they used to, and their plans are, quite frankly, not quite as generous. We're pleased that this year, in light of our employees' contributions through their MOUs to deferring pay raises, our downsizing through SIP, our money's down a little bit, despite experienced studies saying that our costs would have gone up. It is a smaller percentage of our general budget, but it's still in the same range, under 20%, in the 17, 18, 19%. We have not increased our sort of obligations to our pension, which are both legal and moral obligations to our employees who gave their careers to our residents. Next slide. This is, your committee is well aware of our kind of report card. This is the same thing people do in their houses, or we all say we should do in our houses. Sometimes we get out of whack. Do we have a reserve fund? Is it big enough? That's where our first three items are about. And this year, I'm pleased that we are able to hit our general fund policy of 10% of our reserves. Are we spending enough on our physical plant? Are we taking care of the roof? Are we taking care of the sprinklers? We are this year over 2% above our targeted goal of 1.5%. One-time spending on one-time expenditures, we're a little off, and that produces pressure this year and pressure next year if we want to continue those important programs. Debt service, are we over? Do we have too much debt? Are we carrying too much credit card? And I'm pleased to report we're well under our debt limits. And finally, have we been able to achieve ongoing structural balance? The city charter and this committee and the mayor require that we balance every year, and we do. But looking ahead, does it look like we have a runway where we're going to stay balanced? Currently, years 2 and 3 are not quite in balance yet. Beyond that, we look like we're actually going into a surplus place. You know, one thing I do want to talk about, and I want to quote my longtime teacher, colleague, and friend Sharon So in her report to your council. Our reserve funds are proposed at a healthy rate. We think that is important and actually, quite frankly, sensible. One, as we've discussed, much of the budget this year is one-time spending, and some of it we're all going to want to do again. 2, we don't have the American Rescue Plan rules yet. We don't know if we're going to have to adjust mid-course because the rules are more restrictive than we fear. 3, we're banking on the pandemic. Last year we didn't do too well in that. And 4, assuming the pandemic doesn't come back, please God, is our economy going to go back as fast and as far as we want? So far, we're not certain if the pandemic kind of raced out of the sort of economic place will affect all of our residents equally. I think we need a level of reserves to be able to deal with just the leftovers from the pandemic, much less the paper today again said we're looking at the worst fire season, potentially a worst fire year, the other kinds of stuff our reserves do. Go ahead. So again, this is just our picture of our long-term outlook. We're going to be balanced this year. We're going to be balanced ahead. We don't look based on current spending and expenditures like we're balanced next year, but then we go in a better place the year after. Next slide. Capital investments again. We are pleased to see this is a chart that we've sort of stayed in the same place, around the 1 to 1.5%. Once we've added technology to the policy the first time this year with your committee's leadership. But it's really good to see that move up at the end. We need to be taking care of our fiscal plan. Next chart. Again, one-time revenues versus one-time spending. We're not quite in balance here, and this is an important one looking ahead about trying to predict what we're going to want to do the year after. Next chart. And debt limits. We're well below our debt limit, which is just an important sort of marker for us and gives us flexibility should we ever need to borrow, or should we want to borrow, to do the LA River, to do a new municipal building, to do the convention center, some of the big things that this committee has heard about in the past. We need sort of debt capacity to do that. And with that, Mr. Chair and members, that concludes our presentation. We're here for questions, and we'll be here the rest of the day.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Llewellyn, for that overview. I do have a few kind of big picture questions before I ask other members to drill down on some of the details of this. But you started off with a discussion of our unusual revenue situation this year. And for most of the time that I've been here, we've had an ability to rely with a fairly high level of confidence in our revenue projections because it's based on, a lot of algorithms that are, have a high degree of predictability. Last year, of course, was the most catastrophic situation when it came to revenues that the city has probably ever faced, and the city council made the decision that there was no realistic way to have an accurate revenue projection that we could base a budget on. And so we continue to work through the year to try to match spending with revenues as they developed. Things are much better now than they were a year ago, but as you touched upon, and I want you to talk a little bit more about this, the state of our economic recovery and where we are now, and the impact that uncertainty has on our economically sensitive revenue stream is still far from being resolved. So I'd like you to speak a little bit about, if you can, try to quantify a little bit the degree of accuracy of the revenue projections, what our sort of margin for error is on revenue projections this year compared to past years, because that relates directly to the need that we have to maintain a higher than normal reserve fund as well. So can you talk a little bit about what the risk factors are for revenues? You touched upon it, but I think it bears a deeper discussion because this is not like other years.
So Mr. Chair, I appreciate that. One of the things we've talked about throughout the years, we've talked about revenue, is we don't actually have models for post-pandemic revenue. The first is we don't actually know when the pandemic is done. Last year we were predicting that it would be, part of this is predicting when is the pandemic really going to be done, when are we partially reopened, when are we fully reopened. That is we listen to the public health experts, our revenue experts, and not our own staff, the Office of Finance, the controller, our consultants, the CLA, but we're listening to other people and we don't have a model. We can't look at past recessions and how quickly did property come back, because we don't have a past pandemic model from which to model. Second, we normally, again, our past modeling have been the normal ups and downs of the economy, and there are better predictors of how fast people will start traveling again, how fast people will start going to hotels again, how much, and there have been sort of estimates all over the map on are we going to start touristing tomorrow or not quite as much? Are people going to be more concerned or less concerned? So I think this is a year where the risk factors that were wrong are higher than usual for sure. And part of that, again, is because we don't have a good model from which to base them. Property has been relatively stable, but everything else has moved considerably. And certainly use tax, like hotel tax and parking tax, have cratered. And there are things where are people going to all be going back to large venues and using all our parking lots or not? Is there going to be any sort of slowdown in, are people going to use the convention center parking lots? The convention center is certainly marketing itself as an example, and they have a lot of parking lots, which are revenue producers for downtown events. When are people going to go back to conventions full-time? Are they going to go back face-to-face, or is it going to be mixed Zoom and non-full-time? So I think it's a highly charged year where it's going to be difficult to be 100% on the mark.
Yeah. More specifically, do the economic growth rate assumptions upon which this budget is based match closely to the economic growth rate assumptions, for example, in the state's budget, the county's budget, Metro's budget, LAUSD's budget, other budgets, governmental budgets that are also based on projecting economic growth?
Yes, and. We all have kind of different budget bases.
Sure.
And many of us, quite frankly, talk to each other and also talk to the same kind of consultants. So I do think they are good estimates in an uncertain field. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Ceja, did you want to add anything? It seemed like you wanted to jump in.
Sure. Just to add a little bit more color to the revenue discussion, some more specifics. I think where we see some risks are those revenues that are based on activities that take place in things like the downtown area for parking, things of that nature, concerts, tourism, obviously. If we were to suffer the same level of revenue loss in those specific areas of transient occupancy tax, parking tax, even like parking fines and sales tax, we'd be already looking at a minus $200 million revenue from the proposed budget. So, just to give you more perspective, it's the risk factor I think is between 2 to 3% of our budget going into next year, which is sizable considering that 2 to 3% is around $200 to $250 million going into next year.
And we saw historically this year that that much and more was in fact the margin of error. I didn't state that well, but we thought that we would be safe in saying, about 250 million worst case scenario, and it turned out to be multiples of that actually. So in this post-pandemic environment, a high level of uncertainty needs to continue to be our watchword, I think. All right. Thank you for going over the four-year outlook, and I'm heartened to see that we're hitting surpluses in years 3 and 4, but what sorts of factors are there that might cause those projections to diverge what are the assumptions that are not included within this budget, what major cost or revenue factors might come into play that might influence that out-year impact.
So, as your committee knows, and the footnotes make clear, but it's always an issue, the outlook is based on known cost increases for employee compensation. And so, as all of our employee contracts will be over within the next 2 years. So years 3 and 4 are currently at our employees at their current salary levels. We don't predict a 2% or a 3% or a 5%. We make it clear there's not an employee compensation adjustment. So that's the single biggest one. If there are cost of living, if there are special compensation adjustments in years 3 and 4, that will certainly be the single biggest sort of driver across the city. And it assumes the same services, that we're just doing the same amount of street cleaning, the same amount of contracting, not increasing service, that the costs may go up. Costs will go up by inflation, but not that we're doing more things. And it certainly includes no kind of new major projects. If there is a decision to do the LA River or to do something different on homelessness in years 2, 3, and 4, we obviously don't have that in there yet because we don't know what it is.
Okay. And that service level impact assumption is based on the post-SIP service levels after the reduction of personnel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that brings me to the SIP. In my view, the SIP was kind of an insurance policy that we needed to buy at a time when we didn't know whether there would be federal support for our lost revenues. We paid for that with services. The cost of the SIP was lost services that I think everybody is eager to regain now and replenish, which of course comes at a budgetary cost then. There seems to be a disconnect between what positions were retired from and what positions are being eliminated in the budget. And I'd like you to walk us through kind of that process of how managers are having to deal with the aftermath of SIP. Because it didn't impact all departments equally. It didn't impact all positions equally. So talk a little bit about how you assumed which positions to eliminate.
So you're correct, council member. As your body knows, the separation plan was based on people who were ready to retire wherever they were in the city. And some departments just had more than others who were eligible to take it and did take it. The average across the city was about 7%, but it ranged widely. And some departments, as you know, were exempt, such as sanitation and building and safety. The initial sort of budget instructions from the mayor to departments were, do not plan to get your SIP positions back. That was a budget decision. We didn't pick which department positions to leave. And part of the whole point of the separation plan was very little backfill, or else it wouldn't work as an economic, budgets. It was designed to be a budget saver, as you point out. The mayor then worked with the departments and essentially said, you can propose swapping positions. You still need to lose your 10 positions, your 20 positions, and you need to find the $200,000 or whatever number those positions cost. But if you want to get rid of an accountant instead of an analyst, you can propose that. So some of these budgets have the same number of SIP positions, but a slightly different list, which came from the departments, the general managers, saying, I need this position more than that position. I realize you're going to take a position from my department, but save this one, I'll give up that one. And then the mayor's office did a kind of another run, I would say, about which departments truly needed help. Even though a true SIP would be nobody gets help, it is what it is. But this department was sort of hit too hard. We're going to sort of take our step off the gas a little bit and let them have some of the positions back. And the SIP program did always assume some backfill. Not backfill in year 1, but even in year 2, we would start backfilling at the 10% level. So we did not assume that every single position would never be filled, because in the real world it wasn't going to happen. So I do believe it was sort of an iterative process between the general manager and the mayor's office about, here's your SIP list. They would propose an alternate. They would sort of negotiate and end up with sort of a modified SIP. And that's true in many departments around the city. I think our departments still, most of them took real hits. It was, quite frankly, designed to be a cost saver, but it wasn't the exact same list, and that was at the department's request.
Very good. Thank you. Members, questions for the CAO? Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn and Mr. Seha. We appreciate the presentation. With respect to the deletion of positions, and thank you for that explanation, but I understand that there were a number of grant-funded positions that departments had available to them that also were associated with revenue generation. How was it determined among those positions to be deleted? And in relation to that question, you know, oftentimes the city does secure resources from the state or federal level for capital projects. What does that number look like with respect to the potential of losing some of those dollars if we don't have the staffing to execute and deliver on those capital projects?
Great question, and sort of it's a little bit science, a little bit art. Again, the initial thing was we've decided to downsize. The agreement to let the employee downsize, and department, you figure it out. With a smaller workforce. If you have to move people around to do revenue generating things, if you have to move people around to make sure you draw on all the grant money. But then departments came forth to the mayor's office and said, I can't afford to lose that person, you know, that revenue generating person, that grant generating person, and I don't have someone else I can move into that. You just need to help me. And so it was, honestly, it was sort of a negotiation throughout the budget process. I don't want to, the mayor's office certainly took that into account, but they also pushed back and encouraged departments to try to solve it within their non-revenue generating, non-grant funded department, you know, move positions around to still maximize revenue, knowing that in the end there would be a workload issue. I mean, at some point we were sending somebody out the door and some work would not get done. So I don't think anybody is trying to sugarcoat that. But you may hear today from departments that, and I would expect you will, that while they appreciate the list they got was sort of better than the initial list, they still need certain things back. And I think the answer to that is yes and. I mean, some of it we're asking them to try to manage with quite frankly, fewer resources.
Just to be clear then, so are you suggesting that the departments have the option of deleting that grant-funded position, basically, versus a general fund position, and that was their option?
Well, the initial list was just what it was. You know, their 20 employees took SIP, and 3 were in grant units, and 2 were in general fund units. And certainly the mayor's office asked the departments to maximize their revenue and to try to fill all sort of revenue generating positions at the expense, quite frankly, of discretionary general fund work. Yes.
Okay. And then and then with respect to, I mean, do we have a sense, I know you guys generally see a lot of the grant funds that come for a variety of projects, both from the state and federal level, what might be under duress of losing if we're unable to deliver based on whatever eminent timelines. In fact, I know many of us have been contacted by our federal representatives for some capital projects where we're trying to plug in some gap funds where resources have been short over the course of the years, so that we can actually complete that. But potentially with some of where the staffing levels stand, if we fail to execute by a certain timeline, are we under duress of losing dollars from the state or federal government because of a lack of staffing in certain critical areas? We have like roughly a number based on some of those timelines when, if we fail to deliver by a certain date, we lose that money.
Councilmember, I think that's a really good question, and it's truly department by department. Part of their letters to you are, we can't live with this particular cut. We can't make up around it. And as we go through department by department, if you have questions about those, our analysts have tried to look at that with the department. I know I don't really have an answer for you, but certainly the mayor's office, in putting together the budget, tried to consider that, and obviously kept the revenue as assuming the departments could move it around and keep the revenue, which is hard. I mean, it's hard when you lose, 8% of your workforce in 1 year.
Right. And my only final question, and I know we're still waiting on details for ARP, but just with respect to, and I was asking this of the mayor's office, and I knew it was probably maybe more appropriate for you to answer, some of the restaurant relief dollars and some of the small business funds, do we know if there's any alignment to what we've allocated in the budget or in terms of what the proposals are for relief that will then supplement or perhaps be duplicative of what relief is going to be made available through either the restaurant relief or anything? I mean, I know we still don't have details for ARP, but I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with the restaurant relief that was also associated.
So, Councilmember, we expect to, ultimately we have to compete for it. We're not guaranteed in our community any of the kind of small business assistance. It doesn't flow through the city. It'll go straight from the SBA to the business community. I think the city will be advertising its availability, but we won't be the grantor, is what we assume. And we don't know which of our businesses are going to apply for it or who's going to get it. So I think there will be, ultimately at the end of the year, we're going to say we got some business assistance money in your communities, but we don't know how much. Same with, we expect to get some transportation money. Some will go to the airport, some will go to the port, but some will go to DOT, but the rules aren't out there. We don't know how much. It's going to be partially a competition. So we were talking today about, in response to your question, Councilmember, can we tell you we think you're safe moving money around and making it free general fund because it can be backed up by federal grants? We don't feel we can tell you that yet. It may, and if the money, for example, if the transportation money is restrictive, it may be even hard to pull out general fund and replace it. You may be able to do one more project, but you can't move it around because it's so restrictive, the new money that comes in. So I think the mayor's sort of small business program seems in alignment, but I don't think you can say for sure if you could afford to move it around or realign it a little differently to make sure it's 100% in alignment. We just don't have that level of information yet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. We'll go next to Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. And I really appreciate the point you made, Ms. Rodriguez, on trying to position ourselves for additional federal money and state money, because there's going to be a lot out there and we need to be strategic. And it can mean a lot more to our constituents positioning for that than our direct access program. And Mr. Rowland, I appreciate all the work that you do, and you've really helped hold us together during this difficult time. Although I am trying to understand as we're eliminating with 1,200 plus positions. And I know we have an austerity budget, but I just emphasize our city work hasn't gone away. We still have the same number of streets, the same sidewalks to maintain. We're planting a lot more trees, same parks, libraries, and now people are starting to go back to the parks. And we have residents who rely on all these things. Even before the pandemic, we were underfunded in these things and understaffed. And even though none of the work has gone away, we're asking the departments to continue to do all that with substantially fewer people. And it's not realistic in many ways, for me at least. Once a position has been eliminated, it takes a long time to restore that position. And that adds a lot of time and effort to already a cumbersome hiring process. So as we were talking about, we want to be prepared if the state shares a surplus with us, if we get federal funding streams, we're going to need to be able to pivot quickly to take advantage of that. And so I'm not sure that we should just completely eliminate some of these positions and have to go through that whole process, or whether or not we should be leaving some of these positions open, but maybe not funded. Any thoughts on that general idea?
So, yes, Councilmember, a few things. First, the whole point of the separation program was to downsize. And we actually paid people to leave. So I encourage you to think hard before we sort of put that aside. And the second thing is, while sort of hiring and filling positions will always take some time and effort, sort of adding positions, it isn't honestly that hard to do. Your council just does it. If there's a new grant program to do whatever, in the initial transmittal that says, we got $50 million we didn't expect, and Street Services wants 6 of these, and BOE wants 3 of these, you can add them. Most of the positions you'd be adding exist in the city. They're civil service classes. Occasionally there's going to be a one-off, but most of them are things we have. Whether we have current lists or not, that's partially sort of personnel, what the hiring plan is. I agree with that. And we, as a general matter, we also, again, not to just be sort of the naysayer, in the current outlook, next year's upside down. We are getting a lot of one-time money this year, and positions are ongoing. That would make our one-time versus ongoing even more out of whack if we are trying to grow towards this one-time money. So I just urge caution in that regard.
Yeah, no, and I hear the caution, especially, we need to be within our means. We can't grow indiscriminately or spend beyond our means. I'm a big believer in responsible budgeting. But the SIP, the purpose was to avoid furloughs. It wasn't to downsize permanently. It was a negotiated deal, not a long-term goal to cut the workforce. So, and frankly, as the chair said, it was an insurance policy. I mean, if we knew now, looking back in retrospect, if I could have known that we were going to get this federal money, I would have been against the SIP, because it's costing us a heck of a lot of money. We were paying people to retire, and now we have the money. We've lost their know-how, and we've lost their position, and it was a rational decision at the time. I'm not questioning that, but in retrospect, it was, it's causing us a lot of problems. I mean, just how many people were expected to retire if this had been a regular year, and then how many people actually retired?
As we've discussed in this room before, we always insisted that the math of SIP reflect regular retirements. From the SIP group, it was going to be around 350. So we ended up getting 350 each year of the 2 years we're paying for SIP. So we got more than twice as many retirements. We didn't get a slew, which we all wondered why. Maybe just the economic uncertainty, honestly, affected the people who were looking at taking a SIP. But so we did get more than our regular retirements. but we would have had some retirements anyway. And I do agree with you, Councilmember, for sure. If we didn't have this year's budget woes, we would approach this year differently. We wouldn't have canceled our MICLA projects. There's a lot of things we would have done differently, but I think you made the right decision at the time. And certainly with the separation plan, part of it was to downsize. That it didn't make a lot of money in the first 2 years. What it made money was on the back end. And we reported that to you, and and I don't think anybody wanted to downsize because the work we do is important, but that in the light of the economic indicators that we were going to have to downsize. And not to be doom and gloom, because we're in so much better shape, but again, next year is still 200 to 230 below what we expected to be in our outlook 2 years ago. And as the chair started, the revenues were uncertain. We have a lot of one-time spending this year, that some of which, if it hits, if it works, if you see, response in your community, you want to try to figure out how to spend, we're not out of the fiscal sort of tough times yet, sir.
When was the last SIP participant retired, or when did the last SIP participant retire?
There's a small group going in May. So the last handful are in May.
Ooh, so in May, that means we're going to pay $80,000 to save a month and a half worth of salary?
Sir, we're paying $80,000 plus, up to $80,000 per person, to save, to make little money in years 1 and 2 and considerable funds in years 3 and on, unless they're all added back.
Okay, I won't belabor it. I mean, it is what it is. Wanted to ask about another issue, the COVID emergency response. The GCP includes $75 million in one-time funding for the city's COVID-19 response to provide departments additional resources, which is good, but it's administered by the mayor and the CAO. And I understand that at the start of the pandemic, when we had everything was an emergency, that made sense. But it seems that our decisions can be a little more strategic now, like how do we focus on testing versus vaccination? Where do we establish sites? What are the priorities for installing barriers in buildings? So what's the rationale now for not including the council in deciding in a public forum how the bulk of these monies should be spent? Or more clearly, should the council have a role in these decisions?
So, Councilmember, I appreciate that. Our office, at council's direction, reports every 2 weeks on the sort of the COVID account, where it stands, how much was spent, what it was spent on. That's reported to the your coronavirus committee. I think that in general, there hasn't been a lot of disagreement on the kinds of things the money is being spent on: cleaning supplies, PPE, test kits.
I got it. There's nothing in particular that I'm concerned about. It's more process. So I guess let me just shortcut that. I'd like to ask for a report back on a proposal on how, instead of just doing the after the fact reports that we've been getting, how to include council in a proactive role with this.
Yes, sir.
And there's probably a way that we could agree on that wouldn't be burdensome, but that would include the council a little bit more. So I'll just put that out as a report back. And then a quick question on Mr. Krikorian started talking about this, about the revenues. On your presentation, you have the revenues going from negative 2.3% in 21, and then it just shoots up to 8.8% positive, and then it goes down, years after that, 6%, 5%, 4%. And it doesn't really make sense to me. That's supposed to be the 7 general fund tax receipts. Why is there that boomerang effect? Is that including is that the federal money in there, or is that just all these other revenues?
So I think, sir, the general economic assumption is some of our revenues have been relatively stable, property tax in particular, and is likely to grow at its regular growth of 5 to 6%. Others have been severely depressed and are going to have a couple of, particularly our hotel tax, our parking use tax, which is, again, as Mr. Saya said, based on people getting out there and going to events and parking, that there's going to be sort of a leap in those, at which point they'll sort of flatten off back to historic. So that I think it's rushing out of the box from our depressed place, and then kind of by year 3 and 4 falling back to historic levels.
See, that's what I mean. Intuitively, to me, it wouldn't. In that next year, it's gonna go up. But then, as we get further and further away from COVID, it should increase until it levels out. I don't understand why it makes that radical 10% jump from -2 to 8, and then starts going down. When you would think, we're not going to get everything instantly back. They're going to be gradually increasing capacity at hotels and gradually increase capacity at stadiums and things like that, so that this next year would not be as big as the following year. I would have assumed that the year after this would have been much bigger than this year.
Well, so we are predicting they're going to go up in year 2. Next year, if next year is year 1, the big growth in our revenue is the almost $700 million from the feds. So you take that out, and our
is that in that graph? That was my question. That would make more sense, but I didn't. The economically sensitive revenues graph that you had, does that include, because it doesn't say the federal money? Sir. If it does, then this makes a lot more sense to me.
But remember, our hotel and parking lot tax went largely to 0, which is why there's such a boost on a one-time basis, just reopening.
All right.
And and the one thing, cannabis has done quite well during the pandemic, but that's just an aside.
Yeah, no, and you'd expect it to do better in 23 than in 22, and it's doing worse. You'd expect COT to be doing better in 23 than in 22, but according to this site, it's doing worse. It's like there's all this pent up demand, and we expect it all to just happen really quickly in that first year and then start to taper off. Intuitively, that doesn't make sense to me, but I don't have to understand it.
I guess to remember, this is percentage, not dollars. So it makes sense to me, that when hotels reopen after being closed, there's going to be a big boom. And then it's still going up in year 2. 6.5 is good growth for year 2, but it won't be the blowing out of the park.
I got you. Okay, that's what it is. I was thinking it more in terms of dollars than percentages, and as a percentage, that makes much more sense. Thank you for clearing that up. Now I get caught on the little things sometimes, but that actually makes a lot more sense. So, thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Mr. De Leon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Rich, welcome back.
Always a pleasure.
Once again, it's great to have you here with us. This is an opportunity, perhaps, where you could educate certainly me and perhaps others in sort of the process of your economic forecasting. And what I mean specifically is, clearly, as you have articulated so accurately, who would have ever expected a global pandemic of the one that we experienced? We've had economic recessions, we've had regional recessions, we had the downfall of our real estate market with regards to credit default swaps and how that impacted California in particular. Back in the 90s, we've had regional economic recessions with regards to the downsizing of our aerospace industry, and so many working class folks in particular, throughout Southern California, but especially in San Fernando Valley, who lost their homes. Their homes were foreclosed, and we had huge depressions, or I should say recessions. So because we never expected and couldn't even fathom a global pandemic, unlike an earthquake or wildfires, something that just didn't engulf the nation or our own hemisphere, but the entire planet. When it comes to, we're sort of kind of in uncharted territories. So could you sort of kind of walk us through your methodology with regards to economic forecasting? And I say this because we're really in uncharted territory. What do? Do you use statistical models, regression, analysts, because this is an imperfect science. What do? Do you just pick up the phone and you just call a bunch of economists, I should say? What do you rely on in terms of the methodology to make the type of economic forecasting? And I don't mean this in a personal way, but the budget committee and the council as a whole, if you say this is the economic forecast that we project, that we predict, for fiscal year 21-22, we kind of collectively take what you say as if it's, the truth, not to say that it would be what you're saying is inaccurate, but walk us through what is your actual methodology?
Sure.
Coming to the
Thank you,
conclusions
sir.
when you come to us.
I have to admit, I am not the expert, but I can sort of explain it from my level of expertise. So you're lucky in that you have, in developing kind of the revenue profile, the Controller's Office, by charter, does it first and puts out a formal report as of March 1. The Office of Finance, which is very involved in tax collection, has its own sort of staff and consultants, and our office working with the CLA, working with the mayor's office, the council. So it's a team, and we are supported by, everybody reads Anderson, everybody reads consultants, Beacon, sort of all the consultants that report on California and Southern California in particular. And we also talk to our government partners. We get some of our sales tax, like Measure M, directly from Metro deciding what they think the sales tax is going to be. That's a countywide, but it reflects sort of relative to the city, obviously on things like sales tax, because we get a share of it. We talk to the county about what they're seeing in property tax. They have the earliest indicators of things like one of the issues we worried about this year was would we have a bigger default than usual? The assessment was looking the same, but people weren't paying their bills. We worried about that with business tax, where people just not gonna be able to pay their bills this year. So different people who are actually the collectors of that revenue have the first indicator of that. And we do have, quite frankly, fancy consultants who study sales tax, who study business tax, and help all of the city agencies try to figure out sort of reasonable progression. And that's our general process every year. This year, the principal thing was, where's the pandemic going to be? Which in all of these people, the Beacons, the Andersons, they did, in fact, consult public health people as part of their report, estimating where they thought it would be. We actually read a lot more public health things than we ever did before, as do, I think, the people in California and the county and everywhere else, because so much of our revenue is directly tied, as Ben said, several % just directly tied, not indirectly, to economic. Are we open? Are people going out? So it was the sort of standard talking to our peers within the city, external to the city, consultants, looking at January receipts versus February receipts. But then it's against this overlay of trying to predict the pandemic. We do, I feel, and I think our consultants do as well, our staff does, the controller and the Office of Finance, we know more about the pandemic now than we did a year ago, when we were just in the beginning of it, and we thought it would be short, and we were wrong. It appears that the United States and our region are going in a direction that looks fairly consistent, but again, it's a big sort of flashpoint. But it's been sort of that combination of experts and, quite frankly, public health experts predicting what the status of the economy would be.
No, thank you. Rich, so what I heard is, obviously, you speak with the controller's office. I'm writing down the notes here. the finance department, the CLA's office, LA County, outside groups like Anderson School of Business Report, Jerry Nicholsburg, Beacon Economics. You speak with your counterparts in other municipalities, and out of fairness, I think there was almost every subnational government and almost every national government got it wrong. Ultimately, at the end of the day, with regards to predicting the outcomes of this public health disaster, without question. And then you speak with public health directors. Is this formal the way you do it, or is this you guys all come together, or is it just literally picking up the phone and say, hey, what are your thoughts? And then crunching this together, and how we predict behaviors, because obviously that kind of gives us an idea. I could detect a tone of frustration from Councilmember Blumenfeld. What we can spend, what we can't spend, what decisions do we need to make without getting caught in something perhaps that will put us in a position where we're making more cuts and less investments. We're de-investing in programs that obviously there's a lot of one-time dollars. I think there's going to be a huge expectation with these one-time dollars to continue those one-time dollars beyond that, with no stream of revenues that will be coming in, because these are one-time dollars. So going back, is these formal discussions you have, or sort of informal in how you go about doing this?
I would say some of both. First, I sort of, because you haven't been here as long, Councilmember, we do produce the Green Book, as we call it, as part of those fat budget books, which does try to detail down to the quite specific sort of why the transit occupancy tax line is where it is, our best belief about why we put it where it was. So we and the mayor and your council, ultimately, when you adopt a budget, can be held accountable that you did a good job. The controller's the first formal report is by charter. So that is sort of going to be guaranteed, and it happens at the beginning of March. Our ongoing relationship, we meet sort of, I don't know if you call it formally or informally, but we meet regularly from February till the budget with the controller's experts and the Office of Finance experts. The controller has an overview, but they don't have sort of specific accounts they know better than we do. We know the license permits and fees, the internal city billing. When planning has a fee and they pay a general fund cost for pensions, we have the best information on that from our systems. Finance has the best information on what's happening with business tax. We have some access to the same tax records, but they have the best information. They have the best way to evaluate how soft is the tax number or not. So we do, I don't know if you call that formal, informal, but we do sort of talk basically constantly for the 2 months up until the budget being released. We would start even earlier, but it's honestly, quite frankly, too early, because the way business tax flows, it doesn't come in until the beginning of the year. The big tax payment doesn't happen until your December taxes, which we get at the end of December, so you start getting a sense of people not paying. So it's not like we don't follow it in the fall, but the information kind of loads into the early spring. And so we talk to all of these people constantly. And then, quite frankly, the mayor's budget makes a call, and we try to be sort of as transparent as we can in the Green Book about how we sort of came up with that call.
No, thank you, Rich. This is. Did you want to add something else?
Yeah, I was just going to add that the data does come from multiple sources. Property tax, which is our largest source of revenue, it is a phone call to the county. It's a phone call to see, what are they looking at on assessed values, what changes are they looking at. So that typically that is a phone call because of our relationships we have with the county. But in other cases, it is more we do have a formal setting with some of the consultants with regard to what they're looking at. When Anderson comes out with their report, they do a forecast that is attended by not just us, but the controller, Office of Finance, other regional players. We will contract directly with economists to just get a more direct flavor of what they're seeing for the LA area. And we have done so in the past with Beacon. We do so with Muni Services because they are the experts on sales tax in the state, and others like that. So it is a mix of formal conversations and picking up the phone and talking to people that we know that have access and control that data, frankly. And then a big portion of the budget, as Rich was saying, is internal to the city. It's based on revenues that are received by specific departments, and that revenue is, and what they're projecting to receive next year is largely based on what they're going to be getting in positions for the following year, or what they're going to be getting for programming in the following year. So that's why our office is in a better position sometimes, because we're working directly with the mayor's office on what they're planning to put in the budget for, let's say, a planning department or a building and safety department. So we can figure out what revenues are going to be looking for, like for those departments. And the beauty of this process for you as a council member is now you have another month's worth of data that you can look at as you consider changes to the budget.
Thank you so much, both Rich and Ben. And Mr. Chair, just one last question separate from that. For Rich, this may touch upon a question that Councilmember Monica Rodriguez just emphasized perhaps a few moments ago. For existing vacant positions that departments are currently approved to fill, what flexibility do departments have to swap the positions for classifications that are more appropriate, or they have a higher need for due to the SIP vacancies? So what I'm asking for, again, positions that are being approved to be filled, the flexibility and that they have to deal with some current needs, like for example, the issue of homelessness.
So your budget will include not only giving the department $2 million as a budget, but it also includes a whole staffing pattern. So if a department has 10 clerks and they wish they had 10 analysts instead, or 8 analysts because clerks are less expensive, if their budget doesn't include that, they have to come back to council to ask for those positions. But so the budget includes both dollars and a staff pattern per department. So within there, I don't know if that's the answer. I mean,
so if I understand correctly, and if I'm incorrect, please correct me. If a department is going to be budgeted to backfill any SIP positions, for any flexibility, to your point, that they have 10 clerks, and what we want is we need 7 economic analysis, for example. For that change, for that flexibility, it can be done unilaterally within the department itself, or with the general manager making that call. They would have to come to the legislative branch, that'd be us around a horseshoe, to authorize and approve any type of modification. The flexibility is what I'm getting to.
So there are ways under the civil service and under your sort of personnel rules where you can get approval for a position that is not currently in your department, but you have to go through a process. If you don't have a analyst position at all and you wish you did, there are ways to do it, but you have to go through a process. You can't automatically just change a clerk for an analyst. Even within your budget, even if you're within your budget.
Because the budget needs to be, have the specific appropriations that are going to departments, they need to be tied to a specific position, classification, even pay grades in some cases. But I think what Rich is getting to is if a department gets approved for 2 management analysts and they're unfilled, and then they want to fill them with other positions, there is a process for them to do so during the course of the year. They could fill them in lieu with the different classification, and hold that one position vacant and just fill it with something else. They could hold positions vacant and ask for substitute authorities. So there is flexibility in existing processes that the city has for departments to manage positions and get the people and the classifications that they need for projects. and things of that nature.
Okay, thank you, Ben. So, and that's what I'm getting at. I'm getting at in terms of the flexible options that we have given the magnitude of the crisis that we're dealing with on a whole variety of issues, but especially when it comes to the issue of homelessness. Well, we need to have that flexibility. We have certain departments are going to start engaging sort of a cross unit department level on the issue of housing across the board, instead of getting sort of mired in the inflexible bureaucracy, that takes months to sort of pivot, if you will. If we have that quick pivoting that allows us to move quickly and be more responsive, obviously to our constituents, to the voters, to Angelenos, obviously to our homeless community. That was the point I wanted to make. I think you helped me out to some degree. Rich and Ben, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. De Leon. And next we'll go to Mr. Price.
Well, I would just want to, first of all, thank the CEO for the report. I think it was exhaustive, and you all did a great job, of course, in fashioning this budget and making it work. And so we do appreciate that. I tend to agree with my colleagues. I wish we could not eliminate these positions, but keep them open, maybe unfunded, keep them open so we could ramp up quickly. I'm confident that's going to be a requirement. And if these positions get caught in our usual quagmire, bringing somebody on, I think it's just going to make us that much less effective. But I've got just a question, a little of minutia that revolves around the source of funds as set out in the recapitulation of changes. And under the low and moderate income housing fund, it looks like it's penciled out. And I'm just kind of curious where that went or why. I'm looking at page 69 specifically of the recapitulation.
Councilmember, can we get back to you on that one?
Okay.
Can you repeat
Soon I hope.
Page 69.
Of which book? Page 69 of which book?
We have multiple books here, sir.
The big one, the big thick one. The recapitulation of changes. Yeah, under your section. Source of funds.
Councilmember, we'll try to get back to you in this meeting, later in the meeting.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Price, anything else for the CAO? Okay, any other members have anything else for the CAO before we move on to finance? All right.
Thank you,
Mr. Llewellyn,
Councilmember.
Mr. Seha, thank you very much. Appreciate your being here. And next up is the Office of Finance. And I'd like to welcome to the room our city treasurer and the director of finance, Diana Mangioglu. Welcome. And you can go ahead and give a brief overview of your thoughts about what's in the mayor's proposed budget, and then we'll just go straight into questions.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, council member.
Welcome.
Well, and thank you for giving finance the opportunity to comment on the proposed budget. With me today also, I just wanted to mention that I'm joined by my colleagues, including my assistant general managers, Carl Sampson, Nicole Burnson, the city's chief investment officer, Tom Flores, and also our revenue manager, Andrew Kaplan, who's our point of contact for budget. I want to thank the mayor's budget team and the CAO's office for all their work in putting together this year's budget. Overall, we're pleased that mayor's budget team worked with our department and considered our proposal and feedback. We have no requests for changes to our budget, and we have no requests for additional funding. Overall, our budget has seen a 17% increase, and that's mainly because there's no assumed furloughs and no assumed hiring freeze reductions, which is what was mainly impacting our budget this fiscal year. And as with all departments, our budget does include reductions, including SIP positions and straight salary reductions as well. With regards to SIP, we are one of those departments that leveraged the opportunity to work with the mayor's office and provided an alternative proposal, proposed list of SIP positions. We had 30 employees that signed up for SIP, and our alternate list basically included a mixture of SIP and non-SIP but vacant positions, and then made up with also an additional salary reduction. And our strategy in developing the list was really just focusing and protecting those positions that are unique and one-offs to finance, those positions that are revenue generating, those management positions that are critical to executing our operations. And we also considered the number of vacancies we had available in those classifications where we had a lot of positions. And although no one ever likes to have a budget reduction, we're okay with our proposed SIP reductions. We'll make it work. And we can manage. Also, we're aware of how difficult this budget year has been and the level of uncertainty. And at the same time, we were pleased to see that we had $1 million appropriation added to our budget, specifically to address our LA tax system. And most of you committee members are aware that our LA tax system is a system that tracks the taxes collected from business tax to transit occupancy to parking, PUT, and pretty much tracks over $2 billion in general fund revenue. It's a sophisticated legacy system. It's more than 20 years old. It's been modified over the years to meet our very specific tax code, tax and collection schedule, and is a system that's utilized by the majority of our staff. And over the years, we've been adding and expanding to the system, but with these modifications, we really haven't invested equally on the support side. And we've really had the same level of staff for at least a decade now, and even less now because of SIP. And although we've been able to manage these years successfully, the reality is that when the pandemic hit, we had a sudden attrition in staff that resulted in a loss of valuable institutional knowledge, and then coupled with the hiring freeze, it all of a sudden highlighted our weaknesses as an organization. And so the $1 million, although it's a drop in the bucket, really, for what we need to do in terms of investing into our system, it's going to help us immediately address some of our urgent needs. And we've highlighted all of that in our letter. And so, my goal today was just to highlight those items for you. I will definitely be taking advantage of future budget opportunities to continue having this discussion. And my only ask is that you really help us keep this funding. So just to wrap it up, we can manage with our budget. It's not to say that SIP is not going to impact us, it will, but we will manage. We are looking forward to making some key hires with the flexibility that we hope to have with hiring. With the hiring freeze being lifted, and we just ask that you keep our budget intact. And that's it. We're available to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you very much. We'll start with Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you so much, Diana. We know how difficult it's been through not just SIP, but also just through the course of the pandemic with staffing levels. I know many of your staff were part of our disaster service worker, that they were activated through that effort. So we recognize the impacts that it's had to your department, but thank you all for your work during that time. With respect to LA Tax and the monies, and you indicated, thank you, how old the system is, its need to migrate to a 21st century version, cloud-based. Have you already investigated what the cost would be long-term? Because this initial investment, many of the systems that we are migrating off of old platforms, they have an annual year-over-year cost associated with that for full implementation. Have you investigated what parallel systems would be, given some of the other work that the city has been engaged in with transitioning off of antiquated systems, just as we have with the payroll system and others? Have you already done that groundwork to determine what the costs are going to be and what length of time is going to be required for unveiling a new program?
So, at some point in time, we do need to make a significant investment in terms of what that amount would look like. And I apologize, I'm at City Hall. But in terms of what that amount would look like, and just doing some research on some off-the-shelf systems, we would imagine that it would be double-digit in the millions. It could cost anywhere from 15 to 20 million just for an initial investment. But also, our system and the way our system has been developed over time is so unique to our needs that we also need to kind of ask ourselves that if we were to transition to a new system, what are some of the things that it would and would not be able to do that LA Tax can do today? And so do we continue investing in LA Tax in a different way, or do we completely shift over to a new system? And that's the kind of discussion that we will be having internally in the next couple of years as I really start to focus on this issue.
Okay, thanks. So you said 15 to 20 million you anticipate in its initial development, or the overall cost?
This is just if at any point in time we were to transition to a whole new system.
Right. Okay. Total cost.
Yeah. But
okay.
Of course,
right.
Along the way, there's going to be costs associated with supporting the system and possibly modifying the system, and that would vary year to year. Today, we spend at least $500,000 just towards, or a little over $400,000 just towards contractual services, and then we have a systems team that works with our contractor to support the system as well. If you take the system's salaries into account, plus what we have in contractual services, just the support base of it is about 1.5, I'm estimating here about 1.5 million roughly.
So is ITA, will ITA be assisting you in identifying a provider to transition to, or a system to transition to?
We will definitely consult with ITA as we delve into this and do more research. So we do anticipate engaging them as part of this discussion.
And are there any other legacy systems that are being operated by the Office of Finance outside of LA Tax?
We do have other systems that we have had a lot of discussion on internally about transitioning out of, including our CashWiz system, which is the system that interfaces between LA Tax and our general banking service provider. So we do have these other systems that we do need to also make a plan for and invest in. Today, I've just highlighted and have been talking about LA Tax really because it's kind of the giant in the room, and it's the one that makes me most nervous. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Next, we'll go to Mr. Blumenfield.
Great. First, just a follow-up. Did I hear that right? You said it, to buy the LA Tax equivalent off the shelf, a new one would be $15 to $20 million. Is that what you said?
Yeah, council member, yes. It's a rough estimate, but given it's an investment, it's a significant investment. It's similar to like our PACER system and transitioning to HRP. So it's and it's also been part of the reason why we've been managing with the system that we have as well, because it's a pretty significant one. I'm not here today asking for asking for us to move in that direction. We still internally have a lot of research to do and work to do before we decide and make a recommendation. But just in general, as we've kind of inquired and have been working with our contractor and have been working with and have been consulting outside of the city, that's what we're looking at.
All right, and another topic, and the importance of protecting our financial infrastructure and enhancing our cybersecurity. I can't stress that enough. It's just critically important, and I'm not going to reveal any potential vulnerabilities, but we need to have a staff that's well-trained and multiple staff who are cross-trained. And I know right now there's some issues where we're often reliant on one person or just a very handful of people. So do we have the capacity to cross-train staff as a mitigating measure for some of these critical systems?
So first of all, we regard our information security as one of the primary functions necessary for our computer systems operation. And we've been able to ensure cross-training between 2 members of our existing infrastructure team, as well as coordinating their efforts and approaches with the ITA data security team. But the reality is that we do need to fill our current vacant systems positions. We need to strengthen that. And we hope to do so and plan to do so as soon as we have the ability.
Okay. Now I know we're also moving to extend the business tax deadline from February 2022 to move it to February 2022. I know given the challenge that finance staff encounter related to customer service, what contingency plans are in place to meet the anticipated influx of calls, emails from businesses with current staffing levels?
Currently, what we do currently and what we anticipate to do next year is, so first of all, number one, our plan is to try and fill our customer support type positions as quickly as possible. But at the same time, given this year was a great example of not having that flexibility and yet still having the demand, and how are we going to meet that demand? And what we did is we pretty much triage staff. We take staff from one division to another to help us with meeting our deadlines, our demands, our high demands, and helping us kind of get through that peak season. But what that also means is that our vacancy rate, by just as an example, in our customer support division and in some other areas within the department, is about 50% specific to certain divisions. But as soon as, of course, you start moving staff around and you take them away from their duties and responsibilities to help assist with these other needs, such as, let's say, customer support, it means that they also stop doing what their day-to-day original assignment is supposed to be, and of course that has a revenue impact. But that is essentially what we plan to do: staff up as soon as we're able to. Triage staff as we do every year, and then hopefully be able to rely on overtime to get us through it.
We've talked in the past about the cash transactions, and there was a lot of talk, especially when cannabis was being legalized, that we would end up with a lot of extra expenses to just to manage the cash transactions. So how are we handling the cash transactions now, such as the cannabis stuff? Is that costing us a lot of additional money just to handle it? How's it working?
In terms of a process, what we do is anything below $1,000 today, we take in at our City Hall public counter. It's by appointment. Anything above $1,000, we take in by appointment at a secure location in City Hall. Of course, we have LAPD present at all times as well. And cash is counted, it's recounted in front of the customer on camera with the assistance of these bank quality cash counting machines that we've invested in. And we do anticipate for there to be an increase in in cash counting requests, of course, because we do anticipate that cannabis businesses will be essentially doubling by the end of the calendar year, just based on feedback that we're hearing from DCR as we work with DCR. So we're looking at alternate ways while trying to staff up. We're also looking at alternate ways to be more efficient. So today I mentioned we count cash in front of the client, in front of the taxpayer, but we're looking to transition to a cash drop-off procedure that's very similar to what the state does. That would basically allow the customer to drop off a bank-ready, strapped and wrapped deposit that wouldn't require an accounting appointment, because otherwise they're in the room for literally 2-3 hours as we're counting cash, depending on how much they bring in. And we've seen a trend toward cannabis customers remitting through non-cash means. We may double the current number of active of those licenses, like I mentioned. So, but
are there things that we can be doing to further incentivize the non-cash transactions?
You know, let me engage my colleague Nicole Burnson and see if she has anything to add.
And this may be beyond finance. This is more of a policy question in terms of we've looked at different alternatives to do that from a policy perspective, to create a discount for alternative means, or to do there's a number of things that we can do and ways that people can do it, but I don't know that this falls within your purview. But I just put that out there in case there was something that was in your purview. I realize most of it's out of your purview.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. Nicole Burnson from the Office of Finance. We're always looking for alternatives to for cash. There are many reasons that that counting cash is not convenient for us and not really very, very easy for us. It's a very complicated process. We do have relationships that we've made with certain vendors who have a cash to tax type of operation where they can provide basic tax banking services for cannabis customers. And we're always exploring other alternatives, but for the most part, this is a bit beyond our control at this point.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate the work you do.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Mr. De Leon, anything for the Office of Finance? No? Okay. Thank you. We'll go next to Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me just thank Deanna for her report. Always good to see you, especially in your new role. We work closely at the Convention Center, and appreciate all of your help there. I'm excited to continue this partnership with projects like the financial literacy workshops that we're going to be doing. So we're really excited about that. Let me ask you, though, about an item that appears, item 13, new services, the LA-TAX Cloud Migration and Technology Enhancements. Can you tell us a little bit about that, what that means, and how it's going to be, what the impact's going to be on our current system?
Okay, let me just very quickly, is the dollar amount associated with that $1 million?
Item 13, I don't see it, I don't see the dollar amount, but I don't have the whole budget in front of me here.
Okay, let me just pull it up very quickly, just so that I could take a quick look at it.
It's represented new items, the new services, item 13.
Oh, yes, okay, so council member, this is the $1 million that I was referring to in when I opened. Essentially what this is it's an initial investment in things, in urgent, an urgent investment into our LA tax system. So a portion of these funds will be used to help transition our LA tax system from where it is today, which is sitting with really old servers. And I'm not a tech person, but basically the way it's been described to me by our systems team is that if we have some kind of a disaster, like an emergency, like an earthquake, for example, and everything shuts down and our servers break down. Our servers are so old that we're not going to have the flexibility and ability to quickly bring our system back up. And not having our LA tax system up and running would be a huge problem in terms of us in our ability to collect taxes and to manage those taxes. And so one of the first things we want to do is, number one, we want to transition our system over to the cloud so that we can be more resilient. Number two, the other thing that we anticipate doing with these funds is, we had a significant loss as a result of SIP. And we've learned our lesson. One of the things that we've learned is we definitely need to have a backup when it comes to staff, and making sure that we have multiple staff who have that institutional knowledge when it comes to managing and troubleshooting through LA Tax. And the reality is that SIP impacted us significantly, and not making this taking this step of reaching out for a contractual, technical consultant to assist us with helping manage our system, at least temporarily, is something that's going to help us get us through it. This would be a consultant who has expert knowledge with LA Tax specifically. We've worked with this person before. It would be a sole source contract. It is not a long-term solution, because our solution for the long term is to beef up our systems division so that we can train our own city staff to help manage and essentially support LA Tax. Other things that we need to do with these funds is to make our system more public user friendly. Today, we have taxpayers calling us for basic things like changing their address and printing out a business tax certificate. And these are things that, given the high vacancy rate we have, given the high call volume we have, we want to be able to have our system adjusted and modified so that taxpayers can interact with the system independently. And instead, we can have our existing staff focus on more complicated cases, customer support cases. We're also looking for an opportunity to utilize better utilize our LA Tax system with our outside collection agencies as well. So this is our plan.
We have $1 million in this year for transition. Do we anticipate another $1 million next year? What's the plan? What's the long-term plan to bring our system up to where you want it to be?
Well, $1 million is a drop in the bucket. The plan we have, and our plan to spend these funds is based on a one-time purpose. So we're not going to come back to you next year and say, oh, we started a program and you're going to have to pay us the other $1 million so that we can continue, so that we could finish the work. We have enough to make that $1 million is enough to help us with our one-time modifications and changes. But we are going to, at some point in time in the next year or two, come forward with a serious proposal on where we would like LA Tax to go in the future.
Yeah. During the pandemic, of course, there were some issues about the collection of cannabis receipts coming in, and Bob touched on it a little. But are we caught up now? I know there was really a backlog a period. People were having difficulties making their deposits, turning in their receipts. What's the status now?
So when the pandemic first hit, City Hall shut down, and that was our collection site for everything over $1,000. And since then, I want to say in June, we actually got permission to open up City Hall just for the purposes of receiving cannabis business tax payments. And so that is up and running. We are caught up with that. Right now, we have an appointment system in place so that we know exactly, we can efficiently utilize our staff and know exactly how much staff we will need and how much time they're going to spend on a day-to-day basis when it comes to collecting for business tax.
Those collections will only take place at City Hall, is that correct?
Yes. So prior to the pandemic, we were collecting for business tax from ththose businesses that were making less than 1,000. We used to have 2 sites. It was not only City Hall at our public counter, but we also had Van Nuys as an available site as well. We made the decision to transition it all to City Hall because we didn't have enough staff to support the Van Nuys office. And we had received we were having a difficult time managing the cannabis payments at Van Nuys, plus all the other payments collections that and customer service requests that we had to manage through that office. And mainly because we had to make adjustments at Van Nuys for social distancing purposes. So instead of having 7 windows open, we can only have 5 windows open. And it created a backlog, it created a problem. So we transitioned it over to City Hall. We are talking about looking at when we would be ready to go back to having a dual drop-off site. But right now, today, we're not there just yet.
Okay. Well, if the receipts are coming in as we hope they will, perhaps we'll need more than 2 sites. And I agree with my colleague, Mr. Blumenfeld, that we need to be working toward a more of an electronic approach to see how we can receive funds more efficiently and quickly. Now, I don't know what's happening in other jurisdictions. Do you? In terms of electronic transfers of cannabis receipts specifically?
It is something that we are looking into, but what we are looking to at least launch in the next couple of months or within the next calendar year is rather than making our cannabis payment process more efficient by allowing businesses to drop off their cash and administer our process similar to how the state does it, rather than having them wait and watch us count it and go through that entire process, which could be
right. Yeah, I know those are happy problems, aren't they? Counting money.
And we do accept online payments from cannabis firms if they bank.
Okay, all right. Speaking of banks, we recently transitioned from Wells Fargo to JP Morgan.
Yes.
JP Morgan Chase. Did we transition any better equity involvement policies? What's the level of our support of smaller banks, minority banks, other financial institutions? Do they have a role to play in helping us manage our dollars, or is it just the big boys?
Well, on this question, I'm going to engage Nicole to help assist with answering this.
We do have relationships with other banks in addition to our main banking partner, currently Wells Fargo, and as you mentioned, transferring over to JP Morgan Chase. And every year we do survey all of the banks that we do business with to see how they are in compliance with our responsible banking ordinance, so that we can see on matrix how they do in relationship to other banks within the city of Los Angeles.
So has our banking ordinance been effective, you think, or do we need to beef it up more?
There's always room to do more. And, we go out with the RBO to get the checklist every year. So this year, one of the things that we're putting a specific emphasis on is to see what instead of looking at an aggregate of how much investment there is in small business lending or mortgage lending, to look specifically in the city of Los Angeles to see what's being done here.
Well, I look forward to seeing that report as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember.
Thank you very much, Mr. Price and members. I think my questions have pretty much been addressed. With regard to LA tax, seems like there's no need to ask for a budget memo at this point. The request is really to keep the $1 million that's already in the budget, so we'll put a pin in that one. I do want to just ask Ms. Mangiogu if has your office examined the revenue assumptions that are in this budget with an eye towards historical collections and actual experience of your office? And have you made any analysis of whether or not there are any revenue categories that may pose a potential risk in this budget?
Well, certainly, I think the biggest, the biggest unknown, or I guess has the biggest margin for uncertainty, is our TOT and our POT. It really is dependent on so many variables, and we're still very much in unprecedented times. Some of the forecast includes an assumption on what average room rates would be, what occupancy levels would be, but it's also dependent on what vaccination rates will look like and what travel will look like. And you know, actually, I want to ask Carl Sampson to see if he has anything else to add to this.
Good afternoon. Yes, like Deanna had mentioned, really, it's TOT and POT that kind of stick out mathematically. I mean, I think when we looked at the budget, revenue assumptions there, they're all, within arm's length of all the estimates that, whether, finance or controllers or CAO, but, the real thing is the TOT and the POT, and really how fast, our tourism industry recovers in the related activities that require parking. I mean, I think that's basically been a $250 million hit for this current fiscal year, and it's really, we can talk about things like occupancy rates and the cost of the rooms, but without really knowing how fast people are filling up those rooms, which is all based on what's happening today and tomorrow as a result of the pandemic. It's really we really don't have that crystal ball.
Okay. Very good. Well, thank you all very much. Thank you for being here today and for your service. And I especially want to give a special shout out at the progress that finance is making in becoming more user-friendly for small businesses. And the website in particular is really a great resource for small business, and there's been a lot of improvements that I've noticed that you've been focusing on, which is going to be critically important as we go into this recovery. So thank you for all that you do. I appreciate your being here, and thank you again for your service.
Thank you, Councilmember.
All right, that brings up next the Office of the City Attorney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
And we have Leela Kapoor here to present. We have the City Attorney's letter. Thank you very much. But if you'd like to give a quick overview, feel free to do so.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Yes, Leela Kapoor, Chief of Staff for City Attorney Furor. I will keep my comments very brief because you do have our letter, and I know that our staff has spoken to many of your staff members. I want to, first of all, thank you for allowing us to speak today, and I want to especially thank the CAO's office and the mayor for the work that they did with us on our budget. They were very receptive to a lot of the issues that we raised, and we very much appreciate what they did to help us get closer to our bottom line goals. I think as our letter sets forth, our situation is pretty straightforward. A lot of what we're dealing with has been referenced already through some of the comments that were made earlier today. Just to set some context, currently we are sitting on 130 vacancies. Many of those are SIP related, many of them are not. That's about a 12% vacancy rate in our office. And that is vacancies that are throughout our office. There is, I don't think, any unit in our office that hasn't been hit or impacted pretty significantly by the vacancies. We've done a lot of work over the last several months trying to move people around, keeping in mind grant-funded positions, recognizing we need to try to maximize revenue where possible, but also recognizing that sometimes the grant positions are not the positions that address our core missions and our mandated responsibilities. But we have moved staff, and I would have to say that I appreciate staff being very flexible and allowing us to kind of repurpose them when necessary in order to fill some critical needs. That said, as with many departments, we lost a substantial number of staff to SIP. And as you know, many of those that staff is the most senior and most experienced. And so those vacancies are the hardest to assimilate in so many ways. And I need to very much say, both for your benefit and for our staff's benefit, that we have called upon our staff in ways over the last year that I honestly could not have imagined. What we found is that our workload over the last year during the pandemic actually increased significantly. And that is because of many of the COVID-related ordinances and cases that we found ourselves working with you and the city on, and tackling issues that none of us have ever tackled before. So it was even that much more challenging. And with the short staff that we're at, we have individuals in this office who are working extraordinary hours and have been for over a year now. And I need to commend them greatly for their professionalism and their flexibility and their dedication to the city and to our office's mission. But that said, we can't sustain this pace. It's just overwhelming. And while we've done everything we can to rearrange staff or repurpose staff, we are at the point now that we just really are seeing some breaks in the system. So the proposed budget helped in taking us a step forward by providing us enough funding next year to fund our current staff, as well as fill a handful of critical vacancies. And we've received hiring authority over the last few weeks from Managed Hiring to start that process. What we would ask for is a little bit more help from the committee and council so that we could fill a small number of additional critical vacancies to try to close the very large gap that we're facing. One of the things that we're very confident about is that our workload is not going to decrease as the pandemic hopefully resolves itself. We have already seen, and we know that our civil litigation cases are increasing. They're becoming more complicated. A lot of class action cases where we have very robust and well-funded opposing counsel on the other side. We know that our criminal cases are going to influx quickly as the courts start reopening as they are now. And at the same time that our criminal cases are increasing or the backlog has to be dealt with, and our focus is on those cases that have direct impact on public safety and those issues that are very specific and of import to the community. We have also over the last year undergone a very extensive look at our criminal practice and have implemented and are continuing to develop and implement criminal justice reform to assure as much equity in our processes as possible and deal with issues and offenses and crimes that and individuals at the root cause level and to avoid recidivism. We're looking at every alternative to prosecution that we can find. That takes a lot of resource and a lot of energy to make those changes. And then I think all of you know from your work with the council that our office is involved in so many issues with all of you. The day-to-day operations of the city, which will only increase as the city opens up further, as well as a lot of the policy initiatives that your council is developing and implementing. And our transactional and advice attorneys are involved in so much of that. So with that said, our bottom goal is really, again, very straightforward. We are very appreciative of the budget as proposed by the mayor. Anything that this committee and council could give us as far as additional funding to fund some further critical vacancies, we would very much welcome. And with that, I would just thank you for your support. And if you have any questions, I'm glad to answer them.
Thank you very much. We will start questions with Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. And I certainly very much appreciate the work that you do, the whole city attorney himself, all the attorneys we have. We have an amazing office that is handling so many different things. So for me, the question is not what positions were left vacant, after the SIP, but what level of staffing and funding is needed for the city attorney to perform the basic services it needs to keep our city functioning, to defend the city against lawsuits and to bring justice to victims of crime. So I guess the question is more generally, what would be the consequences should the council not provide additional funding? And if we were to provide the additional funding, can you be specific about your priorities for filling the positions? Why shouldn't we follow our typical practice of identifying specific positions to be filled and funded rather than just giving a chunk of money for positions generally?
So thank you, Council Member. First of all, we would appreciate any help that the council is willing to give. With that said, I understand your question, and what I would say to you is, again, the vacancies that we're experiencing are pretty much across the board. We have done a lot of work to prioritize where we put people to fill some of the most critical needs. Answer your question very directly, what we are facing now is because of the workloads that our staff is carrying, we are seeing people leaving the office, not because of SIP, but because of lifestyle changes and stress and workload. So our most critical areas right now are our civil litigators. Again, our civil litigation cases have increased in both number and complexity, and that's through all the different units. Our business and complex unit, which does the homeless issues, the COVID-related issues, as well as complex contractual issues. Our police litigation unit, which is dealing with the litigation brought against the police department. Our general lit division, which deals with the more traditional general tort cases, but some of them very expensive. And then our employment lit division that handles employment. So all of those areas are stretched. And so one of our top priorities would be civil litigators. Another priority is some transactional help in the units that are working on some of the contracts, leases, and other transactional documents dealing with homelessness, housing for the homeless, and the contracts that are in play now for some of the reinvestment of funds into the communities that your council is working on. And the one area that we don't mention very often, but really need to stress, is support staff. We are extremely low in support staff. We have not filled any support staff positions for at least 15 months. And as you all know, support staff is kind of the bread and butter of what we do. Without them, we can't function. So we would also focus on filling some key support staff positions.
And just the first part of the question is, what would be the consequences if we didn't come up with this additional funding? What does that practically mean for the department and for the city?
What it means for the city is, I will never say to you that we aren't going to do everything we can to fulfill our mandated functions. But we would have to redirect more resources to those functions that we can't control. And that really rests on external forces. So for instance, our civil litigation, we would have to move more individuals away from some of the less time-sensitive issues into civil litigation, because that's dictated by court deadlines and statutory requirements. That would mean that issues such as our contracts, ordinances, general advice, some of our criminal practice would have to, we would have to shift resources away from there. So what would get done, my hope is everything would get done, but everything would get done at a much slower pace than we're currently at. I will stress again, though, that my bigger fear is that because of the stress we're under, we are losing people literally every month. And I fear that that will continue, that just switches the balance even greater and makes it that much more difficult, if not impossible, to continue doing what we're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Next up is Mr. De Leon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Kapoor. the department states that the proposed budget leaves the city attorney's office with a 12% vacancy rate. And I know that you have, I think I wrote down here, 130 vacancies. So you want a total of 49. And I think in the budget, in the mayor's budget, there is 29. And I think you want 49 specifically. So I think there's 20 that's still outstanding. So there's a big question mark. Could you elaborate on the vacant positions that you have? And I think you touched about it a few moments ago, but on the current vacant position that you have that could potentially, if they were backfilled, that could help provide the necessary legal review for what you had mentioned, leases, environmental documents, and other reviews with regards to sheltering our unhoused community members?
So, Councilmember, just to make sure we're both on the same page, as you said, we have 130 vacancies. So positions are not our issue. We have more than enough positions, and we recognize we are not going to get the funding to fill close to the 130 vacancies we have, even after they took our SIP equivalent vacancies, which gets us down to about 100. So again, what we're looking for is funding to be able to backfill, as you put it, approximately 20 additional positions over and top of what is in the current proposed budget. My point about the housing, homeless housing, and the transactional work was in response to Councilmember Blumenfield's question as to what would have to give if we aren't able to fill positions. And again, my concern is not only the continuing attrition we're seeing because of the workload levels, but also we would have to continue moving people out of some of what we call our transactional and advice positions into our litigation positions, possibly into some of our criminal positions because of caseload needs. And where that would have to come from naturally would come from what we call our municipal law branch. And that's where we're currently, that's where we do handle the leases, including the housing for the homeless, and every other lease that the city has, as well as every contract the city has, as well as all the advice that we provide on a very regular basis as you try to implement your policy requirements.
So if my understanding is correct, Ms. Kapoor, what you just said, again, correct me if I'm wrong, if the positions are not backfilled, the staff attorneys that are used for legal review for leases and environmental documents, and so forth, as it relates to sheltering our homeless communities, that would suffer or be delayed?
That could very possibly be delayed. Obviously, what we try to do is address the priorities of the council. So if the priority of the council for the last year or more has been the homeless housing programs. And so we have devoted a lot of staff time to those programs. So again, you're asking me a tough question, because what we would do is we would try to prioritize those positions, those work assignments that, again, we don't have the control over, and that's our litigation, because the courts control our litigation. How many lawsuits we get control of that litigation, the nature of the lawsuits. For instance, the Alliance case right now, we're devoting, as you know, a lot of hours towards that. That takes an attorney away from something else, so we have to shuffle in the back end. If the priority for the council is homeless leases or homeless housing projects, then we will continue to devote, make that as much of a priority as possible. But that's going to take away from all the other leases, all the other ordinances that we have that you all need to operate the city on a day-to-day basis. We also are really stretched in our labor advice unit. We are down 3 attorneys in that unit because of SEP. 3 experienced attorneys, and labor issues this year have been more challenging than ever for obvious reasons. So I can't answer you. I will not say to you that we are going to not do the housing requirements that your council is pushing at us and pushing us to do and needs to get done for all the obvious reasons. What I am saying is that is going to require us to pull resources from other places, and there are day-to-day operational issues in the city, such as leases, such as contracts, that have to get done for the city to run, for sanitation to do what it needs to do, for every other department to do what it needs to do. So we guide ourselves both by external forces such as the courts and the policy priorities of the council.
Yeah, I understand the conundrum that you describe and the difficult decision making that you may or may not have to make internally within the city attorney's office, contingent on resources that you receive or not receive, or partial amount of resources based, on the decisions of the budget committee through our chair in the larger legislative body. Just a quick commentary. It's my hope or my wish that the city attorney's office was not involved in litigation, that we were not litigated, that we continue this litigation merry-go-round, and we just deal with this issue once and for all in terms of a global solution as we deal with our unhoused community members. But we're neither here nor there, because we're here in the situation right now, once again being litigated with the latest, litigation merry-go-round iteration of the LA Lions. Mr. Chair, if I'm correct at this moment, I would like a report back from the city attorney's office on the vacant positions in the real property and environment division and any other divisions that specifically deal with the processes needed to execute the documents for the creation of homeless housing units specifically. And I would like for this report to stipulate how a dramatic increase in Project Room Key as well as Home Key master leasing would affect the city attorney's ability to quickly process the legal documents. There's a recognition that the skills and talents of our city attorneys are much needed to help expedite the policy decisions that we make, contingent on resources that we receive either from the state or the federal government or through the taxpayer, like HHH. The role that you play is invaluable without question, so we can help expedite, apart from what you're asking for in terms of the dollars for specifically Ms. Kapoor, that is 20.
Well, if I were to provide a number, I would say 3.5 million would allow us to hire about 20 positions. Obviously, it depends on what the makeup of them are, support staff versus attorneys, but approximately 20.
Okay, all right, Mr. Chair, is that appropriate? And should what my staff just submit in writing to your staff?
Did the CAO understand the scope of that? Okay, they're giving me the thumbs up. So yes, that if it's all right, Mr. DeLeon, I'd like that request to be directed to the CAO in consultation with the city attorney's office, and we will get that report back as a budget impact report.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Kapoor, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. That would bring up next Mr. Price. Questions
Thank
from the
you.
city attorney's office?
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and again, appreciate the presentation, Ms. Kapoor and team. A couple of questions. One about the cannabis. Talk a little bit about the cannabis enforcement and regulation and the cannabis advice and litigation. Are some of the positions you requested addressed vacancies in these units?
Yes, council member, as I believe you know, we have two different units, one on our civil side and one on our criminal side. Our civil side is providing the advice and defending the litigation, any litigation that is challenging our cannabis program. And for reasons that somebody other than I probably could tell you, the litigation in that unit has picked up significantly in the last 6 months. So we did suffer vacancies in that due to SIP, or well, actually do a transfer due to SIP. And we have since backfilled that position again by just kind of loaning attorneys over there to help with the litigation. So to answer your question directly, yes, one of our primary critical vacancies is in cannabis, and we are working to fill that with managed hiring authority that we just received sometime this week. As far as the enforcement is concerned, which comes out of our criminal unit, we are short in our criminal unit in general. What we've had to do is rearrange our staff in our criminal unit so that they are multitasking a little bit more than they were before and handling different types of cases than they, as opposed to just maybe just cannabis cases, for example, so that by providing a couple of what we call trial deputies, branch operation deputies in our criminal branch will allow us to continue the same level of cannabis enforcement that we currently have, but we need the backfills down the line in order to make that happen.
Right, right. Well, it's going to be increasingly important, especially as we anticipate greater revenues coming in, greater activity in this area. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to get a budget memo on filling the vacancies in the Cannabis Enforcement and Regulation Unit and the associated costs related to filling those positions.
Very good.
Okay.
CAO, get that down.
Also, I'd like to have a question about the neighborhood prosecutor program, which has been very effective in our district. And just curious, how was it impacted by SIP or budget cuts?
So
program?
We do have, I believe, one actual vacancy in our NPP program. What we have found that we've had to do, right before the budget crisis hit and the pandemic hit, we had gotten to the point with your council's support to be able to actually expand our program and put in what we call bureau neighborhood prosecutors. Because of the need to repurpose and maximize our resources, that model is not as solid as we would like it to be. We've had to pull those individuals off and help and ask them to help in some more generalized areas. And focusing, for instance, on some of the homeless issues and trying to address some of the needs of the community as far as homelessness is concerned. So our program is still pretty intact, but our neighborhood prosecutors are, for lack of a better word, diversifying quite a bit so that we can fill some other holes.
Well, again, it's an important program, and I certainly would support the maintenance and expansion if that were the appropriate way to proceed. Lastly, nuisance abatement is a big issue again in my district, something we battle with all the time. After the building safety reports a problem, it gets referred to the city attorney. But this process takes so long, and sometimes the problem reoccurs before it can be corrected. And the process time is just unacceptable. How can we do a better job of addressing these issues? When cases are referred to the city attorney, how can we get them prosecuted?
So, Council Member, you and I are, I think, thinking of the same situations that have come up over the last month. We have spent a lot of time in the last month trying to figure out how we as a city can be better at addressing some of these properties. And that's very, very difficult. And a lot of times, as you know, it's very multi-layered, including individuals who may have mental health issues, and therefore you have to deal with them maybe differently than you would somebody who's just not maintaining his or her property. As far as the process, when it is referred to us, we'll review it and often file it, but it's filed as what we call a code enforcement case. That's just the way the system works. And code enforcement cases in the criminal system are notoriously slow, and not because of anything we can do to move them along, but because of the way the courts are operating, especially over the last year, because the criminal courts have been very shut down because of the pandemic. What we are looking at, and it's probably a conversation for another time, and if you'd like us to brief you, we certainly will, but we are looking at trying to find ways outside of the traditional criminal prosecution arena to deal with these, what I call problem properties, nuisance properties, to actually solve the problem, because somebody getting convicted of a misdemeanor isn't necessarily going to get the property cleaned up, and certainly not quickly. But it's as you know, it's been an all-out effort by many city departments to get one piece of property cleaned up. And as you alluded to, it doesn't necessarily stay clean for very long. So we are trying to figure out what other tools are out there that we as a city could use to address those issues. And just this morning, we were talking about whether there's any legislative fixes that we should bring either to your council or maybe to the state that could address those. But we're just starting that process of thinking through that.
Well, we certainly want to engage with you on that conversation. Our office is anxious to give you some ideas and sort of pick your brain a bit. But it is a problem, and like you say, it's like whack-a-mole. You cite the person, and then by the time that person may be gone, and then someone else comes in, and it's just a real ongoing problem.
Well, and as I think we have cases where people actually are prosecuted and they do actual jail time, which is somewhat unusual for misdemeanor, and they go back and they continue the same practice and they do it again, and so it is problematic, and it's unfortunately becoming more and more of a problem throughout the city.
Yeah, our office is anxious to work with you on that, and Look forward to your assistance.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Ms. Kapoor, because of the unusual year that we've had, been a lot of court closures for much of that time. So how has that impacted, or I guess now that courts are reopening, how is that impacting your expected workload for the coming year? In other words, with the delay of trials, with the delay of certain activities within those trials, how is that impacting your workload in the coming fiscal year?
So in the coming fiscal year, what we anticipate is that the criminal courts will be opened pretty widely come the end of May, early June. They've had several extensions to what they call their emergency order, and every month they have to extend it on a monthly basis. Best estimate is that this is probably the last month, given the vaccination rates have gone up, et cetera. At that point, whether it's this month or next month, we have, I want to say 4,000 was the last number I heard of criminal trials that are backed up, and we will need to be, they're at various stages, but many of them are ready to go. And depending upon how the courts open up and how quickly we are going to have a kind of a floodgate effect at the very beginning. And we've been preparing for that now because we've had several kind of fire drills on this order and thinking that it was going to be removed and then it was extended. And so we will get through that, and that'll be an all-person approach. All of our prosecutors are going to have to start picking up whatever kinds of cases they have to get through that. Our hope is, honestly, after that, as we work through some of our criminal justice reform programs that we are working on, including one very robust one with the county, that we're actually going to be able to control or limit the amount of actual prosecutions we do and use more diversionary programs and some alternatives to prosecution, which still have a workload associated with them. It's just a little bit easier to manage, and it's hopefully more effective as far as our underlying goals. On the civil side, what I understand is that while the courts have been slowed down and trials have not been going, our civil litigators are actually as busy as they've been, because what this has allowed is plaintiffs' counsel to do a lot of trial prep over the last year, which we have to respond to. So there's been a lot of the discovery and the pretrial work that's being done. And of course, once the civil courts open for trial, the backlog will unload, and we will be in trial or working towards trial on a much higher pace, I would assume, than we normally would. How long it will take to clear that backlog and get us back to a more normal workload or caseload, I don't know. I will say that the trend appears that over the last 2 years, even pre-pandemic, we were looking at increases in caseloads anyway. So that norm is probably going to at least start off at a higher rate than when we last had it a year and a half ago.
Yeah. Similarly, over the course of the last year, because of the state of the budget, your office has worked cooperatively with this committee and with the claims board to try to structure settlements in a way that would delay some settlement payments because of the fact that our budget just didn't have the money to be able to address them. So now that we have structured a number of the settlements and there are payments that we know will be coming due in the coming fiscal year, have you already assumed that, well, assuming what you know about what's already due in terms of structured settlements, do you anticipate that the liability claims account will be sufficient to meet the needs for the coming year?
So as you know, Councilmember, that's always a little bit of guesswork, but we think that we will be able to meet that mark with the proviso that we would strongly recommend, as I think the CAO is recommending, that the reserve, that the amount in the UB be kept there, and we would have obviously a much better sense of where we are come, the next calendar year going into the end of the coming fiscal year. But I think that even with the structured settlements, we should be okay. But a lot depends on whether we get hit with something that we just really don't expect.
Okay, very good. And very much related to that, I again want to thank your office for the terrific collaborative work we've been doing on risk management and reduction of liabilities. I think it continues to pay dividends, both in terms of safety as well as impacts on the budget. So I want to thank you for that work. And what I'd like to ask, and this is, I guess, building more broadly on the memo that Mr. DeLeon already asked for, but I would like to ask that the CAO work with the City Attorney's Office to prepare a budget memo outlining the positions that the City Attorney would prioritize for hiring, as well as any potential funding sources that could be used to offset some of the costs of filling some of those vacancies, both in terms of attorney positions and support staff positions, in the areas of greatest need in the view of the City Attorney. And I certainly would hope that one of those areas of greatest need would be the work that we continue to need to do to bring potential liability down and manage risk in a way that will help to pay for those positions.
We'd be glad to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we'll go to Ms. Rodriguez. Questions for the City Attorney's Office?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Carroll. I think you all did a fairly good comprehensive job covering a lot of those areas. My only, I think, outstanding question, because I believe did you mention the impacts to the neighborhood prosecutor program? I know Mr. Price was asking if there were any potential impacts to the level of service there.
Yes, so as I explained when Mr. Price was speaking, is that we have an actual vacancy in the program, but more to your question, we've had to ask our neighborhood prosecutors to wear several different hats at one time. So in addition to being out in the community and doing the work that I know you all respect and support, we've had to ask them to also do some other things within the criminal branch to help us to fill out the vacancies. So I would say they're not quite as, they're not completely focused on their neighborhood prosecutor roles, but they are doing their very best, and I think they do a wonderful job trying to keep up with everything.
Well, we appreciate their work tremendously. It's made, you know, when we do some of these efforts that, again, we can chase our tails with enforcement repeatedly, or we can help nip the problem in the bud, and they do an outstanding job of helping to facilitate that for a lot of residents in the city, and we're grateful for their work.
I appreciate that. I'm often amazed by what they can come up with, and I know they get a lot of support from the council offices, so we appreciate that.
No, they're a great part of the team, so we appreciate them. Also, with respect to the new departments that were established in the mayor's budget for Department on Youth Development and also Community Investment for Families, what is the process and timeline for drafting the ordinances to establish these departments?
Council member, I would have to talk to our staff that are handling them. I'm just not familiar with the details, but we will get you something ASAP as to what we're looking at.
Great. And then, and thank you, Mr. Krikorian, on the conversation around liability claims. If we were to kind of tier them in terms of where our highest to lowest, in terms of liability claims, where would that fall in terms of what issue areas do they typically, where the highest payouts versus?
So, remember, if you haven't seen it, I will make sure you get it quickly, and I don't want to try to do this from memory, but we have a lot of information that will break down exactly which departments, what type of claims they are, both historically, what the trends have been, and more recently. So I will have our risk manager give you as much information as you want.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kapoor, to you and your team and to the city attorney. Appreciate
very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, next up is the Office of the City Controller. Oh, Mr. Blumenfield has invited a friend to our meeting, I see. All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. Krista Binder, I'm the Chief Deputy Controller.
Good
afternoon.
I
do give a thumbs up to bring your dog to work day, so it's great to have that. Makes
Welcome.
budget hearing a lot more fun.
Welcome and thank you. We did receive your letter. We thank you for that, and feel free to give a quick overview, and we'll go right into questions.
Sure, we'd be delighted to. Our budget letter is pretty short and sweet. We've got a couple of items in there. The biggest one for us is to just let us fill our vacancies. We had some pretty devastating salary cuts in the current year. It's left us with significant number of vacancies for our office, which is small. We have about 30 right now. The mayor's proposed budget lets us get to about filling 12 of those because it also includes a one-time salary cut. If we could, of $500,000, if we could not have the salary cut, if we could hire an additional 6 positions, and actually we would be fine with that because we realize how challenging it is to fill positions. It takes some significant time. And aside from that as well, we gave up 11 positions from the SIP. We are not asking at this time to have any of those positions restored. We are comfortable with that reduction to our office. And then the second item that we had put into our budget letter is for one additional position of special investigator. Right now we have 1 position to support the entire city of Los Angeles. The caseload has been increasing over the last 5 years. This position over the last calendar year recovered around $350,000. When we only have 1 position like this, it causes us to give the majority of our cases back to the departments to investigate, and that's not ideal. So that's pretty quick about what sums up what's in our budget letter. I have my entire team on the line to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much. And we'll start the questions off this round with Mr. De Leon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a really quick question. The role of the special investigator is to look into fraud claims. What's the yearly average for what the investigator is able to recover, and in which time frame?
Councilmember, this is Bob Wingenroth, and I work with the Fraud, Waste, and Abuse Unit. We receive between 400 and 500 complaints each year. Not all of those are investigated. In the end, our investigator is able to get to about 30 of those where we do a full-fledged investigation. And as Krista Binder mentioned, the last year we were able to save the city about $350,000 with those investigations.
Yeah, that's my understanding. You know, Mr. Chair, I'll just finish it at that, but through you, Mr. Chair, directed towards the CAO, I'd like a report back from the department explaining how an additional investigator will decrease the backlog and expected revenue they may project that the city could recover from hiring that additional investigator. I want to give kudos to the controllers, team and operation. I think you guys have done a fine job. Obviously, we need every penny imaginable, anywhere and everywhere where there's fraud of some sort, folks that are fleecing, our taxpayers. So, through the chair, through the CA's office, and we can give you that formal write-up, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. De Leon. And if I can add into that request, I'd like the CAO also to look at what other position authorities within the controller's office may be able to be used to support that position.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. De Leon? All right. We will go next to, I guess me, unless Mr. Okay. Yes. So I think the only question I had really that Mr. De Leon didn't already ask about the special investigator was the status, and I'm glad Mr. Crawford is here because this is a continuation of the discussion that Mr. Crawford and Mr. Galperin and me and my staff have had for, 6 years now, I think, about special funds. And at our last, I think it was our last FSR hearing, we talked about bringing this analysis to specific instructions or specific suggestions about potential accounts that, number one, could be closed, number two, could be used for other purposes, or number three, would need to be changed in some way so that the funds could be used, or number four, the funds could be refunded to those who paid them. And we've been working on this process for quite some time. So I'd like to just get a sense of the status of that analysis and when we can expect to finally be able to bring this to a close.
Sure. Again, Matt Crawford for Office of the Controller. The status shortly is that we have conferred with all the departments that administer all these funds, and gotten to the root of a lot of the issues and figured out kind of the answers to your questions on the vast majority of the idle funds. And we're preparing that report to bring back to your committee now, in the hope that we'd be able to take a look and take some of those actions before the end of the fiscal year so that they don't roll into next year and therefore last an entire additional year. If we can take actions to empty out funds, unnecessary funds now, then they'll be empty and we can close them when we close the books on the current fiscal year. So that report should be coming to you pretty shortly. I will, in a little bit of expectation setting, I will say where we found a lot of answers, there are still some relatively significant unanswered questions for some of these funds, and we'll be bringing those questions back to the committee as well, so that you can see the reasons why we're not giving you clear-cut answers on some of these.
Great. Well, I will certainly welcome that. The goal here, I think, is that we have spoken for quite some time. The controller has talked about this for quite some time as a potential source of funds that could better be utilized. And if that is in fact the case, then we need to really do that. And we can't continue to talk about it and then have action not be taken on this. So I'm looking forward very much to having that completed report, those recommendations, so that we can put a ribbon on this and finish it. I think that was really the only thing I think I had for the Controller's Office. So thank you. And I saw Mr. Price for a minute, but until he's back, let's go ahead and go to Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you. So what is the current status of the new human resources payroll program, and are there sufficient resources currently allocated to completing the transition from PACER?
So I'm going to give a little brief overview of where we are, then I'll hand it off to Janet Laszlo, who is our HRP project manager. We've got 4 authorized resources in the budget, but we've been allocating, kind of borrowing across divisions to support the program. We're about ready to go into some critical work. It's all critical, but what's called end-to-end testing. And I can have Janet kind of explain how that sort of layers on additional workload for our office.
Yes, hi, my name is Janet Laszlo. And as Krista mentioned, I'm leading up the HRP project for the Controller's Office. We are transitioning into end-to-end pretty soon here in the next week or so. And the way it layers up is because for end-to-end, we're actually testing. Up until now, we've been testing the system, getting the system configured and ready for the city, and all the city configurations and MOUs and all of the rules that the city contains. The next step is to actually test it through processes end to end, and that's going to require some additional resources from the central payroll office, as well as departments. We're asking departments to step in as well and assist us with that testing because they have to test their own processes as well. So it's going to be a significant increase in some of those resources.
So once that's complete, how much more time is involved before it's all live and operational?
So the end-to-end process, the go live date is set for December of this year, which is basically the beginning of the pay period for January. So we start basically with the new year. End-to-end is scheduled to be completed by the end of July, and the next step then is to go into a parallel test where we compare against Pacer to make sure that what we're doing is going to, have the same results. And then there'll be some training, user training, and basically training for everyone before go live. And that won't happen until later on in November.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Mr. Blumenfield.
I think most of my questions really have been answered. I want to emphasize, on the investigator question, which Mr. De Leon and Corian touched on. In budgeting, people are always telling us, don't spend money on this, just cut out waste, fraud, and abuse. And I've always said, if you could find me a line item that says waste, fraud, and abuse, I would gladly strike it. That's what we do. And but here, in a sense, when you have an investigator like that's their mission. This is that line, not to strike, but to add it in as a way to go after that waste, fraud, and abuse that everybody agrees should not be part of our budget. So I just wanted to share in that report back, asking about that position, because it's, there's no other place, there's very few places in this budget where we get to go after that mythical, sometimes not mythical, but that issue of waste, fraud, and abuse. And so I'm just wanted to emphasize on that. But other than that, I think everything's been covered, and I appreciate the great job that the Controller and the Controller's Office does for this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Price, anything for the Controller's Office?
Yeah, no questions at this time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. One other thing that I wanted to get to on the sort of related to the topic that Mr. Blumenfield just discussed on waste, fraud, and abuse, and that is the support of the Controller's audit function, and the budget does provide a specific line item for the total cost of auditing city programs and so forth, city departments and programs. And I would like to get a report back to the committee on the break. Well, you know what? Let me take a step back. Let me just ask you, rather than getting a report back, how does the Controller's Office make the determination as to how to prioritize that those auditing resources, as among departments, between financial audits and performance audits, between audits on waste, fraud, and abuse, which the Controller issues quarterly, I think, and things like, policy recommendations on illegal dumping or DWP wildfire prevention or improvements to digital government services, things like that. How does the Controller make the determination as to how to spend that auditing money?
Mr. Chair, this is Bob Wingenroth. We about 4 times a year do a general risk assessment of financial risk, of policy issues, of opportunities, as well as you mentioned, cases that have come up with fraud, waste, and abuse. And then we put together our audit plan for the next 3 to 6 months with actually what's turned into a small team. As you'll see, and we report back to you on the fraud, waste, and abuse, we are loaning 2 of our audit positions to shore up currently our fraud, waste, and abuse team. Okay. But we are doing a risk assessment and then prioritizing a mixture of performance audits and financial audits, as well as fraud audits to use those resources to get the best coverage we can of our organization.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate your being here. Any other questions, members, for the Controller's Office? Terrific. Well, thank you all very much for your service, and thank you for your continuing work with this committee. I appreciate it very much.
Mr. Chair, is it possible to break in between the controller to your next, to respond to Mr. Price's earlier question?
Oh, yes, indeed. Mr. Llewellyn, go right ahead.
Thank you, sir. Rich Llewellyn, CAO. Mr. Price, you asked, the reason you were right there in the weeds there, you were asking about a schedule in the CAO budget, where I was thinking about the sort of city budget. We have 2 staff members who work full-time for the housing department that are paid by various housing department special funds. And each year, quite frankly, the percentage of any given fund that pays for the staff varies depending on the workload and the fund's general health. So the overall schedule, if you look at it, moves money around, but the net is still the exact same as it was from slightly different special funds within the housing department. So this was a fund you mentioned that 43,000 was in last year, and now it's a different special fund from the housing department paying for the same 2 people.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
That answers the question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for saving one budget memo. We appreciate that, Mr. Llewellyn. Thank you. All right. Next up is City Ethics Commission, and we're very pleased to be able to welcome Mr. David Tristan, the Executive Director. Mr. Tristan, we have your letter, but feel free to go ahead and make some introductory comments, and we'll go right into questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Corcoran. I will quickly summarize what our letter conveys and provide some additional information that hopefully will give you some context for our request. This is my first time as Executive Director before the Budget Committee, so I do want to thank you for the opportunity. And I also want to thank the committee for its past support for the work that we do. So with that, I'll jump right into our budget proposal. Our initial request was for 4 positions, 2 that we lost as part of the SIP. One of those was our Director of Audits, and the other one was the Manager of the Lobbying Program, the only position that is part of the lobbying program. And the other positions were related to the Mandatory Developer Contribution Program, and that was a programmer to create the database and a senior analyst to oversee the program. The mayor did provide us with one of the SIP positions that was lost as part of the SIP position. That was the lobbying position. It's important to note that that position did bring in over $400,000 in lobbying registration fees. So that the money that's associated with that position more than covered that position. And we were also provided continuing funding for the programmer position, which was provided to us last year as part of the budget, but we weren't able to fill because funds were used to offset the furloughs that were reinstated. The 2 positions, we do want to thank the mayor and the CAO's office for those 2 positions. But the 2 positions that we were not provided, which is our Director of Audits and the Senior MA to oversee the developer program, are extremely critical to the work that we do. As the chair of this committee knows, that the timely completion of the audits has been something that has been extremely important and critical to the work that we do. But given many financial issues in the past and funding for auditor positions, a backlog had been created. Over the past years, this committee has provided us auditor positions throughout the time, and we've been able to address the backlog. But the loss of this position, which we lost in December, has already begun to create a delay in the completion of the audits, and that will only continue to expand and grow if it is not filled. It is key for us to fill this position because the Director of Audits not only oversees the auditors, but they also complete and do audits. They also are a key member of our budget team. We don't have, as a small department, we don't have dedicated budget staff members. So that position was key in doing that. And the particular staff member that we lost actually had 30 years of service with the Ethics Commission. So it was a substantial loss. Having these positions and having the audits completed within a timely manner is extremely critical, not only to the candidates that eventually become an office holder, but also to the candidates that do not. Having to wait years for an audit to be completed and eventually potentially have costs associated with audits and potential violations, it does create an equity issue for those candidates. So it's critical for us to continue to move this program forward. In terms of the senior MA for the developer contribution ban, that position would be the individual charged with providing advice, guidance, legal advice, filing assistance, and would be working directly with the planning department in implementing that program. One of the key things for me, working on nearly 30 years at the Ethics Commission, is continually finding ways through technology to address compliance and training. The goal of these laws were never intended to create violations, but it's incumbent upon us to find ways and tools to help compliance be achieved. And having these positions is key. We estimated, based on the Councilmember Rue's motion that eventually passed, over 5,000 people that may be subject to this law. And having a staff member dedicated to provide guidance and assistance, not only to them, but to the candidates that are running for office is extremely important. And it's just not additional work that we can support. I will use a quote that I've had the incomparable Matt Hale say, is that, punching above your weight. We've always felt like we've punched above our weight, and we don't mind doing that. But at some point, we do just have to move into a new weight class. We just can't keep doing that. And so I really do, believe that these positions are critical for the work that we do. I would like to add that the Director of Audit position, while not fully reimbursed through other means, it is partially reimbursed. Well, we, after many years, were able to change the contract that we have with LAUSD and the work that we do in relation to the campaigns. And for last fiscal year, we received nearly $350,000 in reimbursements for LAUSD for the work we do for them. The lobbying registration fees were over $400,000. Enforcement penalties were close to $150,000, and over the last year and a half, close to $800,000. So we feel that as a small department, while not revenue generating, and that is not our goal, we substantially offset some of the costs associated with the work that we do, and hope that would be considered. And one final note that I will make in terms of a cost, because I know that any of our requests have to be weighed with all the other work that the city does, and it's not an easy thing for you to decide. But we do have approximately $150,000 in encumbered contractual services funds from a couple of past fiscal years that we do have, and would be more than glad to move it over and help offset some of these costs. We have always been willing to do what we can. I'm proud to say that in my 29 years, we have never exceeded our budget. We want to be partners in this process, but also do want to convey the thanking our staff for the work that they do, especially during this last year, our board and commission members. And I also would like to thank actually Ted Ross and ITA, which made it extremely made a challenging situation very easy for us last year, transitioning to telecommuting. Our staff member, Tim Grant, working with our office, we were able to transition from working in City Hall to telecommuting within a span of about 3 days. All of our office had transitioned. So it'll probably hurt me if I don't get these positions, and it'll help Ted, but it would be unfair for me to say, that they did a great job in allowing us to do and transition into that kind of work. So thank you for that. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Tristan. Thank you for your leadership, because you certainly do punch above your weight. And there's also, I think, never been a time that you've come to this committee with anything other than a reasonable budget request. And I think I think that we have pretty much a perfect record in agreeing to just about every budget request you've ever made in this committee. So, and that's a tribute to your being economical and being smart about the requests I think that you've made, and trying to ensure that your office runs cost effectively. And so I appreciate it very much. And we do need to get you into a different weight class, I think. And in that regard, I want to request a budget memo on the both of the requests in the letter, all of the requests in the letter sent by this department. And I'd request that that memo include funding recommendations both within the department and otherwise to be able to meet the needs identified in the Ethics Commission's letter. I do want to specifically speak to the audit time, the delay in getting campaign finance audits done. 1.5 million years ago, when I sat as a member of the Ethics Commission, this was a major problem, that we had such a backlog in campaign finance audits that a candidate would be, a public official would be up for re-election, and they would just then be getting their audits for the last campaign, which is really problematic for the public because they don't have an opportunity to assess that candidate based on past campaign practices or problems. And it's unfair for the candidate because they're being asked to try to comment on things that happened 4 years ago, a check that they received by a particular person, and so it's unfair to the public. It's unfair to the candidate to have that long of a delay. And I know that that delay is only because of your increased workload combined with your limited resources. And so I think it's important that we bring in the resources that you need to be able to significantly reduce that. So as this budget memo is prepared, I'd ask that you also really comment on what it's going to take to bring that audit time down to a much more reasonable time period. And particularly with the upcoming competitive election cycles that we have coming up in this coming fiscal year. All right, so I think that's all I have. Well, give me 1 second, check my notes. Yeah, I think that covers it. So next up will be Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you so much. I think you already covered it, Mr. Krikorian. I'm not sure that I have anything else to add to your questions, but David, thank you so much for your work. And you know, we'll review the memo when it comes back and see what we can do to help you enter that new weight class. We'll see how this can work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Blumenfield, anything for ethics?
Yeah, a couple things. But first, David, congratulations on the new responsibilities and all the great work that you do. And I'm glad Mr. Krikorian asked for the report back, because if you hadn't, myself, probably any of the other council members here would have wanted to do it. So, you know, because we all take your job is well, all of our jobs are incredibly important in the different departments, but directly related to politics and campaigns, we want to make sure we're fulfilling the promises that have been made. You know, the contribution compliance program. I just want to make sure. I mean, if you didn't have that position, would you be able to complete the compliance program on time as it's calendared so that it can be in force for the general election of 2022?
We would not. And, you know, it is extremely critical. As I said, you know, for me, when I started with the city, I was a clerk typist. I was data entering all the campaign statements. I got to see all the data and information that came in. And one of the things that I learned was how important it was to provide useful information to those that we regulate. Because if you can't, then what it results in is potential violations that don't need to be there. The compliance person is not simply there to provide guidance and advice. That's great. That's a starting point. But the way I see this position is really to generate and create regular communication between the developers, between candidates, and providing them specific information on these are the people you can't take contributions from. These are the people that are subject to the rules. It's us taking that extra step to provide guidance and education. I think the public ideally wants everyone to be playing within the rules, following the guidelines. But as candidates, the city has layered with the state laws a lot of rules to follow. The city has chosen to make elections and campaign finance rules very comprehensive. And I think we have a responsibility then to play a role in ensuring that people comply with those rules as we move through elections. And the only way that can be done is by having staff to provide that guidance, work with the candidates, work with the treasurers, work with the developers. The new matching funds program, we already have seen, have attracted a lot more candidates that are grassroots type of candidates, and they aren't always able to hire professional treasurers or attorneys to do a lot of their work. And so it's critical for us to provide guidance and assistance to those candidates. So without the position, we can't do the work.
Right. I mean, the only way it can fairly be implemented is if you have a database that people can look at and say, this person is okay to take a contribution from, and this person is not. And then it's correct. It's clean, it's clear cut, and you don't have that gotcha, or you have candidates who don't have the funding to sort it through on their own, getting caught for innocent mistakes. So
correct. I
think that's important. And if this position is critical for that, we need to fund this position because we put that policy forward. We need to make sure that you have the resources to do it. Now, are there other resources as well? Like, because there's the ethics aspect of it, but then there's the planning department. They have to give you accurate information about who qualifies as a developer, who has projects. Does the planning department are they able to fulfill the responsibilities in order for you to develop this compliance program?
I'm not sure if the planning department, what they would need in terms of implementing this program. Our goal was with this position, that would be the staff member that would be interacting with the planning department to create the database. Like I said, I'm not familiar with what their work will be on that end, but we will be starting communications with them soon since this will take effect beginning next June.
Okay, well and it's important to keep in close touch with us on that, and if they do need something, and we can ask them that when they're up as well, because we don't want to have you do everything right and then not have a critical input to make it a reality.
Okay, we will absolutely reach out to them.
So that's important. It's when people think about the ethics, they certainly think not only about campaign finance compliance, which is what you guys are really focused on, but they think about some of the issues that we've had over the last year with Mr. Huizar, Mr. Englander. To what extent can the Ethics Commission, identify candidates or campaign committee behavior that are red flags that they can then refer to the appropriate authorities? And to what extent is your budget even related to these issues? Because I think there's a misconception out there that if we quadruple the ethics budget, that things like what happened with folks who were breaking the law would somehow have been caught earlier. What is the link between your work and those kinds of problems?
Councilmember, thank you for that question. That is an important question that needs to be addressed in terms of the perception of the work that we are tasked with and what we can actually do. What the law allows us to do in terms of conducting investigations and the powers that we are provided, in short, are we can issue subpoenas, we can investigate, we can subpoena records, we can subpoena individuals. That is the extent of what we can do. So, and I think in terms of the size and the staff that we have, we do a tremendous job with that. We've, uncovered money laundering, a misuse of city resources, but it also, requires situations where we can track the work. If investigations involve wiretapping, if they involve following individuals to other states, we are neither equipped with the enforcement powers nor with the funding to do that kind of work. When we conduct an investigation or find that there might be a situation that involves a criminal case, we refer those to the appropriate agencies. We will continue to work with those agencies, either as part of the investigation, or in many situations, they ask us to wait until their criminal case is resolved, and then allow us to make a determination whether we will enforce a monetary penalty under the city's laws. But it is, I think there's a misconception from many that we as the Ethics Commission have the power and authority to do all that kind of work. We are limited just in terms of the enforcement powers that we have, but in also the resources. And so when criminal cases do arise, those are handled by the DAs or the feds. And like I said, we continue to work with them in the capacity that they allow us to until the case is resolved. We've had great working relationships with the DA in some cases where it's a joint investigation and with the feds. But in other cases, as I said, they ask us to wait until their criminal case is resolved, and then we will make a determination about what enforcement results as part of that case. But you're right. In situations where it involves something that we can do, we absolutely will do that. But if an individual wants to violate the law and is going to do it in a way that is very difficult to track, we are extremely limited in what we can do in those situations.
No, thank you.
I will add that in our experience, while issues do arise, it is our experience the vast majority of the people and employees of the city are doing what they're supposed to be doing. And it's unfortunate that something might raise an issue for everyone, but that is our experience.
Thank you for that. Last question about the expansion of the campaign matching funds. How has that impacted your workload and process?
Well, it's impacted mainly because the amount of contribution checks that we are receiving are smaller. That was the goal. The goal was to attract smaller contributions, and candidates are meeting that by raising smaller donations. But what that does mean for us ultimately is more checks, more contribution, credit card contributions to have to review within that 5-day time frame. So it just means a substantial surge when we get those claims. One of the things that we've tried to do is encourage committees to submit claims ahead of time, ahead of the qualification period, so we can go through the claims, review them, address any issues. So once they are certified to appear on the ballot, we can issue checks immediately. So we're looking at different avenues to try to address not only the surge for us, but the surge for the campaigns as they continue to fundraise during the election.
Sure, and if more people just use the online contribution, that helps you out a lot because all the boxes get checked, right?
Absolutely, yes.
I mean, that's the other piece to that, is to somehow incentivize that, because that streamlines the whole process. It's much better than a check with a form and everything else.
Correct.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, members. Anything else for ethics? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Tristan. Appreciate your service, and thank you very much for being here. That will bring up next the Personnel Department, and we have Wendy Macy with us, the General Manager. Ms. Macy, welcome. We do have your letter. Thank you for your thoroughness, and I'd like to invite you to go ahead and start with any introductory comments you'd like to make, and then I'll turn to Mr. Price to begin our questioning. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members of your committee, and I appreciate your attention in the late afternoon on what has been a long day. And as you noted, our letter is one of the more lengthy ones, so I'll try to make my remarks have more brevity. But I do want to thank the mayor's office and the CAO for putting together a budget that is really going to make a dramatic impact in improving the lives of many Angelenos. And we're also very grateful for some of the investments that have been made in the personnel department to further our good work on workplace equity, to continue our anytime, anywhere testing that allows us to do exams online, our move to paperless personnel folders as we transitioned over the last year, as many people did, to a remote environment during the pandemic. And we know that there's much important work left to be done. I also do want to take the time to thank each and every member of the personnel department, because during this last extraordinary, unprecedented, hopefully once in a lifetime year, they really did step up to help keep the city running. They ran the disaster service worker program. They helped move many thousands of city employees to remote work very quickly. They have provided invaluable advice to all of our city departments on all the changing health and safety protocols, the COVID rules and regulations, and they maintain their longstanding support of city racial equity efforts, again, during this very difficult year, and are really pleased to launch our anti-bias learning for employees. We're really prepared to support the council and the mayor's goals as best we can. We are receiving unprecedented demands from departments. As the hiring freeze is going to be lifted, we know that departments will have an expectation that they'll be able to fill their positions. We've already received just this morning a request that a heads up that we'll be asked to fill about 1,000 positions. We have another department eagerly awaiting to have 100 positions filled. And with this increased demand in services, our department was unfortunately impacted greatly by the SIP, and we've lost 62 positions. So our staff being down more than 10% and our demand, again, intensifying, it is going to be very, very difficult for personnel to be able to maintain our core mandate and be able to help the city move forward with all of its ambitious goals over the next year. As a reminder, there really isn't any way that a new civil service city employee comes into the city without touching the personnel department. We're involved in recruitment, we're involved in examining, getting on eligibility lists, certifications, departmental hiring and interview process, fingerprinting, backgrounds, the medical pre-employment process, orientation, and then all the stuff that happens while they are a city employee, providing them with benefits and workers' comp coverage, the policies and procedures that guide them, workplace equity efforts, occupational health and safety, all their transfers, promotions and training, all of that is done by personnel department professionals. So therefore, we really would like to respectfully request, given our impacts that we've had with our number of positions being lost, that we be restored so that at least we can have a fighting chance. We used the fighting metaphor the last time to try to keep up with the department's intensified demands, because we really are thrilled to be partners with these departments. We hope that they are listening and they will also advocate on our behalf. But we really want to serve and we really want to move the city forward. But again, we've lost quite a number of positions. And so we would hope that we could discuss further with you some of these key positions that support our goals: equity, risk management, and hiring. So at this point, my team and I are happy to take any questions the committee may have.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll start off with Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Winnie, let me just thank you. You have done an extraordinary job during an extraordinary time. I just appreciate the leadership you've shown and the teammates and personnel that step up to the plate and try to make sure at least we have personnel ready to do the jobs that we need. As you know, the Target Local Hire and the Bridge to Jobs programs have been programs that I've been especially interested in. And I appreciate your cooperation and collaboration in these efforts as we hopefully expand these programs to provide opportunities, again, for Angelenos that, who may want to work for the city but don't have the opportunity. So this is a way of bringing them in. But I have a couple of questions on the increased services and our inclusion program. Traditionally, the Office of Workforce Equity is focused on investigating EEO complaints. Now, you're spearheading efforts to a number of key initiatives and policy issues like implicit bias training and the development of a citywide inclusion plan. So the question is, how has this work affected your infrastructure and staffing? Can you carry out these new responsibilities with the resources you have?
I appreciate your question, Councilmember Price, because it does focus on really two cornerstones of equity that help to make our workforce more diverse, inclusive, and equitable. One, as you talked about the pipelines, such as targeted local high bridge to jobs, what we would like to do is expand those pipelines so to allow more opportunities for people to get new jobs, working in partnership with other, for example, we've got a partnership with LACCD. We're working with Public Works. We have a couple of council motions on expanding those pipelines. One thing that will be critical in terms of staffing from an equity perspective, in terms of bringing new folks in to have opportunities within the city, is civilian recruitment, because one key touchstone is to have our recruiters have a contact with the key communities that are most in need and provide them with information on how to best avail themselves of opportunities, perhaps through some of these non-traditional pipelines. So that is an area in which staffing, which has been cut in the past year, would be helpful in terms of our growing. The second part of your question, which is part of the reason why I like your question so much, is you rightfully focused on our workplace equity efforts once someone becomes a city employee. Our Chief Diversity, Inclusion, and Equity Officer, Malaika Billups, has been working on a lot of initiatives on the policy end in terms of helping us become a more equitable city. And those things need staffing to be able to accomplish. But it doesn't do us any good to recruit in the community unless we can promise people a safe and supportive workplace once they arrive at the city. One of the key efforts that we would like staffing for is in the workplace investigation arena, because as we are rolling out the anti-bias learning for employees and other efforts, these things have a very valuable role in bringing visibility to these issues. But at the same time, what happens is there may be more reporting, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, because we do want to surface these issues so that we can address them promptly. So staff would be needed in the Workplace Equity Office to make sure that we respond to any concerns that are brought forth in this arena in a prompt and thorough manner. So I appreciate your question very much.
You know, we talked about the EEO complaints. We know that they're still coming in, but with new demands to develop equity policies and implement other initiatives, how do you balance that with, you know, your traditional EEO complaint resolution process?
It is a delicate balance, and I see that Ms. Billups has put herself on camera, which I think is my clue that she wants to say something. But, you know, you're right, because both of these things are very important. They're tandem initiatives, and they both required investment. So Ms. Billups, would you like to help with Mr. Price's question?
I'm more than happy to. Wendy, you've been very closely involved in a lot of this process, so I know that you are more than capable of answering the question or supporting the question. I'm here for support, but I'm more than happy to speak to it. We really have seen a remarkable increase in the number of complaints and investigations that the Office of Workplace Equity has had to handle. In the last few years since the creation of My Voice LA, which is the online reporting system, we've seen a 240% increase in the number of cases that have been received by the Office of Workplace Equity, which is incredibly significant. And in order to balance what we consider protective mechanisms of the city, which is investigating and looking into complaints of equity violations, we basically need to have the resources that are commensurate with that spike in complaints. On the flip side, we are also looking at engaging in these further diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. And so really a lot of it just comes down to the allocation of resources and the people to really do this work. It takes people, skilled individuals, to look into a situation and determine whether or not there has been some sort of an equity violation, whether or not someone's being mistreated on an unlawful and just improper basis, while also balancing the resources that we need to help the city to achieve a culture of inclusion through the various efforts that we have been asked to undertake by the council and by various departments who are looking for support in a lot of these areas.
Okay, well, I think you both know that I'm a strong supporter of the city's targeted local hire and the Bridge to Jobs program. And they both, I think, have even more importance as we start ramping back up again and getting our economy up and trying to get more people into the process. Again, and you referenced it earlier, I think, Wendy, but talk again about what other job pipelines the department is working on to bring in a new cadre of city employees.
Yes, this is a very exciting that we're anxious to expand as our mini departments. We're working on with the Bureau of Engineering. We're trying to looking at more veterans. We're working with the LA Community College District, a program that allows us to have a partnership with them where we provide their students with information about city jobs. We have something that Mr. Good, the president of the Bureau of Public Works, is asking us to do that he calls targeted local hire on steroids, which is basically adding additional new job classifications into the program, looking at all sorts of expansive ways to look at enhanced training components, partnerships, increased data collection on demographics. Again, trying to make even more of an impact on those communities which have not traditionally been able to secure civil service jobs, because we know that this is a win-win. It's a win for our community. It's a win for the city, because once someone comes into the city, as we've seen with targeted local hire and Bridge to Jobs, they're not just getting a job, they're getting a career. And once they've come into our system, they're able to then promote and across departments and through city jobs there. So we're very excited on building these pipelines. We had already started working on them, during the pandemic. But again, having those sort of boots on the ground to be able to reach out to the communities, as well as the targeted local hire position being added back into the budget to help work on these programs would be of great value to us.
I support your efforts and your commitment to bringing about this change and bringing about greater equity in our employment. Mr. Chair, I'd like to request a budget memo on funding one personal analyst position for the targeted local hire and 4 positions for the workplace equity division so that their work can continue.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Price.
Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Macy, for, thank you, Mr. Price, for the questions, first of all, about My Voice LA and targeted local hire, 2 things both that I care deeply about as well. And I'm really glad to hear that it's a strange thing to say. I'm glad to hear this big uptick in complaints. That maybe sounds wrong, but the assumption has to be that the complaints would always have been there. And My Voice LA gave people an opportunity to be able to bring those complaints forward in a safe environment and so that we can address them instead of having them fester without being addressed. And so it sounds as though the system is working as we had hoped it would, and I'm very pleased to hear that. I have a few categories of questions. One dealing with workers' comp, 2 dealing with testing, and then finally, I want to ask you a little bit about disaster service workers. Workers' comp has been one of those areas that puts people to sleep, but it's been one of those things that I've spent a lot of my attention on trying to figure out how we can reduce overall workers' comp costs, and so have you, Ms. Macy, and I really agree that I really appreciate that you have taken this effort on with gusto. And I do note that the budget actually reduces the allocation over last year, over 2021, for workers' comp in the Human Resources Benefits Fund. And so I'd like you to talk sort of generally, first of all, about what we're doing citywide to reduce workers' comp incidences and costs, number one. Number two, I'd like to understand when we have about 30 analysts within personnel who are managing workers' comp claims, as I understand it, and that only encompasses about a third of the claims. So what's being done with the other 2/3? How are those being managed, and how are we ensuring that there's consistency in the way those claims are being managed? So those are my questions on workers' comp.
Thank you, Councilmember Krikorian, and I know that at an earlier council meeting that you asked some questions, important questions about our third-party administrators. So just by way of context, we have currently over 17,000 workers' compensation claims in the city. Workers' comp did go up during the pandemic. We had COVID-related, there are just a number of things that contributed to that. Our workers' comp program claims are handled primarily either by outside contractors or by our own city staff. So the outside contractors are responsible for police claims, fire claims, and those civilian claims for example, the city attorney's office personnel that can't be handled by internal staff. And then we have a cadre of workers' compensation professionals within our office that handle the civilian claims. So that's the universe of claims. One of the things that we expressed concern about in our budget letter is the level of staffing of the workers' comp division, because they're not only responsible for managing the third-party administrators and making sure that they're being held to task to provide the best value to the city, as well as the best treatment of our injured workers, but they also independently have a caseload of workers' compensation claims. Industry best practices is that an adjuster should not have more than 125 claims, but they're now at about 150. And just as with doctors or any other professionals, when you have too high a caseload, you worry that the outcomes are not going to be as good, whether that is in prompt communication with the injured worker, whether that is in reviewing medical treatment plans and bills, whether it is making sure that third-party administrators are on task, controlling costs, things of that nature. So my worry is that if we cut staff and shorten our costs on that end, we end up paying for it on the back end by claims outcomes that are not as good. And so obviously, and of course, customer service. And so we do not want that to happen. And so that's why, that staffing component is so important. We also, again, the third-party administrator does a very critical role, and we work very closely with them. We also have some innovative programs that your council committee has supported in the past that involve a partnership with our labor partner. And these are our alternative dispute resolution programs, which take things out of the litigation arena and have an ombudsperson who facilitates earlier resolution of the claims, which is a win-win. Again, it helps the injured worker, it helps the city, it expedites claims being handled more quickly and effectively. But because those are ones where we're actually, of course, trying to reduce the claims process, that's where the timeliness of deadlines become all the more critical. So ironically, even though that's a great program that helps us save costs, it puts more pressure on our staff to be able to handle deadlines more quickly. So in a nutshell, that's kind of our workers' comp situation. And I know you understand, a council member, how we have to really look at the whole picture and not kind of be penny wise, pound foolish, and again, cut ourselves on staff when it might actually benefit the city in the long run.
Yeah, very much so. And so I'd like to ask for a budget report back on including the positions necessary to be able to reduce that caseload. And as we look at potential funding sources to do that, I'd also like the department to work with the CAO to make some recommendations for a more kind of vertically integrated approach. Because in a workers' compensation claim. There's the department personnel, there's personnel, and then there's the city attorney, all of whom are engaged in this process. And I feel like often that's not, that hierarchy is not as smooth and as coordinated as it needs to be. The personnel department needs to be the hub of that wheel. I've always felt that the professionals in the personnel department should be taking the laboring oar on this, rather than managers in the other departments who are trying to handle their own employees, trying to figure out what a reasonable accommodation is or is not under the law. And then the city attorney who has to pick it up on the back end. But the personnel department needs to be the hub of that wheel. And I want to make sure that you are sufficiently staffed to be able to take on that role and reduce costs in our overall workers' compensation budget. So I'd like to ask for that report back, please. Now, with regard to testing, we hope that there will be some hiring in really critical areas, especially given the impact of the SIP in reducing personnel in so many departments. And I think many members of this committee have already expressed a desire to begin restaffing in some key areas. And I know that testing is often seen as one of the barriers to being able to do that quickly. You've implemented your Anytime, Anywhere testing program, which I think has been a great innovation. Can you talk a little bit about how that has done in encouraging more applicants and reducing the delay in testing time during the hiring process?
Sure, and again, we're very grateful for your committee's support in the past, which has allowed us to do what was a innovation ahead of really all other big cities, and then turned out to be a necessity because we went into a global pandemic and people were not able to do in-person testing. So it really did help us stand us in good stead over the past year when, for COVID-related reasons, at one point we really had to suspend all in-person testing. It isn't, automatic, of course. It does require a staff commitment to basically set up and schedule the online tests, be able to do remote proctoring, all the support that is done there. But it is, and I want to emphasize, it's not only a convenience, but it's an equity program, because it took away a entry, which required people to have to travel to our locations convenient to us and allowed them to do it at home. So that's the thing we're very, very proud of. There are some exams which do require an in-person component. First of all, for equity purposes, we do have in-house computer labs where we allow people to come in and take tests. We also have performance tests, for example, in Public Works, where people actually operate heavy machinery and so forth. During COVID, that has slowed down, and we anticipate that it'll stay slower just because of COVID. We've got to wipe down all the machines, we've got to wipe down all the computers, we've got to practice social distancing. So we know that that's going to have an impact on our exam scheduling. One of the other things is, there's going to be great pent-up demand. When the hiring freeze is lifted, every department is going to want to be first in the queue. And so we're going to really need to make sure that we prioritize. We tried to keep our lists fresh to the extent that we could during the pandemic. And again, the Anytime Anywhere testing has helped us a lot. But we know that with our staffing being down and examining, what we don't want to have happen, and you're well familiar, Councilmember Krikorian, because of the last recession, personnel got cut so deeply that there was at some point a year-long backlog in getting lists established, and we just don't want that to happen. And so that's why the staff that we're requesting in the testing portion are very critical, so that we can try to keep up with what we anticipate is going to be extremely high demand from the various departments.
Agreed. And I think the requests that you've made regarding recruitment, classification, examining, and background investigations, all critical to that process. And I'd like to ask that we include a budget memo back on those positions and what their impacts will be on other departments if those positions are filled, and other departments' ability to hire. Oh, and then finally, on the disaster service worker program, I think all of our city employees who stepped up and participated in the disaster service worker program are heroes who, really went the extra mile during the course of the pandemic when the disaster service worker program was first mobilized by the mayor for the first time, I think, in our city's history. And your department in particular had a lot to juggle in making sure that got off the ground and was handled successfully. And so I want to thank you for that. If you can talk a little bit about what lessons you've learned from that experience and what we need to be prepared for the next time disaster should require disaster service workers to be mobilized.
Thank you for the kind words, and I do want to also offer appreciation to our city clerk and ITA and EMD and mayor's office and other partners who we could not have done this without, because they really step up and help us out. We all had disaster service worker programs planned, thinking it might be, something, a fire, an earthquake, things of that nature. And a pandemic that went on for months and months and months was something completely different. So at any given time, we had 1,000 city employees mobilized on a number of different missions. And you're correct, they were heroes. They were heroes at the time when people were told not to leave their homes, yet these folks were out there helping our most vulnerable residents day in and day out, and continue to do so. They continue to serve on missions. And so we've had an opportunity to learn and to think about how we can better the program. I mean, we've seen the news reports about fire season. We hope it doesn't come to that, but we know we need to be prepared. And so to be able to fully be mobilized, we've had to borrow people from other functions. We know that our partners at EMD are a very small department. And so, we want to be able to assist them and coordinate this effort. So that's why we requested a position to help with disaster service worker. But again, it was a citywide effort. I commend all the folks in the personnel department, my assistant general manager, Paula Days, and all the work that, that we continue to do. I commend our labor partners who we kept informed through all this process and their cooperative nature. And it really is the best good news stories out of this disaster, the city employees stepping up. But we need to be ready for the next time. And we've learned some important lessons. And one of them is really having that critical infrastructure in place, again, to support what I believe is the department after me, but it's a small department. And so we like to be able to do that.
Thank you. So I would like to get a budget memo back on funding and providing the positions for the disaster service worker program as detailed in your letter. And I'd like that report to be by the CAO in consultation with personnel, but also in consultation with EMD for those positions. So with that, thank you very much, Ms. Macy, for your service. And I will turn next to Ms. Rodriguez.
Mr. Krikorian. Thank you, Wendy, so much for your very detailed explanations. And I wanted to talk to you a little bit about some of the budget circumstances related to public safety. And obviously some of the hiring and scrutiny that needs to be conducted with background checks. What's your current likelihood of being able to help support very thorough investigations with respect to background checks with current staffing levels, and then also subsequently in terms of the scrutiny that's now being applied, reviewing perhaps even social media posts. I had introduced a motion previously about, any city employee involved in an insurrection really doesn't have a role in government service. Are those items being scrutinized in the hiring process going forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Rodriguez. Those are very excellent and timely questions. My AGM out of region is also here, and I'm sure he can provide greater detail. But we're expecting increased demand in public safety hiring, both from LAPD and LAFD, if you look at the budget book, because of attrition that has occurred and so forth. LAFD is also doing the addition of another academy class. And we have not received any additional resources in our public safety division, but we actually are going to be down an entire team of background investigators. And so that will definitely impact our ability to do this timely. Our background investigation division not only handles fire, they also handle other critical city positions that go through the fuller background check. And those include key positions like environmental compliance inspectors, animal control officers, street services investigators, and so forth. And so the workload is something that does concern us. Mr. Kyumjan's here. If you want to talk a little bit about what we're doing in terms of social media and trying to root out bias, which is of course extremely critical.
Good afternoon, council members. We already had, prior to any of the events of the last year, measures to weed out candidates who exhibit bias or any kind of extremist views. So this was done not just in our background investigations process, but also during our psychological evaluation. However, we have gone back and relooked at everything. We have now added questions in our departmental interview, specifically inquiring about cultural competence and respect for diversity. We're going to be working with LAPD to modify the polygraph examination to question in these areas. We do currently look at social media accounts that any candidates have. That's part of the background process, but we are looking at ways to do deeper dives in that regard. And I will be coming back to this committee with a budget request in the fall regarding a new initiative in that regard. But we are looking at every step of the process in order to make those efforts more robust. But as Ms. Macy said, the human resources are integral. Especially since the numbers that are being expected of us, because LAPD is currently under-deployed and is expecting high attrition. In order to meet those numbers, we simply cannot afford to lose the current positions.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think those are paramount, particularly when you're doing hiring with respect to sworn personnel. That very deep investigation is going to be critical, just to make sure that we're doing the most thorough job, that there are no corners cut in this process, and so that it's enabled a very deep and thorough review. With respect to the equity review panel and that work, how is that strictly on application for civilian on the civilian side, or would that also be applicable to any sworn personnel?
Those programs, the equity programs that Ms. Phillips talked about, would be applicable to all of the city family. So we are talking and we are socializing with the different departments and the labor partners about the workplace equity review panel and what their jurisdiction would be. Also, the citywide inclusion plan contemplates getting a sort of a cultural baseline on city employees and inclusion. And that is also intended to include everyone within the city. So we're working with all of our departmental partners and our labor partners and going through. Ms. Phillips, is there anything that you wanted to add on that?
Nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, just with respect to, we have a number of really terrific efforts related to targeted local hire, trying to really assure inclusion of local community members having access to great jobs. And I know that many of our public safety roles that are managed for their recruitment efforts are managed relatively separate from your efforts. Has there been any collaboration in terms of helping to inform best practice to assure, any kind of, increased growth of local participation and competitiveness amongst LA City or local residents versus what we tend to see is a lot of applicants from outside of the LA region?
Aram, did you want to talk about some of the recruitment and how you work closely with our public safety partners and some of the diversity numbers that we've achieved?
Yeah, absolutely. So for the public safety classifications, the recruitment with LAPD and with the fire department is a collaborative effort, and the departments lend us sworn officers who essentially are the boots on the ground while we support them with the advertising campaigns and the outreach efforts from behind the scenes and through digital advertising primarily. The efforts have been really remarkable. So for the last full year for which we have data 2019-2020, we hired almost 14% female firefighter recruits, which is 10 entire points higher than the department's female firefighter workforce currently. And we hired recruits of color at a rate of nearly 2/3. The upcoming July class has 80% recruits of color and almost 12% female. For LAPD,
I was actually referring to I'm fully aware of the diversity of these classes, which is a welcomed and transformative shift. I'm talking about those emanating from our very own communities, coming from when we talk about the disparity. I mean, we talk about a lot of these positions being made available. When we talk about targeted local hire, we can talk about GSD positions or a variety of departmental. I'm talking about achieving those same types of successes in terms of individuals competing for these jobs that are actually emanating from the very communities that we know disproportionately have some of the economic barriers and perhaps access that other communities perhaps might otherwise have. So I'm talking more about in terms of more from the local areas from which we would still also prioritize with respect to our targeted local hire.
So I think what you're getting at is a combination of what we already do. So for a lot of the public safety hiring, we do try to attract local because it's definitely more candidate friendly a process given the multiple test parts, and also reflects the community that they serve. So part of our outreach has been to make sure that candidates are also familiar with the city and the populace that they're going to be serving. In the civilian realm, I think Ms. Macy touched on the need for a recruitment team because that team has been essentially eliminated during the pandemic. So we don't really currently have funding for civilian recruiters. And in order to be able to have that kind of outreach in the community, the restoration of those positions are going to be integral to the efforts.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to actually drill down on some of the data in terms of our candidates from those that, in terms of the breakdowns of the, both the ethnic, but also the, the local hire, if you will, as it relates to some of these positions where we might see greater success in some of the capturing of these candidates within the various departments. But I would like to request a budget memo and a report back on the cost and position authorities that were deleted through the SIP that support the hiring and recruitment of public safety and civilian classifications. The report should also include the impact to hiring the impact to our hiring capacity should these positions not be restored.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Anything else? All right, we'll go next to Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. And again, Ms. Macy, first I want to echo what my colleague said about our appreciation for the great and hard work that you guys have had to do during the pandemic and for years. I mean, personnel is the linchpin for the city, in order for us to move forward in an equitable way. And it's just so much of our city depends on personnel functioning well. So I'm glad that we've asked for a lot of report backs. I wanted to start by picking up on something that Councilmember Rodriguez was talking about, and the LAFD and LAPD recruiting. She spent a lot of time talking about the importance of it, and I totally agree with that. I just want to close the loop. I mean, I know we've made huge strides in diversity, but do you have enough resources now, or what resources do you need, whether in your recruitment efforts or in the hiring process, to ensure that the city's public safety hiring needs are met with high caliber candidates who reflect the city's diverse makeup? Do you have what you need at this point, or are you asking for something additional?
Again, I'll let Mr. Kiyunjin comment, but I believe some of the other questions hit upon the need for the background investigator team, which is integral to hiring. But Aram, was there additional recruitment funding that would be helpful?
Yeah, I think the number one priority is the restoration of not just the background team, but also a senior PA2 who oversees the review unit, and that has more of an audit function of completed files. But additional recruitment funds would be very helpful during a year where there's going to be not only additional demand for the numbers, but as we've been talking about, the right caliber as well as the broad diversity of candidates. So last year, our recruitment funds were cut from $400,000 to $300,000, and the restoration of the additional monies would go a long way, not only for digital advertising, but media partnerships, influencer campaigns, as well as innovative recruitment tools such as the inclusion of VR in our outreach efforts.
Okay, great, appreciate that. Other topics, with COVID, we've had to move obviously a lot of employees to telecommuting, and as we're now starting to return to on-site, how are you guys supporting these efforts, both to help people return, but also, where appropriate, to encourage a different way of doing things so that more people can be working remotely, or creatively?
So the personnel department has been, of course, integrally involved in all of these discussions as work as we know it has changed and probably will forever change. Our Deputy Mayor, Jean Holm, is running sort of a task force that's looking at sort of the future of work at the city. But as we look towards, potentially reopening, we're going to have to do a lot of different things. We're going to need a permanent telecommuting policy. We're going to need to look at different hybrid models with respect to, perhaps people can be staggered. We're going to be needing to look at various challenges with getting people back to work, all the health and safety protocols. I mentioned we have occupational health and safety within our department. All of the signage, all of the different leaves. You're familiar, of course, that there's been a number of different new laws put into place with respect to safety protocols, but also what types of paid leave there are. And so navigating through that, our department personnel officers, whether they work in personnel or whether they work for independent departments, have never been more busy. We anticipate that will continue to be the case as we move towards whatever work looks to be. And so those policies and procedures work, again, providing advice, consultation. We heard from friends of the city attorney that they have experienced shortages in staff on the labor and employment side. So we have a lot of that work. We work with them on discussions with our labor partners. All of that needs to take place so that we can have a safe, healthy reopening. And many of these issues, as you know, change from day to day. We've just received new CDC guidelines on mask wearing. We've been trying to nail that down. We've seen that in an office workplace, that does not appear to have changed, but that's changed for a lot of different outdoor activities. We'll need to sort through all of that. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done, which will keep personnel, department staff, particularly in client services, very busy over the next several months.
And related to that, what's the importance of the PERCS electronic record system? And do you have the resources you need for that?
So thank you. Again, this is one of those things that we discovered we had to go remote is, as you know, because I think you have all been passionate about this, is we still have paper folders that are our personnel folders. And we knew what happened, even back at the Da Vinci fire where they all got soaked, that's not a good risk management practice. So we've been working to get on a go forward basis, the employee records to be electronic and finally in the digital age. And so we've received some money. We're very grateful to the mayor's office to expand that effort on a go forward basis to some additional 17 or so departments. We don't have money or funding in terms of going backwards. So in other words, scanning the existing historical records, which we'd like to do because having a complete electronic file that supports a remote work environment, but also is more lasting, obviously, than the physical file, and would be a more seamless transition to our HRP system would be, of course, very welcome.
But you have the resources to move prospectively on this? As you know, I raise it because I do think it is critically important to get our files electronic. It's insane to me that we still are pushing paper and folders on this kind of stuff.
We did receive, I believe it's a $250,000 from the mayor's budget to at least expand to more departments on a go-forward basis. So again, grateful for that. We can always do more and expand even more departments and also go backwards.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess that's part of the report back is we're asking for. Well, you didn't have that in your letter, right? That was not one of your priorities for that, but if you have something moving forward, I guess we'll address that as we move forward as well. I ultimately want to see you doing it for all the departments, as I'm sure you do, but I'm just eager to make that happen. Another issue, a little bit more narrow. Prior to the pandemic, I know you all were examining our commute incentive programs. And during the pandemic, we eliminated parking charges for employees who drive to work, but we didn't do the same thing for employees who use transit. And I think I've talked about this issue in the past, but as we return to work, a lot of employees may be reluctant to get back onto transit, and we need to figure out how to incentivize that as much as possible. And so rather than ask a question about it, I'm just going to ask for a report back on different commuting incentives that the city offers now, how they align with the city's environmental goals of promoting alternatives to single occupancy cars, and to include the cost of providing free Metro monthly passes to employees who choose to commute by transit. And that as a budget-related report back, because it's not just about this policy in general. It's potentially about putting some money in the budget to do that, because I think we need to be consistent with our values on this issue, and we've had this inconsistency for a while. So I just put that out there as a report back. And you also mentioned... I'm sorry, Mr.
Blumenfield, if we could also include not just Metro, but MetroLink in that report back, please.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes. MetroLink in any form of transit. I'll just expand it to that. Because maybe, it could be more than just the biggies. And then last, most of the issues have been covered, but you mentioned client services. What role would you say client services provides to execute the different requests that departments are making? Do these client services staff do other duties in addition to hiring? And do we need more resources in that regard?
Thank you for your question. I know when people talk about hiring, the natural focus is on the exam process because that's the one that's the most time consuming. So it's rightfully so. But we do have a number of client services staff who are embedded within the 25 departments. I think with the 2 additional departments, we'll have 27 departments that we're servicing. And these are HR professionals that work in the personnel department, but are physically housed with their clients and are integrally a part of their client's team. They do many other things besides just hiring. First of all, they are very important in the hiring process. When we talk about generating an exam request and so forth, actually, that is typically coming from a client services staff person who works with their departmental management in their hiring priorities. So they are very important. They are very important in hiring. They work very closely, getting certifications, getting once someone's on a list, how do they get from a list into a department? That's what the client services folks do. So they work on getting them interviewed, scheduled, get them processed for, their fingerprints, their orientation, all that kind of stuff comes from client services. So, they have been immune, of course, from SIP. And while we are grateful that the mayor's office did work with us in restoring some of their key positions, we know that other departments have lost positions due to SIP, and they have an expectation that that person is by their side, helping them with all of their needs, not just hiring, but everything. That's, grievances, disciplines, leaves, a million other things that you would think an HR professional does. So I'm really glad that you brought that up, because it is an important element of the process that is often overlooked.
Thank you. And that's it. One question, Mr. Chair. I don't remember if in the report backs that were asked for so far, we included recruitment dollars, asking about reporting back on the recruiting dollars that are needed. If that hasn't been included, I want to make sure that it is, but it may have already been covered. I don't know.
Very good. I think I did, but if I didn't, let's go ahead and include that as well.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Mr. De Leon. Oh, did I catch you at a bad time?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Corin. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Wendy. Welcome. I just want to add my remarks. Ditto Ms. Rodriguez, when she mentioned the whole vetting process. Obviously, I think it's so important with regards to especially positions that deal with public safety and interaction with the public as a whole, that we really do make sure that we truly vet, potential employees of the city of Los Angeles, but in particular the public safety positions. So we don't find ourselves in the position that unfortunately we've been finding ourselves in with regards to all the litigation, all the lawsuit, and perhaps some perspectives that are not shared values of who we are as Angelenos. So I just wanted to share, or I should say, just join the remarks made by Ms. Rodriguez. A quick question. Can you describe what the role is of the Chief of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer is, and what their specific responsibilities will be, and what the outcomes will be measured against?
I'm happy to do so, but she's also here if she wants to speak for herself. She's got a lot on her plate. She's really been doing a tremendous job in, clearing the backlog of complaints that have happened, helping deal with harassment, discrimination complaints. But now the really exciting equity work, which is a lot of policy work. It's a lot of forward-thinking work. It's a lot of preventative work. It's a lot of just sort of helping the culture of our city. But I'll let Ms. Phillips speak for herself.
Thank you, Wendy, and thank you to the council members. I've been at the personnel department for almost 2 years now in this position, and we really have been working to build something that is institutionally based, something that will have a long-term impact on the culture of the city and basically the way that the city's workforce does business with respect to how they engage with each other. So we have two different key initiatives. One I spoke to a little bit earlier, which are the protective mechanisms. And that is the EEO division's historical functions of investigating complaints of harassment, discrimination, and retaliation, and making sure that we can root out and weed out any of those problems, identify what they are, and then work with the departments to create appropriate responses for handling those. And in those efforts, we partner with the city attorney's office, we partner with the various departments. Another key aspect of the protective mechanisms that we've worked on is partnering with the council offices and the mayor's office to create a citywide workplace equity policy. That's one of the key processes that we've been working on, and to create the procedures that are attendant to that policy. So the workplace equity policy is the effort sort of the whole city to come together and establish language and behavioral expectations for how we expect our employees to engage with and treat each other. We have at this point several council motions, mayor's executive directives, and a lot of different policies, but not a clear key one document that everyone can look to and say, this is the city's position on discrimination, workplace equity, something that's new and that is keeping with the culture that we know is appropriate as we move forward. So that's been a big effort that we've been working on developing, and also the enforcement mechanisms to support that. It's something that Councilmember Rodriguez brought up earlier, which is this new pilot program of the Equity Review Panel. It's something that we're looking to pilot with one department and that we will hope to roll out with basically citywide, which is the opportunity to have employment law experts that are outside contracted legal counsel to review the investigations, work together to collaborate to come up with their best possible recommendation for how departments should respond to potential violations of the workplace equity policy. So those are two of the key protective mechanism initiatives. On the flip side, we have all of these diversity initiatives, which include the implicit bias training that many people on this call, if they haven't taken it yet, I hope they will take it soon. Also, we've been funded by the Innovation and Performance Commission to provide a citywide cultural assessment. And that is our opportunity.
You gave the presentation just recently, didn't you?
Yes. Yeah.
Which committee? Remind me.
Public Works.
Public Works, that's right, I remember. Yeah, so
right. And thank you for your vote on that. So the citywide cultural assessment, and this is really relevant to what we talked about then. The idea is to create a cultural baseline so that we understand where the city culture is with respect to feelings of inclusion, trust in leadership, belonging, all of those things that we have historically considered soft skills. But now that we have an elevated consciousness about the role of the people and their feelings of belonging into the impact of how they perform their duties, how they actually give themselves to the city services, we recognize that is incredibly important. And if we don't have our finger on the pulse of what's happening within the culture, then we're not going to know how to target our responses to be able to improve things, to be able to identify the pain points or the pressure points within the different departments. So once we have the assessment, one of the key things that I'll do, which is several things, is to implement the inclusion and anti-bias plan to target those issues that we identify with the cultural assessment, to find out what it is that we can do, how we can teach people, whether it's through trainings, whether it's through workshops. It's really putting the things that we've learned in this implicit bias training and all the other trainings into action so that people can make actual changes and build equity into their everyday decisions. In addition, there are several gender equity initiatives, racial equity initiatives, transgender sensitivity training that we're working on developing. We've got several different angles that we're working, and basically we're trying to create a citywide culture of inclusion and belonging that we all can get behind.
You know, I remember, I was going to say, I remember after your presentation, the PowerPoint presentation in Public Works, that it had made an impression on me. And then we had a discussion, and I remember now you trigger my memory with regards to creating that different type of culture of inclusivity, but systematic culture within all the departments within the family of the city of LA. So I do remember that made an impression on me. Thank you very much, Ms. Phillips. I really appreciate it. And I appreciated that PowerPoint presentation in Public Works with Chair Bob Blumenfield at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Thank you, Mr. De Leon. Members, anything else for personnel? All right. Oh, Mr. Blumenfield, yes.
Just one thing, on the report back, did we include the client services number in the report backs? If not, I just wanted that to be potentially included as well.
Very good. It shall be so. All right, if there's nothing else, thank you very much, Ms. Macy. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for your extraordinary service in difficult times. And thank you also for showing us the entire Los Angeles City Personnel Policies and Procedures Manual behind you there on the shelves. We appreciate that you brought that along with you. So thanks very much. Have a good evening. And members, that brings up next our Emergency Management Department. So I'd like to welcome General Manager Aram Sahakian. Welcome, Mr. Sahakian. And we do have your letter. So thank you very much for providing that in advance. But please go ahead and give an overview, and we'll go right into questions being led by our Public Safety Chair, Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you so much, Chair Krikorian, honorable members. Thank you for this opportunity. I also want to thank the Mayor's budget team, the CAO's staff, your staff that work with us diligently, not only on the budget itself, but also on many of the other missions that were COVID related. The Mayor's Office of Public Safety, Jeff Correll and his team, they've been instrumental throughout the last 14, 15 months responding to the pandemic and assisting EMD. And last, my staff, I do have my Assistant General Manager, Carol Parks, on the call, and also head of my accounting division, Ellen Lennox. I will probably be the shortest but the most aggressive council members, and for a good reason, because of the dire situation that we're in. It is not a secret that EMD is very small. It has a skeleton crew, and it's been trying to expand throughout the years, and with your help and with the help of the Mayor's budget team and CAO's office, we were able to achieve this only to make a U-turn and head into the other direction. Unfortunately, the SIP hit us hard. It hit us very hard. And we are unique in this situation because, again, we're a very small department and we lost very critical positions and a large percentage of that. We lost 6 positions out of 19 emergency management coordinator positions. Out of that, 2 of the positions are deputy director level positions. During an EOC activation, we will need those 2 positions, otherwise we will not be able to maintain a level 1 activation on a 24-hour basis. There's 12 critical positions inside the Emergency Operations Center, so if you do the math, 2 12-hour operations, 12 and 12, that puts you at 24. If none of them get hurt, none of them get sick, every one of them report to work, I still don't have enough staffing because I'm at 21. And we were able to maintain our activation since March 11 of 2020 because unlike any other major emergency, where it's a 24-hour activation in case of an earthquake or major fires, it's ongoing, very involved. This has been an 8 to 5, and we have a good battle rhythm, fortunately. Having said that, we tasted a little bit of panic last week when we activated for the trial, for the verdict, for the trial, and we struggled. I'll be honest with you. We had an operational period going into the graveyard shift, and we struggled. It's no secret the missions we've been supporting throughout the last 14 months, and you guys are very familiar with the great work EMD does, quarantining the homeless to building test sites, building field hospitals, vaccinations, helping Department of Aging, fielding the elderly. The list goes on and on and on, and I don't want to sound like a broken record. But here's the bottom line. The bottom line is that after all, I'm still losing 3 positions to the SIP. We were extremely happy with the CAO's office and the Blue Book because not only we got what we asked for, they even gave us some in addition. But the bottom line is, I'm short 3 critical positions in the department. And if I'm to activate right now, if I need to activate right now at level 1, 24 hours a day for a prolonged period of time, I'm not able to do it. So I'm here asking to reinstate 3 SIP positions, 2 of them at the Emergency Management Coordinator 2 level, and 1 in lieu of an Assistant General Manager, an EMC Coordinator 1 position. So I'm asking for 3 positions. And I also want to mention that through the budget hiring process, out of the 6 positions, we were given 2 positions back, which we greatly appreciate. But we're still short on positions, and any assistance would greatly positively impact our operations moving forward. And with that, I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Autumn. I think I'll kick it off because I'm not sure.
Yes, please, Ms. Rodriguez.
Okay, because I didn't see you. Thank you, Mr. Gregorian. So I want to say, just the greatest amount of gratitude to you and your team for standing up through the course of this pandemic. These are operations that oftentimes are overlooked in terms of the value and substantial contributions that you all serve during emergency events. And this has been a catastrophic, large-scale event that you've had to sustain service and workload in for the better part of a year. And so I just, I want to just say thank you all so much, because you do a lot with very limited resources of staffing and personnel. And it's for that reason that, and it's all the other large scale events that everyone forgets about too. It didn't take a global pandemic, as you indicated. It is the preparations, the citywide preparations that need to happen with respect to the potential for a large scale event. It was, frankly, that was done correctly this time, but was it done correctly last summer? And so I want to just kind of bring that to everyone's attention, because as we are reflecting even within public safety about the response in the aftermath, reflecting on the response of last year, we recognized how the failures of not engaging in those advanced preparations in the manner that it should have been last time. And so that's why EMD was involved in the activation, just in the possibility of a large-scale event, given the verdict most recently. So I just wanted to say kudos to you for that and everything that you've done. There are some critical pieces of technology that are involved in supporting the work that you all do, because what we also know is that public safety resources in a large-scale emergency will not always be availed for individual responses. And so we have efforts associated with Ryland, for example, all these supplemental efforts that we need to do. But, if we recall correctly, for those that were recollecting, even in the last large-scale wildfire with Woolsey and some others, Notify LA, and how critical of a function it serves to make sure that we're communicating to everyone, not just the residents, but there were many housekeepers, gardeners that were attempting to go to work, not recognizing that they were being put in harm's way by attempting to go to work because they were not notified of the large-scale emergency and the evacuations associated with some of the hillside fires. Could you talk to me about what the languages that are currently available for Notify LA and how that system is being ramped up for wider scale utilization?
Absolutely, and I received the numbers this morning, the final numbers of Angelenos that registered to the system. So total we have 591,891 that that they voluntarily registered to the system. And that was an increase of 4.6% from last year. After any major disaster, we do see an uptick, and then it goes down. So that's good news. In addition to that, we did purchase, with the assistance of the mayor's office and funding that they gave us, we did purchase a database that includes more than 1 million contacts for Angelenos. So the total number right now, we're at 3.1 million approximately between registered and non-registered. Now, as far as languages, we are working with City Clerk's office to add additional languages. We found out that they have services and they can assist with translating. We do have them in Spanish and English right now, but we're looking at adding 3 additional languages. Persian is one of them, Filipino, Korean, Armenian. Total is 7 languages, but obviously, you know, we're prioritizing them based on the number of population. So we're headed in the right direction. The good news also is that the WIA, which is the Wireless Emergency Alert System, and you can't opt out of that. You don't have a choice. If we geofence an area and we send the signal a message, you will receive it, you like it or not. But the guidelines to use WIA are very strict. They're federal guidelines. It's only a life or death situation. It's a major evacuation that needs to happen because you're in harm's way. And we have used it on many occasions in the last several years. And as you guys probably are getting all the Notify LA messages for that, for vaccinations, we're aggressively using them. But it's a life-saving tool, and I absolutely support what you're saying. We need to keep expanding it.
Yeah, and I know I've mentioned this to you before, but with such great, it seems like a growing utilization, for example, even of the Citizen app, and that's a lot of people personally subscribing to get real-time information on incidents in their area. That might be perhaps another vehicle for expanding awareness of the Notify LA, because I think sometimes what happens is there's a lot of sometimes you just got to go meet people where they are versus trying to invent something and ask them to come to your party, right?
Absolutely.
If we know they're out there. Yeah. And so it might be a great way for us to capture more participation and registrations in that. And I think that would be important. So I do have one request for a budget memo. And again, and for me, it's one of these things that it's, you wish you had all the right things in place in the event of an emergency, and you don't get, and what we saw, for example, even in the response of last summer, the disaster that occurred as a result of not being better prepared. Preparedness is everything. And, and I know Mr. Blumenfield is familiar with these experiences with large scale evacuations and the amount of coordination that is involved. But I'm also hypersensitive to the fact, living in earthquake country, that and we've had some rude awakenings at very early hours, that some of these other large-scale events are fairly imminent, and we just need, we would be not doing a service to our city for not being, making sure that we're adequately resourced for those preparations. And so I'd like to have a report back on the cost of EMD coordinator positions that were deleted with the SIP, that would be my request for a budget memo, and that concludes my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. And Chair asked me to take over for a moment as the Vice Chair, and also as I'm next in the queue to ask questions. So I'll do both of those and certainly ask that we do the report back. Mr. De Leon is saying, no, it's what he told me I was next. Okay, so first off, I want to echo what Councilwoman Rodriguez said. You guys are doing a tremendous amount with not enough resources. I mean, it's clear, and you did a good job of showing that in some of the documents about how other cities are just so much more resourced than we are, and we need to figure out how to address that challenge and to get the resources or to define the role in a clear way where it is achievable. So I know you're facing a lot of challenges right now. I wanted to ask about a couple of specific things. The Emergency Operations Command Center, when was the last time that it was updated, and how often is it supposed to be updated? And do you have the funds to pay for it?
Well, we did go after some grant funding, Councilmember Bloomfield, and we were successful. So we are on the verge of breaking a contract to start upgrading the equipment. But to answer your question, every 7 years, the rule of thumb is every 7 years, the technology will change enough, warranting basically almost a complete makeover. We're way past that time. We're over 10 years now. The equipment are breaking down, and it's not just us, it's also LAPD's Department of Operations Center, LAFD's Department of Operations Center. They're housed in the same building, but they're under the EOF fund, and we maintain all the equipment in the building. So I'm happy to report that we made some headway. We're aggressively going after grant funding to ensure that we fix some of the stuff and it's less of a burden on the general fund. But we're past that deadline, definitely.
Well, that's good. It's good to know that we're finally, because I know that has been an issue for a long time, and it's bad enough that we ask you to do so much without the right staff, but without the right equipment is just tying both of your hands behind your back. So another topic, how's the Business Operations Center doing, and what are we doing to maximize the benefits to the city of our public-private partnerships? And how much is this costing us?
It has been so valuable for the past 14, 15 months. We really engaged the private sector, unlike any time during normalcy. And the reason was twofold, because they also reached out to us for direction that, some of the guidelines are really paralyzing us, and let's sit down and talk about this. So we kind of became the conduit between them and the county health department and the city departments to ensure that if they're allowed to open under specific guidelines, then they are able to do so. At the same time, we received a tremendous amount of PPE donations from the private sector, and in turn, we turned around and donated it to the private sector that needed these PPEs to reopen. So we have definitely a much better relationship right now. On a daily basis, we're engaging the Chamber of Commerce's, the local businesses, and there's more interest in being prepared right now. So, which is great. It was a struggle before. Everybody's in a comfort zone. Preparedness was the last thing on their mind. Suddenly, that has shifted almost 180 degrees, and they're knocking on our doors. That, listen, please don't leave us out. I know you're preparing the residents and the constituency, but the business sector is also important, and we're engaged in that as we speak.
Great. And is there more room for a partnership between nonprofits and the private sector? And I'm thinking in particular, as you know, in my district, we started this community action team actually before I was even in the council, and it has grown to the point where we have volunteers that maintain warehouses and keep emergency supplies fresh and have them forward deployed in these V-pods throughout the community, and have expanded even well beyond my district, throughout the city and beyond. And it seems sometimes like there's a bit of a missed opportunity to partner with a group like that, because they make the investment to keep the donations fresh even when there's no emergency. And whereas if we take that on as a city, that's a whole host of other expenses that we have to take on in terms of keeping, all of the donations, fresh is the wrong word, but make sure that they're categorized, make sure they are, if they're perishable, that they're kept fresh, et cetera. It seems like there may be other additional opportunities there to engage with groups like my community action team and others. Do you see that as a possibility?
It's a must, not a possibility. We have to. I mean, you look historically, any major disaster that you look at, it's the private sector, the NGOs who save the day. They're the ones on the ground. They're the ones holding hands, and they're the ones that stay behind after everybody else leaves. So it's a must. We're cultivating it. I know we work with Nathan, as you know. We have the Salvation Army on board now. Donation management is a nightmare, and it's a headache. I'll be very honest with you. And handing it to an NGO is tremendous help. I mean, it's the smart thing to do, obviously with an oversight and ensuring that they have the assistance that they need from us to run their operations. It's a no-brainer, council member.
Great. Well, I look forward to further cementing that with Nathan and the other groups that we've got going already. Last one's a little bit of softball, but what are the measures you're doing to better prepare our senior citizens living in apartments, senior housing facilities? What are you doing to prepare, and I know you're doing a lot, but to prepare them for the big one or the fire, and do you have the resources to continue that important work with our seniors?
So we work with the Department of Aging very closely to ensure that we're giving them the tools that they need. For example, I received a call on one day, for a request for disaster service workers to deliver 26,000 meals a day. And that was a partnership that we immediately jumped on, with personnel department's assistance, all the departments, honestly, everybody volunteered, their employees. We had a solid mission that we implemented. So we are already working towards achieving that goal. But in addition to that, our Ryland program, which is your LA neighborhood, unlike some communities which are able to do it on their own, our elderly are not. So it's very important for us to engage basically their neighbors, that whole community approach, so they know that they do have a neighbor who needs assistance. And we saw a lot of that, honestly, during the pandemic. And I'm also happy to announce that we have a virtual platform for Ryland right now. It got launched on Monday, I believe. It was, again, a grant-funded contract that we went after, and we're hoping for a great success story. But senior citizens, the different demographics, the poor population, the needy, the disabled, they're on top of our list.
Great. And last question, and then I'll turn it back to the chair, who I see is back. A lot of folks ask me, and I'd love to give you the chance to answer, what's the difference between the work that you do and the emergency work that the police department and the fire department does, that they need, what they need to do to fulfill our needs during an emergency?
So the work that the emergency management department does is number one, to coordinate the city response through the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, bringing everybody to the table from GST, Bureau of Street Service, sanitary engineering, everybody that has a finger in a response, to work together to basically communicate with the Department Operations Centers, to support all the missions that fire and police and some of the civilian departments have out there. So we're the hub. We are the leadership, basically choreographing the response and ensuring continuity of operation of all the departments. Obviously, during normalcy, we're all about preparedness and of not only constituents and also the departments, the city agencies and city departments.
Thank you. I think that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blumenfield. Next, I'd like to call on Mr. De Leon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Mr. Sahakian. Thank you very much for your incredible leadership. Let me say that your department has been essential in the city's successful response to COVID-19. Obviously, we never foresaw a global pandemic of this magnitude. And I think that the successful response to date so far is due also to your leadership. So I want to thank you and your staff for your incredible leadership. Let me ask the following question. Can you elaborate on how the pandemic has affected staff roles as well as staff responsibilities, and how it's modified the city's ability to respond to other disasters? And on top of that, I want to add another question, which is, what happens if a wildfire would hit us along with the pandemic? How stretched, how thin would it be? How vulnerable are we right now? And would we just be even much more vulnerable, in terms of coordinating, in terms of what you do, in terms of logistics, and dealing with the various departments, as well as OES at the state level, and obviously FEMA at the federal level.
And thank you for that question. Great question, Council Member De Leon, and I applaud you for Denim Day. Thank you for that too. But
whatever.
But absolutely. I mean, during an emergency response, what the Emergency Management Department does is basically to take that one event, that one emergency, concentrate on it, and with dedicated staff and respond to it. Now, when you throw another curveball into the mix, and now within an emergency, I have another emergency, and that could be a fire or it could be an earthquake, the crew that's working, existing crew that's working on the one event, they cannot immediately drop everything they're doing, divert, and start looking at this new disaster to deal with it. We were able to do it recently for a couple of events, civil unrest events. It was the COVID-19 activation that handled those two civil unrests. Again, the reason for that is because we have a good battle rhythm. We've been activated for so long that right now that event is logistical support to Dodger Stadium and testing site and vaccination site. So we have the time to do that. We have a good structure to follow through. But if you throw another event in the mix, and one of these days, hopefully you'll get the chance to come down and see a full activation, a level 1 activation inside the emergency operations centers with over 100 people coordinating response. That will really give you a good picture of what's needed: personnel resources, time resources, and financial resources, honestly. So I lose sleep over that. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's something that I think about every night, and I pray to God that we don't have another major event within this event, and we haven't. Knock on wood, honestly, we haven't had a major event during COVID, but fire season is ahead of us. I mean, it's a couple of months away.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your response. I will take you up on it. Like our staff to coordinate with each other, an opportunity to meet you personally, and come down and actually get a tour. I'm sure most, if not all, of the council members have had that opportunity. I'd like to clearly take advantage of that, without a doubt. Through the chair, I'd like a report back regarding any forthcoming resources, whether it be federal or state or any other grant funding sources or special funds that can be utilized for any critically needed positions to cover any staffing shortages. If you deem so appropriate, Mr. Chair.
I'm so sorry, Mr. De Leon. I didn't hear the last part of that. Did you mean to support the positions that were requested by the department, or I didn't quite hear?
No, what I like is a report back regarding any forthcoming resources, whether it be federal, state, or any other special grant funding sources or special funds that could be utilized for any needed critical positions to cover any staffing shortages.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Sahaki.
Thank you.
Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Arm, thank you for your extraordinary leadership during this period. It really has made a big difference. Excited to know that we're expanding our languages in Notify LA. We think, again, it's a unique resource, and we should be taking advantage of the multilingual character of our population to provide services. I got two quick questions, though. Talk a little bit more about the Notify LA program, and what's the what kind of outreach? You know, how do folks learn about this effort, and then how do we make sure they're able to use it?
Right now, the outreach is organic. Throughout the years, Councilmember Price, we've asked for funding for public outreach. Unfortunately, we were unsuccessful. So it's through social media. It's through EMD events. Unfortunately, for the last 14 months, we haven't had any public events where we go out in the communities and do emergency management fairs and outreach, Notify LA. through Nextdoor. That's another platform, for example, that we use to reach out to the communities, through the neighborhood councils. So we use city agencies, departments, neighborhood councils to reach out, but we can do more. We can definitely do more if we have the funding, and if we can bring outreach professionals to do the work. I do recall we looked at one opportunity, which was to put Notify LA on a billboard. Unfortunately, COVID-19 hit and we weren't able to do that, but we will revisit that because it goes a long way. Those type of outreaches go a long way.
Also, don't leave out the ethnic press, ethnic organizations, business and the neighborhood organizations. They can be a very potent way of getting the word out. Speaking of getting the word out, talk about EMD's equity profile. It's a concern we have across our city, each and every department. Can you share with us any initiatives that you're doing in promoting equity through hiring or other programs?
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the demographics of the emergency management department, it speaks volume. We're an extreme diverse group. Majority, if I'm not mistaken, over 70% in our department are women. Our assistant general manager is a woman, Carol Parks. So we're very sensitive to that issue. I'm a strong believer in that. The department is a strong believer in that. We work with the commission to ensure that we're holding hands and we're following through their guidelines. We follow the mayor's directive on this issue, and we've been championing it, honestly. If you look again at the department, we've been championing it.
Work closely with you on it. Our office wants to work closely with you to help you implement and expand in any way we can. So count on us as a friend.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Price. And Mr. Sahakian, I think you've heard from all of the members of this committee the concern that we have over the impacts that your department has faced and the enthusiasm that this committee has for your requests for those positions. In addition, I want to ask you, because this wasn't really addressed in your letter, and so perhaps it's not an issue, but what is the state of good repair of the EOC? Are there investments that we should be thinking about, maybe not this budget year, but over the course of coming years, to ensure that the physical plant and infrastructure of the EOC is what you would want it to be?
Yes, Councilmember Krikorian, and as I was explaining earlier, we were able to secure a grant to upgrade the Emergency Operations Center. It doesn't upgrade the whole center. It does change the video wall to the latest. The computers and some of the servers that are aging and they're past their lifeline, almost approaching 10 years, are being replaced as we speak. But it is also very critical and important that future years we get allocated enough funding to keep up to speed and not just fix things as they broke down. And that's been the practice in the last 2-3 years. During this COVID-19 activation, on several occasions, we had equipment, computers malfunctioning, and we had to spend money for a temporary fix, I would say, because that tube that we needed for our big projector was good only for 3 months, and then it died again. So these are aging equipment. Some of them you can honestly even find some of the replacement parts for it. But again, I'm happy to announce that the contract is going to be implemented probably within the next month or two, and we're aggressively going after UASI funding, federal funding, not to be a burden on the general fund, to be able to maintain our physical structure.
Well, I appreciate that, and I apologize if that's covering ground that you spoke about when I had to step out for a moment. But I do think, just to build on that a little bit, that it's important, and this doesn't have to be a budget impact report, but I think we should have a special study memo that would include your proposal for a technology replacement program for the longer haul. So, because this is true throughout our city, that we don't do enough to ensure that we're on top of replacement of our technology and other aspects of our physical infrastructure. But if there's ever a department that has to be a department that can't fail when it's needed, it's yours. So I'd like to really have us discuss your long-term plan for technology replacement and build that into our strategic planning for the longer haul.
Thank you, William.
So thank you again. Let me just echo the comments of my colleagues of thanks to you and your team for helping to guide us through one of the most challenging times that we face. At EMD, every week is a challenging week. There's always something. There's always an emergency going on someplace in Los Angeles. And so we want to thank you very much for your leadership in helping to see us through. All right. Thank you. Anything else, members, for, well, okay. I think we covered it. Okay, we're good. Thank you, Mr. Sakian. That brings up next our Convention and Tourism Department. And members, just as a time check, we had hoped to start Convention and Tourism at 5:05. We're running a little bit behind schedule, but it's manageable. And especially because I know that Mr. Donlou is very efficient in his comments. We've already received your letter, and we thank you for being here, and turn it over to you, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Councilman. I've never been one to back down from a challenge, so I'll attempt to make this short and sweet, just like I am. The CTD department is very happy.
What he wants.
The department's very pleased with the budget as proposed by the mayor. We are one of, I think, only 3 departments to offer a budget cut this budget season, a 10.46% budget cut. And I will remind the committee that we are special funded and not a burden on the general fund. I'm here with my colleagues from the department and also my colleagues from the convention, LA Tourism and Convention Board. And we can answer any questions you might have about our department budget, about our projections. I would also like to add that we're very pleased with the CIP projects that have been included in the budget. And lastly, we are also available to discuss the GCP item on the tourism marketing, if you so wish. But happy to answer any questions at this time.
Very good. Thank you very much. Let's kick it off with Mr. Blumenfield, if you'd like, Mr. Blumenfield.
Yes, no, that's fine. I just was unmuting there. Sorry about that. First, and good to see you, Don, and appreciate your brevity and the good work that you do. And we're relying on you to help bring back that TOT and to bring back our tourists. So can you provide an update on the convention center expansion and if it was negatively impacted because of COVID?
The convention center expansion, we were prepared to make a presentation to the council, I think February 27th, and it was put on hold for obvious reasons last year. So we have advanced design to a point where what we call schematic design plus, 35% drawings have been completed. We have hired an architect, hired a general contractor, and are finalizing our contract with our public-private partnership partners at AEG and Plenary. And for the past year, we've been on hold. We have every intention of coming back to you, the council, to restart that process so that we can complete the design, finish our negotiations. We'll probably need to come back to the council to request some additional funding for our consultants to get us through that last part of the negotiations and the design phase. Again, these are funds that are reimbursed by the project once it's funded. So we're only at risk if the project doesn't go forward. As far as the need goes, Councilman, it's still there. We have every intention of moving forward with the project. I don't think the economics of the expansion changed much. They just moved, 3 to 4 years from where we originally anticipated.
Okay. And I know, city investment in our international position is historically, why you can be fiscally great return on investment. That when we invest in the convention center and the department, and hundreds of millions of dollars in the transit occupancy tax. So the question is, will the $5 million that we're putting in national marketing, how is that going to compete against what we're hearing is $30 million in federal stimulus funds that New York is using for their own destination campaign? What do you estimate the return on investment for our $5 million in visitor spending, hotel revenue, transit occupancy tax is going to be? And are we at the point of maximal return or on investment, or would a dollar more leverage, more dollars?
Thank you for that question. It's an important one. And I'll ask my partner from LATCB to join in a second. I would like to say that the current marketing campaign that LATCB is undergoing will cover about 40% of the US market. This additional investment of $5 million will allow Los Angeles to have a nationwide campaign. In other words, getting 100% of the markets covered with our advertising for the first time ever. And we'll probably be the only destination able to do that this year, other than maybe Las Vegas. Is it important? Absolutely. As travel is coming back starting this summer, we're competing with destinations all over the country. You may have already seen advertising for Las Vegas, for Florida, for Texas, for Arizona, markets all over the country. So we're competing against those markets. We need to do the minimum that we're planning on just to defend our position. And by the way, we're being very conservative. We're saying, the current campaign, we're hoping will get us to 63% occupancy, after a history of being 80 plus, and the pandemic taking us down to close to under 50%. So we're being very conservative. What we're also saying is that this additional money to get us to a national campaign will, and this is information that's provided to us from Oxford Economics and their subsidiary Tourism Economics, but we anticipate that our market share or our occupancy can increase 10%. In other words, going from 63% to 69%. That's not a big lift when we're advertising nationwide. So we think that's an easy mark to hit. Adam, President and CEO of LATCB, do you have anything to add?
Thanks, Stone. Well, first of all, I'd just like to thank the council for your ongoing support, particularly with the contract renewal last summer. That's particularly critical in the midst of the pandemic to know that we had the city's ongoing long-term support. But Doan's exactly right. With the current media buy we have, as he said, we're reaching about 40% of US households. And because we're using this injection of $5 million synergistically with funding from the Los Angeles Tourism Marketing District, that's what gets us to a national media buy. So, as in terms of media placement, this $5 million will generate a national ad buy for the first time in our history. I think the only other US destination that will have the wherewithal to do that is probably Las Vegas. In terms of the anticipated return, Councilman Blumenfield, to your question, we would expect conservatively that would yield about $1.7 billion in incremental visitor spending. It would also generate about $125 million in additional hotel revenues, and that would translate conservatively into about $16 million in incremental TOT to the general fund. So as Doan said, this is on a very conservative basis. That would generate, just looking at the general fund contribution alone, an ROI of more than 3 to 1, and we think we'll probably exceed that benchmark.
Great. I wish more of our investments had an ROI anywhere near that. That's great. Last, I'll just put in a plug. I'm glad to see that that the Valley is, as a region, is in the comeback campaign. So thank you for that. I want us to work to increase the visibility of the West Valley, can highlight local attractions, including the Reseda Mural Festival that's coming up, concerts in the park as they're starting to resume, our Tasco and Madrid theater rebirths that we're doing. I just put those out there. Those two things are pillars of my cultural arts hub, and that the West Valley is often overlooked, but I'm glad that it's not in this comeback campaign. And so thank you for that, because the West Valley is a big part of the city. We've got an indigenous history, a space program history, and some great sites. So that's just my commercial, and thank you for the work you do.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I'll also say, one of the things we've done for everyone on the call, we've actually developed specific itineraries for every region of Los Angeles. And for the first time, we've also called out South LA as its own unique region. So we talk about South LA, Hollywood, the Valley, West Side, beach cities, and downtown. And we've developed custom itineraries for every one of those regions that really consumers can look to every one of the regions and make it very turnkey for them to visit each of your districts.
Thanks, Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Next, Mr. De Leon, anything for convention and tourism? Mr. De Leon is good. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just let me thank Dom and Adam for their work. We know what a special resource the convention center is, not just in CD9, but citywide. So we're happy to share the resource. The convention center has played a major role, though a side role in our pandemic recovery. Initially it was identified as a spillover for the medical center. And fortunately, we did not need it for that. We are doing some safe parking at the convention center, as you both know, and so we appreciate that. But we wanted the convention center to do what it does, to be a convention center. So we are excited about the prospects of bringing business back to the convention center and back to the city of LA. Question, the marketing plan that you're doing, you mentioned $5 million from, I guess in the budget, and then another undisclosed amount coming from the Tourist Bureau. How much total are we going to be putting into this marketing campaign?
Sure. So what I was referencing, Councilmember Price, was the Los Angeles Tourism Marketing District. So that's all the hotels in LA with at least 50 guest rooms or more. And one of the things that we're very grateful for is about 5 years ago, the city approved that the TMD would start to set aside reserve funds for 3 categories of activities. The first one was major sports and entertainment events, so that when we're hosting something like a Super Bowl, a World Cup, we don't have to significantly reduce our normal programming in the year. They've started putting aside funds in anticipation. The second one was major industry events, but the third, and this has been the most critical over the last 12 months, was they started putting aside reserve funds for a catastrophic event. Now, clearly we thought before the pandemic, catastrophic meant wildfires, earthquakes, something that was going to last maybe 90 to 120 days. But thankfully, because they've been setting aside those funds, the TMD has already released $5 million to support all of our recovery programming to date. So when I talk about it, it's almost a matching fund ostensibly. Everything we've done over the last 6 months to promote the destination, both locally and in all of our drive markets, has been 100% funded by the TMD's reserve fund. And so this injection of the additional $5 million coupled with normal collections will allow us to get to that national ad campaign.
That's exciting. Is that ad campaign going to be just domestic, or are we also doing some international advertising?
For now, domestic. The key internationally, and I think this is a good point to mention, I think you all know that we are the only U.S. destination that actually has our own international offices and team members. Every other U.S. destination hires a marketing or PR firm. And I can take no credit for this. This far predates my time with the organization, but I think you all know Patty McJennet, and she was one of the kind of progenitors of this, which was in our key international markets, we needed to have full-time staff on the ground. So one thing I can share is throughout the course of the pandemic, while we had to significantly reduce our staff, we maintained all of our international licenses. So we have offices in 7 locations around the world, and that will really give us first mover advantage when the international markets come back. But to answer your question in terms of timing, we're not investing heavily in the international markets yet, because that's going to be 100% contingent on the return of air service. Most of the nonstop direct air service to LAX is still not come back. And until we see that, and until we see the borders opened, which is really a national priority of US Travel Association, it doesn't make sense for us to invest those dollars.
Well, we're certainly excited about the comeback program, not just in the West Valley, South LA, 2 areas that have been neglected in years past. So we're happy to see that. But I would like to get a report back, Mr. Chair, on the capital improvements that are being funded through the Municipal Improvement Corporation, specifically. And also, what steps do we need to take to get the convention center back in operation? What do we need to be doing at the state level or local level to begin to permit us to have the kinds of crowds and conventions that we want to see return?
Well, as you know, we have to follow the guidelines of the county, who can't really exceed the limits that are set by the state.
Their position been on convention center reopening?
I'm sorry?
I said, so what has the county's position been on the convention center?
Well,
the reopening it here, San Diego, Long Beach, I guess.
The state has not allowed any sort of conventions, even under the yellow tier. So they're not anticipating allowing that. Now, if the state reopens like the governor said on June 15th, then we're anticipating we should be able to have certain conventions by that date. In fact, we have the LA Art Show, which has been approved by the county under the guidelines of a museum. So, as museums are now open to 50% indoors, our client, the LA Art Show, has applied under those guidelines and were recently approved by the county. So we are happy to announce that we are hosting the LA Art Show at the end of July here at the Convention Center. And they'll be under the guidelines, at least as of now, as a museum. We anticipate some slow summer months, but we have a full October planned. We have 3 citywide conventions already booked, and they're planning on having their events in October. So we think, what can we do at the city, county, and state level? We're just waiting for the governor and the state health department to allow for larger meetings. Right now, it's capped at 400 people outdoors. I think there's a possibility of going up to 200 people indoors if everyone's vaccinated. But we're not, that doesn't help the convention business. So we're hoping that the opening that's projected to happen either in June or October will benefit the convention center.
Right, good. Well, we're pulling for you all the way on it.
And I would like to say thank you for bringing up, some of the creative uses that we've had at the convention center. I would really like to give kudos to our operator, AEG. They've done an outstanding job, not only with safe parking and renting the parking lots to rental car companies, but we've had over a dozen film productions at the convention center while we've been quote unquote closed. And we're even hosting the LA Sparks. We're actually, the West Hall is going to be the home court for the LA Sparks because the NBA and NHL seasons were delayed. And so the Sparks needed a new place to play their home games. So we'll be hosting the first 11 home games in Hall B of the West Hall.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Ms. Rodriguez, anything for convention and tourism?
Yeah, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. When are we getting Comic-Con?
LA Comic-Con has rescheduled for December.
Oh, don't really? Okay. Oh, yeah, thanks. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Liu, for your work. Thank you, Mr. Burke. Appreciate it. Yeah, the other questions were answered.
Thank you for getting that commitment on the record. All right. Thank you, Mr. Liu, to you and your team. And you're going to play an important role in this city's comeback, which I expect to be robust. Thank you for being here and for your participation in today's hearing. So,
thank you all for your support.
That brings us next to our final department for the day, the Department of Transportation. And as a time check, members, it's 10 after 6. For the last, for the entirety of the time that I've been budget chair, I've made a commitment to members of this committee and to our staffs that we will finish each evening by 7. And I've kept that commitment every single day except one, I think. So I hope this is not the second day that we violate that limitation. But with that, I thought I saw Ms. Reynolds pop up for a moment. There she is. Welcome. Thank you very much for being here. We have your letter, and we appreciate your thoroughness. Feel free to give any introductory comments, and we'll dive right into questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Krikorian. And I guess Dawn was short and sweet, so I got to be shorter and sweeter. I know it's the end of a very long day, and I know you've been thorough and curious and asking great questions of departments. And I hope transportation is no exception. Really briefly, I've been humbled and honored to watch the way this department has shown up during this pandemic, whether it is, making transit free, transporting Angelenos experiencing homelessness to shelters and showers, doing 200% more hours directing traffic at testing sites and vaccine centers, setting up new programs like Alfresco or Slow Streets. This department has really shown up, and it's been incredible to watch through a really uncertain year. My heart dropped, as I'm sure that many of yours did, when I saw that list of my folks who were going to be taking the SIP in October. And I saw, hundreds of years of institutional wisdom that was about to walk out the door. I'm very grateful that this budget restores many of those positions and lays out some really key programs that we have been trying to build for years to help us meet our climate goals, our public health goals, and really in a very direct way to address historic racial and socioeconomic inequities directly attributable to the transportation system. However, there are key positions that are still up for deletion that really oversee programs that I think are going to be essential to the city's comeback and to the city's return. And I look forward to getting into some more details about those in Q&A.
Thank you very much. Let's start off with Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. Thank you, Salida. I see Monique as well. Thank you guys for all of your work during this pandemic as well. I'm just really, everything that you all did to accommodate alfresco dining so that we could stand up more opportunities for our local restaurant owners to be able to continue to operate in a safe space. We appreciate that. But I did have a question with respect to its impacts to SPRF. And does that have, with the growth of an expansion of that effort, how does that potentially impact the revenues that would have otherwise been generated to SPRF?
That's a great question. I'll just, in really broad round numbers, on an annual basis in a really robust year, we collect around $50 million from meters and on-street and off-street parking, and somewhere between $100 and $120 million in citation revenue. So as we look at the expansion of alfresco and making it permanent, the consideration of some of that lost meter revenue is certainly front of mind for us. We have other programs like our citywide car sharing permit program, where permittees actually reimburse the city for some of that lost revenue. I don't think that this year is the right time to start implementing some kind of cost recovery for restaurants that we really want to lift up and shore up. But I think over time, we really do need to think about the fact that we are concessioning public space And there are a lot of cities that do that. And it's actually been a great model and a really popular program in Los Angeles, and something I've wanted to try for a while. But we will have to give some careful consideration to, over time, how we might recoup some of that lost revenue. At the moment, though, to answer directly your question, I think it's a very, very nominal amount. I don't think that we're flirting with anything that I would flag for your concern.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I know that you all have those considerations every time, you know, and it's one that we have to recognize does have the potential to have larger budgetary impacts to you. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't looking at anything potentially greater than what we could potentially sustain right now. Very excited about the increases to Vision Zero. You know, for me, Vision Zero reflects the kinds of conditions we need to create. If we want to talk about alternatives to police enforcement, we have to create the conditions on the streets that will obstruct the circumstances that cause the need for greater patrol or you know, enforcement efforts. And so I'm very excited about the increases here to Vision Zero. However, I think to preface, I think your original comment with respect to all of the institutional knowledge that walked out the door as it relates to the SIP, you know, the struggle is we can give you money to not fulfill the outcomes intended to be achieved with respect to all of these additional infrastructure dollars. And also knowing that we have the potential of being availed even greater resources from the state and federal government that we have the potential to leverage and implement with very tight timelines. And I'm very excited, and I want to thank you and Street Services isn't here right now, but for the very strong standing that we have for Mission Mile. I am very excited about that work. But all of these infrastructure projects and whatever money potentially will be availed through the federal and state resources, I fear will be, you know, we'll be missing a huge opportunity and potentially penalized if we are unable to effectively spend these dollars and implement the programs for lack of staffing. Could you kind of help provide some context? And I am going to be requesting a budget memo on this, but could you just kind of talk about the staffing implications based on the SIP and some of the vacancies of what that would mean to being able to fulfill some of these projected infrastructure projects that have been funded?
Yeah, I'd be happy to start, and then I'll ask Dan Mitchell if he wants to chime in specifically on some of the grant-funded programs like Mission Mile, Canoga Park. The city has been incredibly successful due to the remarkable efforts across many departments, Bureau of Engineering, Streets LA, in bringing grant funds into the city through the ATP program, which is state and federal money. You know, we're talking about upwards, you know, we're flirting with $100 million at this point when you begin to add up the backlog of existing projects and the ones we've brought in. I do have some significant concerns about the SIP impacts on the planners and engineers responsible for execution and implementation. So I'll let Dan speak to those specific vacancies that are of concern. I appreciate the opportunity to report back in more detail. But I also want to flag another thing you brought up, which is sort of Vision Zero writ large. Vision Zero is about big corridor projects, and we're very grateful that this budget preserves the Complete Streets program, which is incredibly important for doing those big, ambitious corridor projects. But it also includes lots of hundreds, thousands of bread and butter signal improvements across the city. And there are about 20 positions up for deletion between our field services and our engineering shop that will have a direct impact on our ability to deliver those basic bread and butter traffic signal maintenance and upgrade and new signals that we implement. Signals are such a good investment because they're straightforward. We know how to do them. We can deliver them, and we have a good track record of delivery. And I anticipate that no matter whose infrastructure program makes it through to the president's desk, there will be funding in it for programs like signal construction in cities like Los Angeles. So that program I would just flag as well as being one for concern. Dan, I don't know if you want to add anything on the grant-funded programs specifically.
I'd be happy to just briefly. I'll just highlight that we're very excited to partner with Streets LA on delivering the Sepulveda project. But I'd like to highlight there's some critical positions that relate to our role in the project, which is primarily the striping and signals. We have some critical staff who have left through the SIP program. That includes the head of our geometric design section, who's in charge of overseeing and stamping and approving those signal plans. We have a lead engineer, a registered engineer also in that group. We have a design engineer, and we have 3 civil engineering drafting technicians who would help with working on those plans. So those are the positions that I would highlight at this time as critical to helping support Streets LA in delivering that project.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, obviously $100 million is a very large number to sit in duress if we're unable to implement that type of grant funding, which is hard fought and hard earned. So, and I just want to thank you for putting us in a position for us to actually secure those dollars. Now we just want to make sure we have the resources to implement that. Also, I just wanted to ask a question with regards to, and I'm happy to see the speed hump program, but I had a question about the speed tables and that pilot and what are some of the qualifying criterias for implementing that effort, and what is how would that potentially become part of a permanent portion of Vision Zero? How has that pilot operated, and what do we have to look forward to with its potential to stay a part of our efforts?
Yes, I really appreciate a fellow transportation nerd who clearly knows the difference between her speed humps and her speed tables. Always really appreciate those questions. And I'll let Dan speak in a little more detail about that, but speed humps are the sharper ones that we often use on residential streets as part of that citywide program we have. Speed tables are a little gentler and more appropriate for use on bigger streets that might have transit or might have heavy trucks or might have other large vehicles that we want to accommodate with our designs. And so I'll let Dan speak about the program that we've put out today.
Sure, thank you, Salita. So we've been using speed tables, adding them to our Vision Zero toolkit as a way to help manage speeds on some of our arterial streets. Primarily, our speed hump program is focused on smaller residential collector streets. But this is a strategy that we began to employ, and we've seen some promising success with that. And we've been kind of leaning forward and looking for new opportunities where that might be an appropriate treatment. And so far, we have not implemented those in the Valley, but we'll certainly be looking at streets across the city, particularly those that are experiencing the most significant crashes for this strategy. So we'd be happy to work with your office on identifying locations, provided that the street looks like a good fit.
Yes, thank you for that. I know we all struggle. When I look at parts of the San Fernando Valley, I know parts of South Los Angeles, for example, have really struggled with, again, some of the street racing, the hit and runs, all of the conditions that, again, we're trying to change, but not just accomplish it through enforcement means. When we talk about trying to help transform the use of our streets, making them accessible and available for cyclists, equestrians, pedestrians, to all co-locate and use our streets, with tremendous safety. It really makes a difference to make an investment in these types of infrastructure projects. And so, you know, for me, I know it's a tremendous public safety issue that my colleagues and I are all striving to help address. But my biggest fear is not just all the work that we've already done to secure the grants that would lend itself to leverage city investment for these types of infrastructure projects, but the potential to lose a substantial amount of money without the staffing to actually implement these programs. That to me, you know, when we talk about it, we have to set our priorities with respect to, you know, again, are we going to just we're not going to enforce our way out of these situations. We need to create the conditions that provide the legitimate alternatives for safer streets. And so, Mr. Chair, I'd like to request a budget memo to report on the SIP participants, the current vacancies and positions deleted, broken down by divisions with position costs, to have the report include the impact to services and programmatic delivery with the proposed reduction to staffing levels. And also would like to include, and I know about this one separately, but want to just add this as it relates to Vision Zero, a report back on Vision Zero identified priority corridors as it relates to LA Unified Schools and specifies schools that lost crossing guards in this last fiscal year. The report should include and identify the number of crossing guards needed and associated costs to restore these positions to full service area, to full service levels. And also a report back on the costs and expenditures for the Cycle 7 speed hump program in previous years and the resources needed to reinstate Cycle 7 speed hump program. Thank you very much.
Very good, thank you. And if I could just add to the first of those reports on the SIP positions, I'd like the department to work with the CAO in specifying what positions are most critical for reducing wait times for engineering requests, and if you can quantify the potential for reduction in injuries and the reduction in potential liability, that would be a very helpful part of that report. Okay, anything else, Ms. Rodriguez? Very good.
No, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. That will take us next to Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez covered a lot of the key areas. Just want to follow up on two of them and then move into some other ones. And it's nice to see you, Ms. Reynolds and Ms. Earl. Thank you for the work you do. First off, critical important to ask about the support needed for the capital grant programs, including the ATP. As you know, I was so thrilled about the fact that we got that for Canoga Park, that $30 million, the largest ATP grant in their history. So, which is incredible, but we just have to make sure that we have the staffing needed to support these capital grants. So that report back is really important. Also on the, you were talking about the SPRF, and how Alfresco impacts that. I've always just, as a philosophy, parking should not be a revenue. The purpose of the parking meter shouldn't be for revenue, although the reality is there's a lot of revenue there that we need to account for. But the parking meters, we've always said philosophically should be about mobility and not revenue. That being said, I agree with the concern that was raised, which is, how is this going to impact us? So I want to make sure that we close the loop on that. We get a report back on staffing for the Alfresco program, including staff repurposed from other priority programs, what that means. And in terms of other reports, ask for a report back on funding the mobility investment program in order to support the interdepartmental coordination on advanced planning and grant applications. Then I wanted to get into a couple of other more specific issues as well. We adopted as a council a policy of dedicating 5% of our Measure M local return to be provided each to bicycle and pedestrian projects. The proposed budget, the mayor's proposal, reduces that to 4%. It's not as if we fully implemented the mobility plan, or we certainly haven't achieved our Vision Zero goals. So I guess why don't we have it at 5% in this budget? And unless there's a good reason, I want to request a report back for ensuring compliance with that policy and not reducing funding from other sources. So is there a good reason, or should I ask for that report back?
I probably am not the right person to answer that question. Maybe it's a CAO question. I mean, from the department's perspective,
fair enough. Then I'll
absolutely
just
spend that money.
I'll ask for the report back. I won't put you in that position. Sorry about that. Cuts to district engineers. I know we mentioned that, especially in the West Valley. We lost our district engineer. They are responsible for designing context-sensitive transportation improvements. And at least in the West Valley, we have an excellent track record for working with the community and members of community groups. So I want to get a report back on the positions lost and the vacancy rate in LADOT core services, district offices, field crews, traffic control, Vision Zero, et cetera. And we may have covered that already in some of these report backs, but I just want to be specific about it. Another issue is the abandoned vehicles. We've kind of failed to ticket and remove abandoned vehicles. It's long been a source of frustration for my constituents. Wanted to know how the pandemic has affected that. Do you have the positions and funding that you need? This is a particular problem for RVs. And I've had burned out RVs in my district left on the streets for weeks. And it just got in complaint after complaint about it. And I want to be clear, I'm not talking about RVs used for dwelling. This is not a homeless question. This is really about RVs that are uninhabitable. If there's an open council file, I don't want to cause extra work, but if not, I want to get a report back on the resources needed to provide effective citation and towing of abandoned vehicles. Is there a comment on that, or I'll just leave it at that?
Just a flag on that, which is that parking enforcement traffic control was one of the groups in the department hit most hard by the SIP. And the Valley in particular by far exceeds every other part of the city by an order of magnitude of 3 times the number of calls that we receive through our dispatch about abandoned vehicles. And as you're sort of articulating, and hopefully we can articulate in the report back, it's a complex issue, and DOT is not fully in control of all of the different steps required to remove a truly abandoned vehicle. We coordinate with sanitation, the police commission oversees the contract, the towing company, there are issues around the yard. You know all of these things in detail. We will try and sort of outline those, because I think there is a resource question here, but I also think that there are deeper systemic process issues here that we really need to perhaps address through a working group or some other kind of cross-departmental effort if we really want to tackle this issue citywide.
Well, it'd be great to get that in the report back, both so if it is a resource issue, we can address it, and if it's not, we can know what those steps are to move forward. Other things, the complete streets, we have a great one now in Reseda, which is, already on its way, but I guess I want to get a report back regarding the funding and positions needed to make sure that complete street designs for the second round, that we have the funding that we needed for that. Even though it's not my district, that is citywide priority. We've made that a policy. We want to make sure we can fund it. Wanted to also ask you, what's the status, this is real district specific, of the implementation of the Canoga Park Dash service? Is there anything in this budget or not in this budget that's slowing that down? Because we've been eagerly awaiting that.
I appreciate the question about transit. LADOT Transit is one of the parts of the department that is scrappy, unsung hero. It doesn't matter where I go in the city in a community meeting, people always want to ask me when they can get a Dash bus. Actually, earlier today, I attended the retirement of our transit chief, Corrine Ralph, who's one of the folks in the department taking SIP. And from the top to the bottom in transit, we have a significant and severe vacancy issue. compounded by positions that might get swept due to the SIP. What that will leave us with is one position overseeing all of the DASH expansion and service changes citywide. And the impact I expect for that to have on all of the new DASH services that we hope to roll out is a delay of anywhere from 6 months to a year, realistically, on being able to do that, because we're just going to have one person now overseeing that and scrambling to fill a lot of key leadership positions in the meantime.
I mean, it's painful that's the choke point for DASH services, which really serve the community. And it's not a question of the resources of getting the buses and all the rest. It's actually literally the person in the office to put it together. That should not be the choke point. Lastly, wouldn't be a DOT discussion if I didn't bring up the issue of striping. We've made great progress in improving the coordination between Streets LA and LA DOT, and that's something we bring up every year. So there's been some excellent progress there. Does the budget reduce your ability to restripe the streets promptly? Are we going to be taking a step backwards? This is something we complain about every year, but we've been getting better. Are we going to continue and get better or stay where we are? Or is this budget going to push us back to, 2 months between fixing the street and striping it?
Councilmember, I could have sworn you were going to say crossing guards when you said it wouldn't be me asking questions at a DOT meeting.
Martin, she already covered that.
If I didn't bring up crossing guards.
I would have, but she didn't cover it.
Yes, my other favorite group, and just to take a beat on the crossing guards, they have been far and away some of the biggest participants in the disaster service worker program. And I just want to give them a shout out and also underline that a couple of the positions posed to be swept here are the folks who manage the crossing guard program. So you didn't ask about crossing guards though, you asked about striping. Absolutely, there are positions, look in admin services, field services, and parking enforcement traffic control were where we had the biggest departures due to the SIP. Because and that's not a surprise, because that's where we had the folks who had who were the highest percentage of folks who were eligible. And so in the striping group in particular, we are losing some positions in a couple of the yards that will directly impact our ability to make sure that I think we will still be able to meet that 24-hour deadline to get the mark out crews out there, which is a commitment we've always had, where you at least get the plastic markers in the street so it's not completely dark, especially on arterials. We've maxed out on using contractors as much as we can, but I do expect on some of those collector streets that we will start to see a bigger lag time, a bigger sort of downtime due to the loss of a couple of those positions in a couple of yards, in particular the Western Yard and a couple of others that serve the Valley and South LA.
We'll keep a close eye on that, and we want to do everything we can to prevent that problem from reoccurring. But thank you, and that's it. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Mr. DeLeon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I want to stay to 7 p.m. edicts. I want to get this done in maybe 5 minutes maximum. So, Ms. Reynolds, welcome. Very quickly. I'm really excited about the DASH expansion in both the neighborhoods of both downtown LA as well as Boyle Heights. I was wondering if you can give me the timing and whether any staffing reductions will slow that down.
So similar to the DASH in Councilmember Blumenfield's office, I think the original date for rolling those out was going to be December of this year. And as I mentioned, we're down to one person now overseeing those expansions. And when I say overseeing the expansions, what that person in the office does is oversee all of the contractors we have who deliver those services. So, they've got, anywhere a dozen contracts running at any given time. They have to oversee the yards, make sure that the buses are in good working order and that they're getting inspected and repaired. And so the losing the staff that oversees that particular project is going to set us back about 6 months to a year.
Okay, so we're talking about 6 months, 12 months delay, more or less.
Correct.
Okay, are they going to be all electric buses?
I hope so. As we are anticipating the delivery of a very large number of electric buses in the fall of this year, we know that our contractors have experienced a little bit of a delay due to COVID themselves, but we are still hoping that we will receive those buses in time to deploy them for the expansion of services that we have underway.
Okay, thank you very much. Through the chair, I would like to get a report back on the timeframes for the Boyle Heights and downtown LA dash routes. Recognizing obviously the numbers crunch with regards to your budget, hamper the acceleration, if you will, but that'd be fantastic. Now, let me go to the second part real quickly. A request from the council member from the 11th district specifically. I'd like to get a report back through the chair on funding for the mobility investment program in order to support the interdepartmental coordination on advanced planning and grant application. So no need to answer on that one, Ms. Reynolds. Third one I want to get to is, I believe last fall, council approved the supervising transportation planner dedicated to implement the 710 projects that are fully reimbursed by Metro. I'd like to get a report back, specifically from the department on including that position specifically in the budget. Any comments on this one right here, Ms. Reynolds? And I'll go to my last one right after that.
We were able to absorb some of that work with existing staff. What we anticipate is that if other departments receive resources, then we will need commensurate resources to keep up with them. And here I'll just take an opportunity to flag that this budget anticipates sweeping a position that is reimbursable by Metro fully and another one that's partially reimbursable by Metro, just sort of to support Metro's capital projects citywide. And so we just want to make sure that that the committee can take that under consideration as they're looking at position deletions.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll through the chair for the CAO, if we can get a report back on that specifically. The last question right now is something that we've talked about on numerous occasions, is the city needs to rapidly reinvest and obviously install infrastructure to support our vehicle electrification, transportation electrification. Is it going to be harder to achieve those goals with the staff reductions?
Absolutely. I think that the electrification of the fleet also relies upon staff in that group, a couple of which have left due to the SIP. It gives me some concern about being able to make it through federal audits for the funding that we've received. And, there is only more money coming to states, cities, counties for electrification, whether it's through the governor's budget or this administration that has signaled strongly that they are going to make significant investments in that, whether that's through Department of Energy grants or US DOT grants. And we think we are a really good bet to invest those funds because we have so much momentum, both in our acquisition of electric vehicles and also programs like EV car sharing that we continue to expand throughout the city. And we want to be able to take advantage of those and execute.
Without doubt, I agree with you on all points. I want to make sure that we get a report back as well through the chair of our CEO on department, those vacancies specifically that you made reference to, Ms. Reynolds, that need to be backfilled in order to install the necessary electrification infrastructure that we need. Obviously, we got to work on DWP tremendously if we're going to fulfill and hit the SB 100 goals 10 years before the original date, statutorily 2045, by the year 2035. And the last point I want to make, more commentary, just want to make sure when we roll that out, it'll be exciting to do so, that as we do it through the lens of equity, we want to make sure that all of our most vulnerable, marginalized communities throughout the state, throughout the city, I should say, that we build out that infrastructure, electrification that we need sorely in our low-income neighborhoods, whether it be in Boyle Heights, in South LA, Pacoima, or elsewhere. With that, Mr. Chair, I think we did that in less than 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very impressive, Mr. De Leon. Let's go next to Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to start by thanking the Department of Transportation for the critical role that you play in not just keeping us moving, but keeping us moving in an efficient manner. Special shout out to you, Talita and Monique. I know Daniel was on and other team members are here, so I just want to thank you all for your terrific service. You know, your special events has worked with my office on dozens of projects to create traffic plans to allow my constituents to receive food boxes, vaccines, and PPE in a safe manner. We appreciate the Slow Streets program that's been important in providing resources, recreational resources for our constituents. We can't forget, of course, Vision Zero, the good work that's being done creating safety infrastructure and increasing our bike path network. But as we discussed very recently, there's always room for improvement. You always can do a little more. One area that jumps out for us in CD9 is just the lack of parking enforcement. You know, I see on a daily basis, vehicles are double parked, they're parked in alleys, they're on red curves, blocking driveways, you name it. We know how to do it in CD9. The question is, how can the department ensure that the resources are dispersed to the most vulnerable areas, to those areas that are in need? I'm not saying that, you know, other areas don't have cars parking in red, you know, but double parked, middle of the street, the middle of the day, you know, it's just unacceptable. What can you do to help?
I appreciate the question and I hear the frustration and I share it. Southern Bureau, the Southern sort of Parking Enforcement Traffic Control Group, we were in the middle of moving a redeployment effort in mid-2020, or sort of the beginning of first quarter of 2020. And then the pandemic and the SIP hit us in two waves. And as I mentioned, Parking Enforcement Traffic Control took it on the chin in terms of losing folks, including the chief of parking enforcement and a deputy chief. And we had to scramble and get very creative. We're extremely grateful to former Chief Brian Hale, who decided to return and help us out and pinch hit as a chief. But Southern in particular has one of the highest vacancy rates due to SIP. So even as we were moving overall, the overall number of officers deployed there, we were losing more there due to retirement. So I'd like to sit down with your office and come up with, as hopefully, you know, this budget anticipates saving many of those SIP positions that were slated for deletion. But you know, to be very honest, the size of enforcement traffic control overall, the size of the force has remained pretty frozen in time, even as the demands have changed and increased, and will only continue to do so as we start to add back some of those big venues that want parking enforcement traffic control services like Domes as the economy comes back, on top of some of these vaccine sites and other places where we've deployed during the pandemic. But I would love to go and have a more detailed plan to look at what we can as we hire back, prioritize those vacancies where we're feeling them the most, primarily in Southern, which serves your district.
Well, you know, we just hope you can add those additional bodies, you know, with an equity lens. You know, yes, I mean, sometimes it's not a matter of you know, just putting the numbers back, but put the numbers back where they're needed most. Similarly, you know, and again, this is something that I face not just with your department, but with others. Frequently, my constituents just don't call. They don't call in. You know, they got problems, but they don't call in. Language barriers, they don't have access to a computer, fear. Sometimes they just are afraid. Is there a way we can improve the deployment plan to ensure that areas like South LA get the proper responses regardless of the calls? I mean, you know, we know that there are problems, you know, because we don't get 35 or 40 calls doesn't mean it's not an issue. How can we anticipate, be more proactive, and again, with an equity lens, provide services more where they're needed?
Yeah, understood. I think we could come up with some creative ways to do that. You know, the district engineers in Southern also receive fewer calls, but they have, through some proactive and creative approaches, been able to go out and address problems and build and nurture relationships with the community. So I think it's probably, a pilot to identify both some hotspots and maybe some community-based organizations in your district that we want to create partnerships with, so that we can have some, because there are eyes on the street, and if we can build up that trust with the department and understanding, we try and lead with a very compassionate approach to enforcement. We don't write a ticket if there's somebody in the car. Our officers are not armed. They're trained to de-escalate for their own safety, and also to treat people with a lot of integrity and courtesy. And I think trying to build that trust and those relationships with CBOs in your district might be something that we could try, because I know we've been at this for a while and we haven't really been able to crack it.
No, we haven't, and certainly we are willing and anxious to work with you, to collaborate with you. Maybe we can figure out a new approach or a pilot approach, something that gets us the results, because we just aren't getting them. The safe routes to school has been a priority. I know that the majority of this program is grant funded. Again, how can we make sure that this program is a core program for the department, providing services to a district like ours?
Safe routes to schools. Yeah. So the council, we have our top 50 schools that we've identified throughout the city, many of them in CD9. We've been able to get to about 26 of them. We have 24 schools that we still need to get to. The infrastructure improvements at each school costs average about $3.5 million each. So what we're doing is just working our way through that list. Catch as catch can. We get grant funding, we get funding through the budget. We have the plans ready to go, but we really need two things. We need funding for the projects, and then we need to make sure that we retain some of those planner and engineer positions that would design and deliver those. We are anticipating, putting up for consideration a package to fund all of the safe routes, all of the top 50 schools, to just finish out the list, rather than doing them in drips and drabs the way that we have been. We have an outstanding Safe Routes to School group. They work with consultants. They have, a team inside DOT, partnerships with the other public works bureaus. But I think, if you were to ask me how could we get to it faster, I would say we just need to fund the whole thing. So we're not administering 24 individual grants and putting us on a 3 to 5 year timeline for each project because of the state's reporting requirements.
Okay, well, again, I know it's a real challenge. A third of my population is under 18. Safe streets is a big deal for schools. So we just want to make sure we're following through on it. Similarly, a question probably for Streets LA. A lot of confusion regarding parking restrictions related to new street sweeping protocols. How can we better coordinate the signs that are posted, make sure they're accurate, and then outreach is done so that folks know the street sweeping is going to occur? Do I have it?
I will definitely let my colleague Dell address part of that question as well. But our piece is the signs. There's about 75,000 signs throughout the city that we would need to update if Streets LA's current schedule for street sweeping is going to be permanent. So we would certainly be happy to bring this committee information on what that would cost. We are trying to not replace them sign for sign, but see if we can be more efficient. Do we need 5 signs on a block, or could we do larger ones at the gateways, as I've seen in other cities, so that we don't have so much sign clutter and so that we could do this more efficiently? In the department's history, there was a moment in time when we had a similar thing happen, and we had parking enforcement officers on step ladders with stickers, and it was a mess. So we want to do it right. If we're going to make that change permanently, then let's make sure that the signs are accurate. But it's real work, and it's no small task.
Well, again, we want to work with you on that. On an issue of burnt and abandoned vehicles, I just want to co-sign the concerns raised by my colleague Blumenfeld. It's a real issue, you know, and the sad thing is these carcasses of vehicles, you know, stay on the street for 2 or 3 weeks sometimes or longer. And we just got to figure out a better way, you know, unassociated with homeless. Sometimes they're just vehicles that are just, you know, been stolen and trashed. But we got to find a quicker way, a better way to get these things off the street. It just makes it look like we don't care, that the system doesn't respond, and that's really not a priority. And we know that if these vehicles were in some communities, they'd be gone in a much more expedient way. And so we just want to make sure that we get that same kind of courtesy in South LA.
We do track that citywide. I'll say that if we had more than one company who was willing to do that towing activity, we have to wait an average of sometimes anywhere from a week to 2 weeks to get that company to agree to come out and move those vehicles. And sometimes they just don't until they have space to store those vehicles. The police commission oversees that contract and that whole procurement process. I don't know if there's a way for the city to actually, you know, figure out how we could make that more attractive or more interesting to other companies to bid out that work or to take on that work. And then we always coordinate sanitation, Department of Sanitation Bureau of Sanitation has to come in before that and clean up the area. So we're sort of facilitating a multi-departmental process. And we do track it citywide to make sure that, you know, we're not, that there aren't certain communities that are waiting longer than others.
I know it's not an easy process. I know it's complicated by the fact that there are multi-agencies involved, but we just got to find a way to do it better, do it quicker. You know, maybe it's a special task force, maybe it's a special unit. I don't know what the experience has been in other parts of the city, but you know, these burnt and abandoned vehicles are a real problem and an eyesore. Mr. Chairman, first of all, so thank you. Thank you for the responses. Thank you for, again, your partnership on making sure these services are being delivered in an equitable way. But Mr. Chair, I'd like to get a report back from DOT on parking enforcement, staffing, and deployment, and how the department can ensure that all areas of the city are covered in an equitable manner, more equitable manner. Also like to get a report back to know the response time for DOT parking enforcement officers to respond. You know, we get a call in, you know, how long should we be waiting for a response from an enforcement officer? Again, it's a thankless job, but it's a necessary job. And so frequently, again, you know, time just goes by as if the request was never made. And so it's a real problem. And then another report back on a special task force on parking enforcement in South LA. Again, just to address the issues that we've been talking about before today, but certainly before today as well. And a report back on maybe expanding our towing contract. Maybe we should have more than one that's available during this situation, either a burnout or abandoned vehicle. Maybe we shouldn't be relying on one source for that removal. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to get a budget memo specifically, again, on parking enforcement vacancies in the South Bureau. You know, how can we beef up staffing? That's the issue, to make sure, again, that services are going to be delivered in a fair, equitable, and timely manner. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm done. Again, thank you, Salida, Monique, for your partnership and for your service. We appreciate it.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Price. And as the time is now approaching 6:58, I'll need to be more expeditious than Mr. De Leon even. So, Ms. Reynolds, 2 quick reports back. One is it relates to page 656 of the Blue Book. The proposed budget projects that 10,000 service requests will be closed at DOT district offices, which is about half the amount of recent years. And I'd like an explanation of that reduction. On Blue Book, page 647, regarding the curb asset management system, I'd like a report back from the CAO and DOT on whether or not it There may be efficiencies in coordinating the development of this system with GSD's asset management system or other asset management systems that we're developing throughout the city. And then finally, since Mr. Blumenfield raised the issue of DASH, this is a journey I started around 6 years or so ago when we wanted to get the DASH routes updated based on new infrastructure and so on. Since then, Measure M has passed. The East Valley Transit Corridor is about to come to fruition. There are many changes that have happened. Metro's next-gen bus routing is already being implemented. We have to get this done, and we have to do it in a way that's going to be more nimble for the future so that it doesn't become a multi-years long process. We included funding in the budget to get it. My part of town was set for phase 2, and I've been patiently waiting. So I'd like to report back on the plan to complete rerouting of all of the DASH routes throughout the city and updating them given current conditions. And with that, at 6:50, and let me just also thank you, Ms. Reynolds, to you and your extraordinary team at DOT for all your great work and for being here tonight. And at precisely 7 p.m., I'd like to say, members, thank you very much for a productive first day of departmental hearings. We'll begin tomorrow at 9:45 with the Los Angeles Police Department, followed by Economic and Workforce Development Department, the Fire Department, Cannabis, Planning, Building and Safety, Rec and Parks, Aging, and Disability. So it'll be a busy day. Come prepared, and I look forward to seeing you all when we begin tomorrow at 9:45. With that, thank you very much, members and staff, and we are in recess until 9:45 tomorrow morning.